like Fang as well as Hank, you can just bait out one shot and then just go close out and then just auto-aim 3 shots and then get your hyper as soon as possible. And I think that's the strategy right there.
As a former coach yourself, you, again, coached Angelic last year. Do you think Danny or Lucas are going to be better at getting that team together that was just scrambled and thrown onto the stage like that?
I think, looking at the draft, I think that Danny would win. But then if we look at the stats, like having 92k trophies, and then I think Lucas might have a better chance right there.
Now, so we're going to check back in with you again at the end of this game and get your thoughts on it. But for now, we're diving into our first set. Okay, let's see how this plays out. It is Lucas solo here, getting rooted up by that Mina Super. Of course, the Hank is at least able to recover the ball. A couple of our players, obviously, with more generic names, so we'll refer to them by their brawlers. It is a Fang, though, with the Super ready to go, and Danny has to top himself up, gets healed here, and that Mina will pressure up from the right lane.
Yeah, Danny can't already, but it's actually getting some pretty decent value, isn't he, through that time warp, regardless. Lucas, there low, as well as all his members. Great cycling there from the star power of the Mina. Lovely to see it, but can the Chester make the moves towards the goal? It's shut down by Lucas, and ball clear to the right.
Danny here with a Super at the ready. You can see that ticking damage is further going to delay any healing from Team Lucas, which may cede some map control over to Danny Esports as they try and get into the map properly. Here's Danny diving on in, Super pops the Fang, but he's traded out virtually straight away. Nice little bubble flick there onto the Mina, but my God, she is powerful. And the Mina now can position forward, set the line of scrimmage a little bit deeper in enemy territory.
I'm loving the display of skill from player 4, really just utilizing everything that Mina has to offer. And no sign of a goal on either side just now. It seems relatively balanced for an attempt there from Showmatch 3 to no avail there again. Oh, lovely stuff! We've barely seen Mina all event long, and this is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, this is the only time where it's appropriate to let her out of the perma-ban cage. It is pretty unreal what she's able to put out. See the Hank here, having to pop that shield gadget close up to the wall. Danny low, even with a hypercharged super. There's just no relevant way to make use of this here. So gadget popped, and again cycling those supers. While the gadget is active, hitting a super will recharge it for you instantly, potentially allowing you to root the same opponent or multiple opponents all in quick succession. Here comes Lucas though, straight forward. Hypercharge pop, but no super to back it up here, really just using it for the raw stats. He's going to attempt to walk in. You've got to respect the Mina Super arc.
Off the line at just the right moment to get this ball clear. That was a close call. We're going to be going into an overtime scenario. We'll see who has the comp to really come out on top of this affair.
Please, someone score. just one goal would be enough for me. A big super now dropped down in the middle part of the map, and here comes the Fang, knocked aside though, as the Mina again looks threatening. Gonna be a ball collected here by the chest to get another super connecting. That capoeira 3000 is no joke, and yet Team Lucas able to fend, putting Danny in a position he can't come forward.
No torpedo there available for the Hank. He will then fall. Couldn't be able to heal himself up along the way. And chance still for a good mid-level defense. The Fang hypercharge. He's not going to be able to use it in time. Danny pops his, but leaves the ball behind.
Nice push,
the Hank susceptible to damage here. And the ball creeps in the goal. That's the game on the board for Team Danny.
Man, I tell you what, that could have gone either way. We get into overtime, no goal scored. Looks like both teams playing it pretty darn safe arc. But finally, eventually, the busted brawler that is Mina right now is able to break through and do enough to get the ball over the line.
Yeah, I feel like player 4 there was really going to town and just bringing the best of Mina to the table. Is a real problem. You can see there, Team Lucas had to have some discussions as to what they're going to do to adapt this situation into their favor.
Just the damage, nothing to sneer at, especially with a star power that empowers that first shot further, kind of rewarding you for it being the hardest of the 3 shots to hit, as it is just a straight line projectile. Consideration about walking on in here.
Oh!
No, into the blender, baby. Lucas, great connection though. He's just able to defend 1v2. That is pretty stunning. And so we'll have a successful defense by Team Lucas.
Great utilization there as well of the gadget for Mina called Kappa Watts. Basically, the next super recharges instantly if it's hit. And that's why you're seeing just this great cyclability of this super. Now the pressure continues to rain on Danny, just keeping the poison ticking in. Player 1, Showmatch 1, pushing forwards with this Hank. He's a real problem.
Just the damage though on that side lane is getting pretty serious. Lucas drops quite low here. Only need to delay one more projectile. Looks like that's the hypercharge that went by the wayside for the Hank. And so Danny back off spawn with super in hand, ready to try and reclaim some of this map.
Player 2, poisoned up in the bush, so very much visible to Danny Esports. Still taking a lot of scrutiny. Danny just not going easy on the community, it seems. He wants to win this.
I mean, fair enough as well. The last we want is a stalemate that lasts forever. I don't know how the heck Hank finds a bubble in that window. Lucas in a pretty powerful position, though, with that super active, but is very easily able to sidestep those projectiles from Danny. But will be forced back after having taken a couple of shots, and that damage off Mina's third combo hit is serious. It's short range, and it is a cone. It hits very hard. His hyper super from Danny, that's a little aggressive. Maybe a lack of self-preservation from our community manager there.
Yeah, and as well, Chester just kind of had a little bit of a moment there, wasting super, pushing the ball forwards. Might have been trying to go for the pass for Danny, but again, as you mentioned, Danny too low to really make much of that hyper charge. Now, big push here coming from Team Lucas. Again, the Fang will fall on that left-hand side. Big aggression from the Mina. This could be an opportunity here. A super shot on goal even from Showmatch 3, but taken down at the last second.
All right, we might be doing overtime yet again, Ark. That looks to be the case. Lucas might attempt a goal here, but he is very low, and that Mina is looming large. Neither team really incentivized to take up the ball right now. Should be a bubble flick there. Danny really benefiting from that new gadget that Crow can boast. That shield is pretty important for such a fragile brawler. And it's an open field now. Danny Esports with a clear shot on goal, and they will convert to take this first set. Elation on the faces of Danny Esports. But again, a pretty slow and steady roll through this Brawl Ball set.
Oh, I feel quite bad for the players on the other side of the field who have to take the L to the community manager of the game. 19 kills on Show 4. I mean, that is ridiculous. 574 DPS.
Soda, this game goes maybe a little bit longer than we would have expected, seeing how powerful Mina is, but 574 DPS and a goal scored. It's pretty emblematic of how powerful she is right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I've seen that Lucas tried to change strategy on putting Finks on Mina, having Fang going down the middle, but then it still didn't work. Mina having that chain super, having that 4K and to 5K damage with that damage gear is just insane. And with Danny as well as the two, Mina and Chester, their chemistry is really there for like a first-time partnership, because you can see that Danny, he like fly over, and then they grab the ball, and then goal got scored. Everything just went well for Danny.
Obviously, they play pretty safe, I think, considering how powerful their composition is, but I think that's fine, you know what I mean? You don't want to make any undue mistakes and leave yourself open to getting punished like that. We've got a little moment before we jump into our next draft. Of course, it will be gem grab for our next map. While we've got you here, Soda, obviously, you know, you guys come into this tournament as the number 2 seed from mainland China, right? You having obviously recently moved to that region to compete. What were your expectations like coming into LCQ?
My expectations coming into LCQ, my first thought is just coming in for vacation and to test out how mainland China region compared to the entire world. What's the skill different, and like where is the level and where we are at. And then, because seeing how Toxic Lotus can compete with SK, can compete with Zeta, being one of the best team in the world, and then we really want to test how we can compete as well compared to other teams. And like having to face Inner Circle and then as well as Crazy Raccoon, we can now tell our level is not that far behind, so we can come in next year and do better.
I want to dig a little deeper with that as well. What do you think is the reason for that? Why have we seen such an uprising of the Chinese mainland region in the recent years? Because it really has just shown a real level of competence against the rest of the world.
I think first of all, especially for Toxic Lotus, they have been teaming for nearly 4 years now, or 3 years and a half, and then their chemistry is just there, and they have been training non-stop. Like, they are one of the most talented as well as most hardworking teams I've seen. And I think the uprise is starting from 2023's LCQ, where I think World Finals, where
BC Gaming.
Yeah, BC Gaming, where they can go toe-to-toe with LG to 3-2. And that's when we all thought that, okay, we are not that far behind. And then they just trained non-stop, competing and then scrimming with Navi, with Crazy Raccoon back in East Asia, as well as Revenant Esports, different teams that are willingly more to scrim with us. And I think that's how our skill level uprise by a lot.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I think that just like, it's clear to see that the info base in China is definitely expanding very quickly. The drafting has also been looking really good. Speaking of which, Deathcap Trap here, going to be our next map in this best of 3 series. I see the cheeky little M's banned there. I'm not sure what to make of that one. Surge also banned away, but a very safe mid here in Janet picked up first. Also, that hypercharge gives her a bit of offensive potential too.
Yeah, so like for Janet, we usually we only bring like the second gadget where we can fly to dodge out like ollies, to dodge out like Lily, and then having that super is like a double safety.
Double evasion, yeah.
And then having that hypercharge, like if you're mid, if like the opponents are just too strong, you still have that hypercharge to maybe get that last damage in and then maybe take everything back. But then Ollie is insane in this meta. I think Lucas has draft here.
Already as well.
Ollie and Ollie.
I want to ask as well, regarding Ruffs, we've seen a massive uprising in Ruffs coming in this event, and I have a couple of people discussing online, is Ruffs a bit overrated? Because the win rates haven't been fantastic. There's a lot of hypercharge brawlers to combine it with, but what are your views on that?
I think during scrims, especially in LCQ, we prioritize a lot on Ruffs, especially on different teams. Like Na'Vi, they would go Draco and Ruffs. Like once Draco has that hypercharge, he uses it once, and then Ruffs gives another hypercharge, and then that's basically game over. So it really depends on how you counter Ruffs, because it's actually quite hard. Once he has his treat himself, he does like 2.8k damage by himself. Like even a Kaze or even like a Lily cannot go close up. It's a very dangerous position. So I think it's not overrated, but it depends on how deeply you have thought of it, how to counter it.
Yeah. Going to check back in with you, of course, after this, so to maybe get some more thoughts on your time in Brazil. But for now, jumping into Deathcap Trap, it's going to be our second set of this series. Kaze already with a Fist of the Brawl Star, a mark that detonates, and Ollie is taken out of the game. A very good start, and now Danny Esports are now to collapse the map. How engaged you form this? My goodness, this Kaze player is really white hot.
A fantastic start. It really was.
Okay.
And I was hoping to see Danny maybe on the Mandy, as again, he's a sharpshooter at heart, but it's going to be Showmatch 3, and definitely a tough brawler to make work against an Ollie for sure, because ultimately you want to be sticking at that range.
Got the boombox gadget, bro.
Gap.
What is going on? Obviously, Boombox amazing for getting bush information, also denying heals while opponents are in there, much like Rude Sands works. Danny, though, would have liked to have a jump away there, I think. Incorrect gadget choice, perhaps, but there it is. Look at the Bonnie, dives on in. Of course, can get straight back into Clyde. Even this very strong Kaze, not quite enough to even the odds. Lucas gonna walk away with 9 gems. Danny, a non-hypercharged super, doesn't really hit the mark.
Yeah, maybe he's not really close enough towards it and has to utilize it now. Lucas jumping up, hypercharges there as well. He comes down and drops the gems. Now, Showmatch 1 has got to take them to safety. And the scrutiny continues from Danny Esports, but now, with just one player there, it's going to be Danny versus 3.
Gems on the Ollie. No hypercharge here for Danny. Really no way to test this 10k plus health pool brawler. Yeah, Kaze looking to try and step up and challenge, but it's not to be. Team Lucas getting themselves a game on the board. Nicely done. It looked like it could have gone either way with that early Kaze aggression from Team Danny Esports.
Very fortunate for them, as I'm sure so many watching would not like to see Lucas go out this in a sweep. And that's the first game in the pocket for them. They can keep this up with the comp they've got. I feel like they have got comp in that regard. You can see with the Ollie, with the Bonnie. I mean, realistically, what can Mandy do into that? And Danny, once he gets his hypercharge, maybe there's a possibility of landing some huge bombs on the map, but he's got to earn it first.
This is an excellent Kaze play. I mean, already both sides of that gadget being used for that early invisibility, and then the dash away after the switch to the Geisha form. You will tick down, and that mark on the Ollie won't quite do enough damage to eliminate them. Behind all of this, though, Danny and the Mandy have been sharing gems, which is not ideal, but Mandy rarely tends to be an up-front and personal combatant, so it's not the most dangerous assignment. Here comes in the Tyre's attempt out of the Ollie. Danny will take to the skies now, reposition closer towards that Kaze for some protection, but out of the cannon comes the Bonnie. Looking pretty scary. Somehow we wandered into enemy territory, Ark.
Yeah, Danny there as well. The Kaze just staying far back and keeping everyone forward. Nicely done, but the low HP is a concern there for the Bonnie. Has to go around the corner, and has got the hypercharge they need to get out of harm's way, but Danny's causing a real problem in this backside.
He's just delivered the gems hand over fist into Team Lucas's spawn. However, the Kaze causing some problems. Fist of the Brawl Star is met with a hypnosis gadget, but the mark from that super will allow for the Oli to be taken down. So the error in positioning for Danny kind of gets overlooked as the Kaze elsewhere is able to take the gem carrier.
One gem needed now for Danny. He's not going to go for it, but the Fist of the Brawl Star comes through finally on that right-hand side. Gets back just in the nick of time now as well, evading these shots. But Danny and his team have got to hold on to these gems for 10 more seconds, and there is time for a reset.
Bro, the Kaze locate coded. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is, oh my goodness, that could have been even worse had Danny not taken to the skies, but he opts not to use. Okay, Hypercharge might have been used there, fair enough. So he has that extra maneuverability, but those gems are gone bye-bye, Ark. Yeah,
this could well be a set here if there's no reset. Danny Esports going to make a final ditch attempt to get it. But I would like to see this go to a further final set myself. Will they get it on the Oli? They actually get the reset.
No
That's
way.
Huge. Danny can't super out of this. He's got to earn it. And Luke's is there for support.
Vandy not who you want in this kind of situation. Try as they might, they don't have the damage to take the Bonnie down. And so it's up to Showmatch 4. Invisible in the middle of the map now, hoping to be able to super. Fist of the Brawl Star is going to give them the mobility to get across the map and maybe challenge out the gem carrier. But a super used prematurely here by the Oli. No connection there, but the Kaze pulls up short of their target. Here's Danny, didn't quite have the damage, and that is our second set. Hand it over to Team Lucas, Ark.
Yeah, a massive, massive set for him to win, to take this all the way to a third and final set. And I think Danny knows it's the game on our hands.
Oh yeah, we've got ourselves a match. Now, obviously, so do you talk about this sort of trip being a bit of a holiday for you, right? A chance to come out to South America. It's my first time too. It's been great. What are your thoughts, man? Have you enjoyed your time here? Food? You got to do any looking around? I know you guys have been scrimming pretty hard. Have you been able to experience Sao Paulo at all?
I think the crowd is amazing. Like compared to last year's LCQ and then to mainland China's LAN, this has been the most crazy LAN I've ever seen. Those fans running up the stage like when players winning and then getting signatures and photos. This is one of the best experiences I've ever experienced. And we haven't been really went on to walk around.
Yeah, us neither, to be honest.
Yeah.
We've been busy.
Yeah, and then after yesterday, us and Toxic Lotus, we just basically played ranked until midnight. Yeah, so we haven't been able to walk around, but maybe tomorrow.
Speaking of the crowd specifically as well, because I got some stick on socials today because I was starting against Crazy Raccoon, and I feel like the crowd has been such an influence. I mean, what is it like on the stage when you're, is that something which can make even the best of teams stumble? If the crowd's cheering against them, how do you lock in? How do you focus against that when the home crowd is cheering so heavily for their home team?
I think definitely, like the crowd is a very, very important aspect. You can see how Kaza versus TL, where the crowd just went insane for Kaza, and then that just boosts their confidence by a lot and a lot. And I think for players that don't get cheered or even get booed yesterday, the main thing is to just lock in and focus, just to block out every thought, focus on the game, focus on what you have to do, and then focus on the objectives. And then that's basically it. You just have to like turn off the volume by yourself, and it's hard, but then the best can do it.
So you mentioned you guys are playing ranked with Toxic Lotus a bit. What's your relationship like with them? Because obviously you're pretty, you play against each other pretty frequently. They're in mainland China. You guys get on pretty well? Yeah,
the entire China region, especially the 3 teams that have qualified for LCQ, we are like really good friends. And then TL, for us, they're like levels above us.
Yep.
But then still, like we can get along. They teach us a lot. They're like the master and we're like the apprentice. And then we get to learn a lot from their drafting, from how they deal with those kind of situations. Like having that last game and then losing that last game, and how they deal with the mentality, how they focus on next year, and then everything planned out. And I think we have learned a lot and a lot.
Yeah. Great to see that information exchange happening. That's only going to strengthen that region. All it takes is that one team who really gets it, can compete internationally, and then sharing that info around. We've got our third set coming up here, Ark. We are already selecting Bonnie. It's going to be hideout, so this map feels like one we're a little bit more, exposed to, I think it's safe to say. We saw some really nasty bell play from Trishant yesterday. Feels like when you can control that left lane and get some traps down, you're in good shape. But Bonnie here feels like a pretty reasonable opener as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The nest eggs were just littering that left side, weren't they? It was absolutely filthy. Ridiculous. And we've got also the Oli and the Mina Band, thankfully, here. What are your kind of thoughts on this map? So in regards to bounty and hideout specifically, what are you looking to draft here?
I think especially for this map, we have prepared a lot, especially facing Crazy Raccoon.
Yep.
We know that in this map, a lot of people like to just grab that blue star and then just hide, and then just keep range and then just wait till the end and see if the opponents have any mistake. So I think prioritizing the blue star, especially here with Jaeyoung, is a really, really good pick because getting that blue star can give you such a big advantage.
If you see Carl and you've picked Jaeyoung, are you going to try and compete for that blue star?
I don't think so. I think all of us, like competitive player, we already know who can get it.
Okay, there's like a priority.
Yeah. Like I think,
Pecking order.
yeah, Jaeyoung and then Kaze, Mortis. Like yesterday, where I think was it Navi who played Mortis to try and grab that blue star, and then they tried to defend, but then ended up still getting cracked up. So I think, yeah, I think that's
Hey, sorry.
Piper.
Gotta cut you off there.
Yeah.
Danny picked the Piper finally and saved it for the third and final set.
I think
This comp is pretty good. Jaeyoung.
Piper can deal with all of those. Like they can just 2-tap Byron and Bell, and then Bonnie is just too slow, and then basically Danny can just auto aim.
How do you play into a triple sharpshooter composition in general? I mean, you obviously have the main sharpshooter in Piper, and having that homemade recipe is nice to confirm kills, but what's the approach then when you know your opponent is really leaning into those squishy, long-range, high-damage brawlers?
I think it just all end up on mechanics. So you really have to get your dodges and your aim really, really tight, and then just don't try to die.
Yeah.
Not dying at all would like give you such a good advantage and just push at the last second.
Can we just see the slowest brawler in the game take the blue star against Jaeyoung? Am I saying things?
Sadly, I think that is what happened,
Okay,
yeah.
well-
And funny enough, with the Mortis yesterday as well, it didn't even get the blue star once as well, which was the pride. I remember Trav calling it as it was, and it was kind of like crazy to see that brawler was picked specifically for it, and it actually didn't manage to achieve it.
Danny's
Danny on 5
so
stars
basic.
already, by the way. Actually, he's not. I'm sorry, Danny's not playing Piper.
No.
My heart
that's
just broke.
heartbreaking, I know. Maybe it's like an homage to Danny. I mean, this is the Jaeyoung's pretty popular pick on this map, right? See Tensai play it a lot. Showmatch 2 able to back away here, and there's going to be a Gus shield given over to Danny, but how does he intend to make use of that? Mark did connect though onto the Gus, so that sets Lucas up for an elimination later on. My goodness, the body goes in, and look at the map control Team Lucas now have.
Yeah, they've really done well, haven't they, at establishing things early on. 6 stars for the 7-0, and a huge jump in from player 4.
Positive
Almost.
feedback is massive there for the Bell. That is a huge shield. Prevents the tap down by the Piper. Lucas still taking hits, but that mark once again on the Gus, and those shots are bouncing. Piper? Maybe just get away there and prevent those shots from bouncing back and forth. But it is close. Danny Esports behind by 1 star, but they have the blue.
Yeah, the Gus was marked up as well, which is quite a devastating thing to see. Danny low and his teammates coming back. 7 stars to 8 here. Any kill will do realistically for
Good body block.
Team Lucas. And again, with the Bell on the side of Lucas, I quite worry for Danny Esports in that regard going into this backside score side.
How insane is Piper now that your gadget doesn't have a limited number of charges? It's just on a cooldown, man. You have access to the homemade recipe whenever you need it. Danny, that's a lot of stars on the Piper, folks. That's how you know you've done your job here on Bounty. What a decisive showing from Danny Esports. Didn't get the Danny Piper, or did we? I mean, based on where the portraits are, they might have even swapped it around a little bit. But great to see them almost hit that threshold of 20 stars.
Yeah, that's going to be then a match point scenario here for Danny Esports. One more game, and they will be able to secure this. For Team Lucas, they definitely need to adapt to the scenario. Try and get that body super early, deprive the Piper as best you can. Some missed homemade recipes and some mistaps into that Byron. That's showing maybe some signs of nerves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in recipe guaranteed to hit if they're in range and not behind a sort of obstruction. But not always a given that you are going to hit that. Decent damage though, put down on Team Lucas, but Danny Esports this time don't allow Bonnie to take the blue star, so they are able to be the defensive team. This doesn't look defensive at all from the... Oh my goodness! Nicely done. Piper steps up, homemade recipe secures that elimination. And now Danny might send the rest of his team forward to press this advantage.
Oh, a lovely takedown there by Lucas on that right-hand side. Very pivotal as we approach the 1 minute mark here. Just a 2-star lead for Danny Esports. Plenty of time for either side to make something of this. And now hypercharge as well for the Piper. That's huge. Can certainly go in as more of an assassin in that regard. Oh, lovely taps as well. Will he make the jump? He's going to make the jump. He will knock back Lucas. 1 tap. Can he find the second as well? Just shy.
Flashy play from this Piper, no doubt about it. Danny also just really mindful of when to body block for teammate. Even though Gus are live. Here come Lucas though, and the body, trying to push up. Some damage here on the Gus, no super available as far as we can tell, but Cookie Popper, if that's the gadget choice, could secure an elimination. Here's that hyper from the Gus. What's the plan with... Okay, fair enough. Doesn't quite connect that super and hands over a couple stars.
Those bell bounces were massive, and it took the team down to a very precarious position now with 20 seconds on the clock. They need 4 stars for Team Lucas, and then the blue on top of that. Look at this.
The bell bounces.
Danny are floundering here in this back spawn side here. Can the Piper get something? No! That's a massive turnaround. Blue star for Team Lucas.
I think they know they need to surge ahead here. Danny, though not in speed form, needs some slipstream to be able to catch these guys with the body dive. Just subverting expectations. Danny Esports with the Piper off respawn, gaining 4 stars. Will claim the set and series. Danny Esports.
We had to have the Piper come out to play, and it was the perfect map for it, wasn't it?
5-1 in that round. That is insane. What a showing. Great to see I guess the best sharpshooter when it comes to matching up against other long-range brawlers really exploited to be advantaged against that triple sharpshooter composition from Team Lucas. 3 kills for the Byron, nicely done. Lucas himself, 1 and 2. Not a scoreline, but those bell bouncers certainly put the pressure down as Danny Esports started to hide in the corner.
Lovely shot there as well with Danny and the community. Certainly one to put up on the mantelpiece when you get home or on the bedside table. I think it's really lovely that we can do these kinds of events, and certainly to involve the community for a change as often is the players to get all the glory.
We're looking at the winner. A handshake, fair play here from Lucas and Danny. And Danny, of course, made the community happy. He should win this one. Otherwise, I'm sure he's going to hear it on Twitter later with his 2 teammates. And of course, he also had someone that is just super, super good at Piper. You mentioned it already, 5-1. This guy carried. Now, Soda, do you agree with the draft? Did you see any future pro players on here? Maybe one of the 4 players from the crowd will be standing on a stage like this one later on in the live.
I think I have my eyes on player 4. He has been playing really well, especially on that Mina as well as the Kaze, and the last game on Piper. He's been popping off. Like, if you don't tell me, I thought he was one of us LCQ players. He has been playing really, really well.
Now, those are very nice words coming from a pro player themselves. I hope player 4 is watching this right now and clip it for himself. Maybe we will see him on a stage like this one later on. 10 kills overall in those 2 matches.
Bro, I've been saying this all year, but the future of South American Brawl Stars is looking bright. My goodness, great to see some of that talent showcased, and I am impressed at our comp star. I think they've been very reasonable. The idea behind them's been clear, and the execution also, especially in the case of Danny Esports, has been top notch.
Yeah, genuinely not too bad at all. Often with show matches, you know, it can be really quite interesting to see some of the more unusual brawler picks, but that was really just a great display of the meta.
We did have a little bit of everything. Also, a pro player at our side for this one. Thank you so much, Soda, for coming out.
Great to have you here.
Any
Thank you.
last words to the crowd, to your fans?
I hope I can qualify again next year and see you all on the main stage, and to really put mainland China region back on the global stage and back on the map, so that we can finally get what we truly deserve, a world spot. That's what we're going for.
You deserve it, for sure.
Thank you so much.
Now we want to get the first out of our 4 golden ticket matches on the way. Up next, it's Revenant X-Spark versus Rival Esports.
One last battle for glory. One last shot at redemption. One last chance at the World Finals. And on the 3rd day, only 8 teams remain. Revenant X-Spark, Rival Esports, Reply Totem, Team Electros, Casa, Crazy Raccoon, Apara Supermassive, Navi. Brawlers, get ready and good luck.
teams began this journey, 8 still stand, but only 4 golden tickets remain. And today, we'll find out who earned their place on the biggest stage of them all, the BSC World Finals. For these players, this isn't just another tournament. It's the result of an entire year of dedication, pushing through heartbreaks and celebrating even the smallest of victories. All year long, they lived and breathed Brawl Stars just to play here on this exact stage today. My name's Sunny, and I'm here with the incredibly talented voices who've guided us through every twist and turn so far, Uber and Ark. We're gonna keep Soda on for a little bit longer, so welcome also Soda
He's
back
on
to the
desk jail.
show.
We trapped him here.
Now, on to the golden match tickets. Gentlemen, the stage is set. Which 4 teams will rise and claim their place among the world's best?
I mean, that, look, again,
What a
in our
question.
yeah, it is a question. In our golden ticket games, obviously, we're playing cross groups here, but the names that sort of really standing out to me, Reply Totem, I think they should be at Worlds. Revenant X Spark have really impressed me. I think they're going to make it. The big matchup, the one I'm not sure about, Castle Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon. That one, feel like it's up in the air, Ark.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier about the kind of stick that I got online for saying I'm being bold with my choices. I think that Crazy Raccoon have looked better in previous years, but I can't imagine a World Finals without Tensai. It's just unthinkable.
I think definitely because Tensai is a 2-time world champion. Like when we get our group, when we have to face them, we are just shaking.
Yeah.
And I think that they deserve a world spot. Also, Revenant, they have been friends of mine for years now. I think they deserve a world chance, especially how Surgeon have been playing for the past 2 days.
We've been looking at the final 8 teams. Now, we're looking at the 12 teams who have already qualified for the World Finals, arranged by their region. Now, we have 4 more question marks down there. Those are the 4 teams that will claim a golden ticket today. And yeah, we'll find out who will join the other 12 on the biggest stage of the year.
I mean, these games are honestly really sick, and we've had some amazing matches already. Question marks for me over Supermassive versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi look like they've got that potential, but have had a history of falling short. I'm the only guy who thinks they're going to win, and generally, for me, it's a little bit of a toss-up. I think maybe the more cut and dry game might be, I don't know what you guys think. Reply Totem versus Electros, that for me could go either way. But looking at this, Riven and X Spark have impressed me so much. Jay in response obviously gotten result in East Asia, right? Winning a monthly final in that region is incredibly hard to do.
I think for me, Revenant have just excelled. I mean, I've always had some reservations because, again, when you're pigeonholed throughout the year, it's tough to see how you're going to fare on that world stage. But Sargent, he is the man for me, that has just absolutely just done a blinder. I mean, he's just been incredible. The brawlers he's able to go on the aggressive with Sunny, they're insane.
You've seen them play as well yesterday and today before, Soda. Who do you think will take this first golden ticket?
I wish it was TL in this spot, and then I wish it would have been TL, but then Rival, they have been insane. Like every team who has scrimmed and throughout this LCQ like tourney, everyone said that Rival is like one of the favorites going in, but then Revenant, they beat Crazy Raccoon, like a team that Rival couldn't even beat back in their home region. So I think Revenant might take this match.
You're saying both could take this match,
Yeah,
basically.
but then I would vote for Revenant because they're my friends. They're my friends.
We'll see. They are playing now for the 3rd day in a row here. We've halved the teams from 16 down to 8. Now we have to halve them again. Who's going to take that first ticket? Let's bring them out.
They have fought to be the best. Now it's time to brawl for glory. Welcome stage for one last battle. Revenant Export! Every push, every play, every moment led right here. 3 days, countless clashes, one final fight for golden ticket. Welcome stage, Rival Esports!
X Spark versus Rival Esports. Both have claimed their spot on day 3. Now, can they also claim that golden ticket we've been talking about all weekend long? And it's also a bittersweet reunion here from 2 of those players, X9J of Revenant X Spark and Mameshi of Rival Esports. Those 2 were teammates in Team Flash 2023.
These guys have tangled a lot in that East Asian region. Now, obviously, that region structure is a little different, allowing Revenant X Spark to play more towards Southeast Asia. But make no mistake, these guys remember each other. They've got history. Grudges to settle, I'm almost certain of it, but right now, I feel like Revenant X Spark walk into this game with some serious momentum. They were doubted by many, not expected to be so strong. Whatever Rama had to say about them, he was wrong, so were the doubters, and now they're playing for the big ticket.
I mean, the list of those that have been able to topple the might of Crazy Raccoon is minuscule. I feel like as well on the side of Rival Esports, I've got to give a commendable shout out to Terry. I think as the newbie of the squad, he's absolutely done himself proud this event long, and many on social media saying the very same things. I think it takes a massive amount of guts to come into a World Finals event or a World Caliber event and really display the amount of technical skill that he has.
Definitely a player to watch on the side of Rival. Terry, I'm eager to see which brawlers they're going to bring into today's match as well. Also nice to see that all 6 of them are smiling. As mentioned before, 2 of them have been friends and played on the same team. As far as I know, they parted ways also in good terms. So you really got a feel for them. One of them will have their world dream broken. Maybe they at least can be happy for their friend, right?
I also think that Mameshi, while credited with a world championship, would like to win one himself out there, right? As opposed to being a part of a world championship squad. But he's going up against the next world champion as well. Response on Revenant X Spark, of course, has seen the highest heights of Brawl Stars. And I saw Mameshi there, a bit of an exhalation, maybe a little nervous arc. This is such an important game for both of these teams, and it's sad because I can't imagine a world without both of worlds without both of them, right?
I fully agree. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking at this draft. I'm seeing a Jackie Batten just to say straight off the bat. Now that is the biggest counter to Shade.
Yeah.
So I kind of wonder what Revenant are going to be cooking up in that regard. But the other bands being the Hank, the Ruffs, the Draco, the Kids, and the Mina also. I mean, Ollie then is still out for the taking.
Yeah, Ollie would have been my first pick here. There he is. Terra is going to be left open as well. She's going to be one of the best counters to him still. Not really a counter though. It's like Ollie, just like Mina, doesn't really have too many hard counters. You can play some tank counters in general that will do fairly well into Ollie. But yeah, let's see if it's going to be Terra. I do like her in Hard Rock Mine. It used to be the map for Rico. Now, does he still have a place in the current meta?
Too much hard engage, I think. There's just so many brawlers that can just jump on top of that Rico. It's where he's at his weakest. We saw him a little bit on Knockout.
I just said, I love
what about Buzz? If you're anticipating a Shade, you could mix that in. I think having like hard CC is really helpful. It may be a pocket pick, sort of last pick, but I like Rival's tack here. Just trying to secure a very safe mid. Now, as Soda was talking about, the meta really tends towards taking the jump gadget on the Janet and virtually be impossible to pin down. Even by some of the most aggressive, those brawlers with gap close, you can still avoid them between your super and that gadget use.
Okay, well, Bonnie's still available here. I imagine Janet mid, though, for Rival. Could be something for Revenant to consider. Kaze going to be coming in now for Rival Esports. A fantastic, aggressive brawler in that respect.
Dominates Rico.
Absolutely. Tara could be on the minds here of Revenant X Spark. For me, it's all about getting Sergeant on the picks in which he's able to flow best with. If they can do that, then I really feel like he's not going to be putting those brawlers to waste. Jaeyong as well, still open here. It's certainly helping hand. The lane size and an Ollie to close the gap wouldn't be the worst of ideas. Crow here as well wouldn't be the worst of ideas for a mid-brawler. Certainly very South American in that regard. Buster going to be coming in. Such aggression, but also such short-ranged aggression
really
here
tanky.
coming in for Revenant.
I do like the idea of slow-mo replay being able to be used to disrupt Kaze. She tries to run up on you, you can obviously yank her back. But I wonder what the application for Montage is supposed to be in this RNT squad.
I also wonder who's going to be the gem carrier on the left-hand side now. Was kind of waiting for a Crow, maybe the Bonnie that Ark mentioned. We're bringing in Cordelius at last. Definitely good brawler into the Kaze, potentially also their gem carrier here, maybe the Buster. But all 3 of them really want to be in their opponent's faces, going aggressively. On the side of Rival, a bit of a more comp we are usually seeing with the gem carrier that is Janet in that case,
Yeah.
and Kaze. And I wonder if there is going to be another tank counter here, just to account for the aggression on the left-hand side. No, it's going to be a Rival Esports special, BB. So also a fairly tanky comp on the right-hand side here.
Yeah, I feel like the rival comp is less focused on that synergy, more on like these individual brawlers with like their own objectives sort of across the map. Having a safe mid and then 2 side lanes. Oh, he's hit it. What do we got? Ah, it's coins. Well, if you need progression, that's, I'd like 1,000 coins, just quietly. Super self. Whoa, bling. Okay, any more? Okay, there we go. Give me another. Oh, come on, no, don't worry about the game. Come on. Here we go, folks, into Hard Rock Mine. Rival Esports already seen Mameshi pick up those first 2 gems. The Sergeant is looking to tangle with the Kaze of IC.
Terry already straight into the spawn and causing a real problem. But Response quickly snaps him up. I see low HP on that right-hand side, and Response just continuing this assault. Mameshi into the realm, and you can't use super there.
Certainly cannot. So, great counter to brawlers who rely on that super. Here it is, Terry caught inside the Hypnosis. Tanky as BB is, will not be able to withstand that barrage of damage. And so, 3 gems picked up. Remember, the next part looking pretty good here. Attempt of a montage. Sergeant's just going to scoop up those drop gems and walk away. There are some drop gems deep in Rival Esports territory, though. Something went wrong for Response over there, as Terry looks to push up in Sergeant's direction. Eats another Hypnosis.
Yeah, Terry there on the right-hand side, nothing he could do there. Just outnumbered. Icy has got super. And again, on the Kaze, that's a very dangerous prospect. Either of those supers can do wondrous work. Sergeant low, but going to have support, most importantly. And a hypercharge for X9J here. Probably going to use it with the BB, too close range, but nonetheless, Sergeant takes the opportunity to go straight into the mid.
Yeah, montage doesn't quite work against a baseball bat. Sorry, buddy. Terry eventually brought down, but job done. The blunt object that, well, Rival have been trying to use just to get at that gem carrier. Here's Jay surging ahead, hypercharge. The raw stats are far more useful here than the montage deflect capacity, given the composition he's up against. And that gets Revenant X Spark to 10. Terry needs to get busy, but they know where he is right now. Gadget popped here by Sergeant. It is slow-mo replay active. Mameshi looking for a bit of damage here from the sky. Sergeant with the super active does pull IC in his direction. Fanstorm thrown down, but Revenant respected. Back off to the corner. Terry tries to hit hard, but swinging for the fence isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, it's not quite enough seconds on the clock there to get a reset, but a good attempt at it, no doubt about it. Rival Esports adaptations are a must. I want to see more from this BB of Terry. At the beginning of the last game, he was doing so well in the back spawn, but then just overthrown. It just feels like Revenant are very much savvy to the attempt.
Well, Revenant have a tanky comp as well, and they don't mind too much being knocked back. I think they can still hit the BB pretty easily. Response, nice gadget instead to avoid a bat swing. Jay, maybe getting a little bit more than he bargained for here and doesn't have the reload in time. He definitely loses that 1v1 to the BB.
Sergeant going in. Oh, a lovely backstage pass. Gadget from Mameshi avoids the Hypnosis. Icy comes in though as well, just to secure things. That's more gems in the pocket for Rival Esports. The hypercharge on the Kaze. You know what that means. They can get the lineup, they can get some multiple marks on here. Revenant will be dropping like flies. He went straight for Response. Makes a lot of sense to target him specifically.
You can't catch Mameshi. Bro is doing whatever needs to be done to avoid this damage. Jay there, of course, was from within the hypercharge montage, gets that damage boost that allows him to finally take down one of his opponents. But it's tough. I think this BB is a problem because I think it's really only Response that can fight Terry. Outside of that, you know, you've got the matchups that you're looking for. Might have been booster used here just for a little bit of that extra healing, and Response is able to bring Terry down to the Shadow Realm. Meaning Jay and Sergeant go for another push. Oh, backstage pass, not enough this time. And the hypercharge super unable to be used by Mameshi. Feels like Sergeant is a ticking time bomb with those supers.
I mean, imagine having a buster gem carrier. The whole plan for Revenant was to get a steal like that, and the time was perfect. 5 seconds left. Mameshi's in the skies, and therefore just trying to get as much damage, but there's no one there for support. And Revenant X-Spark get the first set in a very convincing fashion, let's be honest.
And it's an interesting pick of the buster here. I asked what the application was supposed to be. But just having another tanky body with some crowd control, the ability to yank someone back and, you know, force them to fight you on the spot is pretty important. Looking here over the stats, right, I see on that Kaze quite often struggling despite a great amount of damage, and honestly, 7 eliminations is nothing to sneer at. Not able to shake those gems loose. And the Janna is good until Sergeant comes in with a hypercharged super. At that point, if you don't have your super to fly away, you're getting caught in that super. You're getting hypnotized and you're having the gems taken away. All it takes is one good push from Sergeant Clash to give the round to Revenant X-Spark.
0 from Ameshi is a really tough stat to see, isn't it, really? You expected a bit more.
He's just trying to live, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to get gems. But that's the issue, right? Janet is such a passive mid. Someone who can't always contribute meaningfully to the overall damage game, but you have BB and Kaze. You, in theory, should have enough, but you're going up against 2 tanks. That is tough.
Yeah, watching Janet this weekend, I haven't been overly convinced of myself. It's been one of those hit-or-miss brawlers for the most part. But for Knockout, certainly a very different opportunity here for Rival to get this right. And they do have to get this right. No more second chances here today. It's do or die now for these teams on set. They want to claim a golden ticket to the most prestigious event in the Brawl Esports calendar. And it's Rival Esports that have got the lead.
Pretty jovial faces on stage here. Rival clearly not feeling the pressure so much. Mameshi, I think Jay had locked eyes for a bit there, and I think Mameshi was even offering him some maybe mildly ironic applause. Terry, of course, fighting to be the first South Korean player at a World Finals since 2019. Been a long time coming for that region, who here and there have had moments of looking competitive in East Asia, but often just in, disparate individuals who find their way onto rosters to try and make a run for the big bucks. Gonna be New Horizons up next. Haven't seen a ton of this map, of course. This has got a really open area in the middle. We've seen strategies in the past that have revolved around the Grey and Buster, playing for just that one push in the late game. Buster will earn the super. So I think if you're not playing to pick Buster, trying to go for like projectile-reliant brawlers can be a bit of a trap.
Yeah, it's a tough map, especially with brawlers like Brock that can break the map open, but brawlers like Angelo can do quite well in that regard as well. So I'm looking for those assassination brawlers like Bonnie as well, potentially here, alongside the bans, hopefully, of the Oli and the Mina. I think that would just be wise to consider. Jae Young as well, really versatile on a map like this. And, Knockout, it's all about staying alive for as long as possible. Jae Young's actually going to be left open. Oli left open as well. Artie and the Cordelius, they are Revenant specials, really, in that regard. The Kit, the Brock, and the Charlie from Revenant kind of says that they want to keep the map up and keep those walls in play here. And the Charlie, there's a lot of brawlers that she specifically picked to shut down. Bonnie's one of them.
Very reasonable pickup here. It gives you some all-in potential. It also allows you to have that frame of invulnerability. Let's say the gas is closed in. But crucially, like we've always been talking about, 2 stuns on that hypercharged super. One on the way out, one on the way back down. Can really turn the game in your favor. Also, a very respectable amount of damage. You don't normally think about being able to do damage as you eject from Clyde, the cannon. Obviously, remember the default skin of Bonnie, it shoots teeth.
Yeah.
We forget that because we're always seeing players skinning it up, but it's quite... Yeah, and we do notice, obviously, Bonnie, she is in need of some dental work, so I'll let you guys put 2 and 2 together. Oli seems like a very reasonable pick. Obviously, any sort of AoE potential, you can jump over those walls, right? If you're not looking at wall break, at least you can circumvent them. Byron, a pseudo-thrower with super available, a hypercharge that has really shot him back up into vogue.
I quite like this. The Byron and the Oli. A Jae Young double down on those heals could be quite disgusting. For Revenant now, a chance to follow up on their first pick of that Bonnie. And again, I do worry. Those aggressive brawlers still very much in play here, even despite the Oli getting picked up. Kaze could be on their minds here. Angelo, I think, for safety, wouldn't be the worst of shouts with that Brock ban. We want to keep the walls up, it feels like to me. Gene going to come in. Hank is a possibility here, I feel, potentially here. It's a bit of a risky one, but nonetheless, the Gene kind of says to me that they want to kind of all stick beyond that healing. There's the Jae Young. They're actually going to double down, double healer. Maybe even take it off the cards and ensure that they can't do the other, can't do that on the side of Rival.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty audacious, picking that into Byron, who can, cause problems for healers. And also, circling back to the Buster idea we had at the start of this draft, Byron's hypercharge is not something you want to group up for. You will get flanked. Given that it fires his main attack out in all directions, you just don't. You just can't play in that way anymore. So, Dark is the pickup here. Damage that goes through walls, and of course on Knockout, having that revival is so important, given that Terry is going to be playing aggressive, he's going to be diving in, looking for big supers. There's a huge element of risk associated with that. Now, even if you burst the Ollie down, bro's coming back.
This is interesting. But the Gene now is going to have to really work overtime, I feel. certainly if they get the body combination with that, the hypercharge, they bring someone in with the magic hand, jump up, stun them so that they are susceptible to being damaged, because the DPS is where I'm a little bit worried actually for Revenant here. Can they take down a swift magic hand takedown in time?
We don't want to underestimate Jaeyoung's damage output ability under the conditions of that Weekend Warrior. And again, it depends if you have the right star power, but if you take the extra high note, you get extra damage per target pierced. It's a bit niche, really, for people that group up. More commonly, you see the crowd goes mild, getting a speed boost if you're in range of teammates. Spawn's not doing that so far, trying to give a little boost over to Jay. We have a big group up here for Rival in the corner. Tough to damage them, and well, a pretty limited amount of wall break outside of the magic hand here for Revenant X Spark.
Sergeant's with magic hand. We might see a Weekend Warrior gadget combo here with the Jaeyoung, and it's a perfect ball! Lovely there from Sergeant. A crucial one to hit right at the beginning of the set.
And you have enough damage here to take down the Dud before he can super himself, which is massive. So even with a double healer comp, you can still burst down any target caught in the magic hand. That's so crucial for this comp to succeed. Rival have no business playing it the rest of this round. They don't want to feed, God forbid, another magic hand. And so into the gas, well, it will go.
It's the wise call to make for Rival, but not the best of stars. They haven't really been able to find a footing yet in this series. Response straight off the spawn isn't looking to slow down anytime soon. Look at Sergeant, immediately he's got the pull again. They can just target Icy, and they do just that. Icy goes in. He's got no ability to survive early other than self-heal. And now, yet again, a 3 versus 2.
Sergeant hypnotized, but can magic hand this, and he pops the hyper just to secure it. Terry has no resurrection available. Revenant have comp. There's no two ways about it. Perfect execution, and what I'm glad to see, Ark, is they're being proactive with the magic hand. They're not sitting on it. They're not waiting for a written invitation to use that Gene Super. Going in, securing the elimination, make it 3v2, and then close out the round.
I love it. Seeing Sergeant on different brawlers, all of which he's fully capable with and pulling in the goods, quite literally. I mean, it's wonderful. And you can see Rival Esports there in the aftermatch, just looking completely confused.
No ideas.
Baffled. They don't know what to do against this.
Loving these looks here for Revenant X Spark so far. Terry splits the map here. Leaves IC and Mameshi the Byron over on the right. Sergeant is able to get a decent amount of poke damage here and there. Still hasn't built that magic hand quite yet. Response, of course, is going to offer great sustain. Sergeant's getting a bit more audacious to find the damage, which is fine. Not about trying to find eliminations at this point. Just needs to build that super.
For Revenant, they've got to be cautious to not feed the hot dog to IC. That's what's keeping him so susceptible on the side of Rival. Once he obtains that, these Gene magic hands might not go the way of Revenant. Could actually backfire quite heavily.
And
Terry
jump
comes straight forwards. They get the kill though on the side of Rival. And now there's the hot dog. And they should be all right for this set now in a 3 versus 2. Yep, Revenant X Spark not even going to try for it.
Response in the gas that will eventually go down. But you see the idea. If you end up catching the Ollie, he can jump away. And if he has super for whatever reason, pop that for the extra sustain. Even if it's not going to connect with anyone, you've got to be a little selective about the magic hand. So be proactive with that Gene super. God, you better hit the right target.
Yes, Sergeant now does need to obtain it. He's been a bit slow in this game to really bring in that utility, but now he's got it. But he's going to land it on the right person. Perry coming in. That's a great amount of damage. It's a good defensive measure, but nonetheless, it's still a 3 versus 3, and hypercharges litter the side of Rival Esports. That dog, you know what that hypercharge can do.
And that was a lamp blowout gadget from the Gene, being able to knock the Ollie back. Perfect response there for Sergeant Clash. And now, hypercharge super to guarantee a pull in. Terry has gadget active right now. Of course, hypnotizing one of Revenant X Spark so they can't burst down the caught target by the magic hand is a part of the game plan. And I like Mameshi's playing here. Good positioning, not leaving himself susceptible to getting pulled, but that gas is going to make that harder and harder to do.
IC is baiting this magic handball because he can just connect the hot dog to Terry and ensure the survivability. Oh my word, it's chaos, but it is Rival Esports that have got so much going for them. Response slow, he will fall. That is what Rival needed. A game now and some valuable momentum.
And I really think Gene is so much a part of the strategy here. There's a lot of pressure on Sergeant's shoulders. They've got to be proactive, whereas Rival can honestly wait the round out and just have those gadgets preloaded. All right, you saw that is exactly what the Ollie had done to make sure there'd be an easy stun off the back of it. So Revenant X Spark a little bit more aggressive into the map this time. I think they might be putting it lightly. Look at Sergeant coming forward now. I see healing. Okay, Terry a little bit out of position. Gadget might be required here. And I don't know about that one. That might have cost you the round.
That was all response. That weakened warrior that pierced through to the rival Esports player to single him out. That was what it was all about. Mameshi and Icy had no choice but to go back to spawn and just isolate Terry. And I think that was a great way to start this round, but they've got to get that utility now flowing. Feed off the back of this. The gas is a long way away.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Jay is hoping to build a super here. That's basically all you want. Also, damage will work towards your hypers. In the next round, Rival won't be able to hold on to these supers here. Okay, Magic Hand used there. Look, I guess there's an argument for doing so, but you know the round's going to be over either way. You just maybe want some insurance, but Sergeant needs this damage here on Mameshi. And we'll get his super back. So, all's well that ends well.
I mean, I don't like the risk, honestly. But fortunately, he gets it back, most importantly. That's the thing. But, I mean, when you got a round coming up, that's the thing that makes Gene so dangerous at the beginning of it. And Terry comes straight in with the hot dog spicy. Connects in just the nick of time. Sergeant in a precarious position for these fire on poisons. And next time, Jay going straight into the other storm. He gets two!
The Chad Mountain.
Unreal!
He is the avalanche on Chad Mountain right now. Jay makes the play, dives on in to collect 2 eliminations just as Rival were poised to get right in the face of Revenant X Spark and take the round there. Perfectly done. Mameshi. Now, 1v2 not entirely out of the question. Needs a really nice super connection. Pops the gadget, hopes for a little bit of extra damage. Nicely done onto Jay. Mameshi has to respect it, though. And that will be a Revenant X Spark set again. 2-0 up in this series. And while there are signs of life for Rival Esports, they are quashed all too soon.
A glimmer there for Rival, but not much more than that. And that was a set which they really did need, because Revenant are starting to get out of control with this. Do we want to start the day with a sweep?
I mean, no, not really. But the drafts have been so clean from Revenant X Spark. Really enjoyed their approach here. We were skeptical about whether or not they'd have enough damage with this double support setup, but as soon as the first Magic Hand came in, and I think it was an Ollie that just got blown to smithereens, we knew they would be just fine. It was that pick off there. IC, in fact, was the one that got caught out. What I love about this game, though, is that genuinely both teams have outs to play to. Right? As long as you can hit that Doug super, you're in with a good chance. You need to go aggressive off the back of that. It's not Jay making the play. Noticing here, right, because the Doug super, they're going for them. Jay just forces the Ollie back by, throwing some aggression and stuns him as well. That is a massive moment. Every reason to be electrified after that, I feel.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to embrace that. I mean, in Brawl, we talk about it all the time, but it's true. It is such a momentum-based game. And stuff like this, at the right moment of the year, I mean, this is not, I said it yesterday, not just a season's worth of work. It's a career's worth of work. And for Sergeant, after last year, he wants to make good. Again, a golden ticket winner in 2023. People like him coming back know exactly what it takes to be composed in moments like this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are rapidly gaining like elite level experience at Brawl Stars, right? At this point, we've got quite a number of lands between them, which, I mean, is really important because I always feel like for many of these up-and-coming teams, you need to suffer a crippling loss on land to really get that out of the way, right? To really make sure the next time you come back to the stage, you don't have the jitters, right? Obviously, it's not something you want to think about as a pro player, like, oh, my first LAN appearance is, it's going to be a loss, but I see it all the time. Once you get that out of the way, though, you never really feel that same level of nerves again. The worst thing that can happen is you get knocked out, and you don't think about it too much anymore. We've got a lot of experience on the stage with a mix of, newcomers or at least rookies to the international stage, so these two teams have had to fight through, I'm sure, those doubts and, of course, those nerves. But we are in day 3 now, right? At this point, the barest expectation is that you're ready to play under match conditions in front of this very loud crowd, under extreme pressure. Rival Esports, they're feeling it right now. 0-2 down, on the precipice of elimination, just before the final hurdle, as Revenant X Spark are continuing to build ahead of steam.
And it's crazy to think that to get to this spot, that both teams have had 2-3 scorelines to battle through. I mean, unreal. Honestly, Rival have one additional match having to come through the losers bracket.
Right.
So, I mean, it really has been so much of a triumph to make it even to a golden ticket day.
Rival have played 14 sets of Brawl Stars to get to this game. Almost the absolute maximum, right? It was that Experian NXT 3-1 that gave them somewhat of a reprieve. But they've been playing maximum Brawl Stars now, which can have positive and negative impacts, right? Those are long days. But today they get to come in fresh just to play the single match. They get to focus all their attention now on this final set. It's pinhole punt, folks. Straight away, Hank is going to be prioritized. This definitely raises the question of Jaeyong. If you want to try and snap him up early, or go for a power brawler of your own.
We might see a kit here from Rival Esports. It's a bit of an odd one because the Mo is one of their top picked brawlers in scrims. 8 instances, 73% of a win rate. And with the Otis ban there as well, I mean, it just might mean that Kit has a bit more of an opportunity to do some work here. Fink's going to be coming in a #1 pick for Revenant in their scrims. So both sides certainly have done their research. Buster here is still open for Revenant X-Spark, and we've seen already, they're not afraid to combine tank with tank. It really was quite effective for them, even in gem grab, having a tank as a gem carrier. Absolutely wild, as far as I'm concerned here. Draco is available as well, and that's going to be a dangerous brawler combined with a Byron. Is that what's brewing for this third and final pick for them?
I want to point out as well that we have some pretty decorated coaches on the stage. On the side of Rival Esports is Kenji, who'll remember, obviously, competed in mid-season in 2022 as part of that Zeta Division 1 roster. Definitely someone who's earned a bit of a name for himself. Revenant X-Spark side, I think these players need zero introduction at this point. Byron and Fink's here for Rival. See what the next pick will be.
Speaking of Kenji, man, he said on Twitter to everyone cheering for my Rival, don't worry, I'll make sure they lose no matter what. Well, hate to be the one to break it to you, buddy. You are 2 sets down.
You know what's crazy? Kenji was on this roster. On this Rival Esports roster. On this Revenant X-Spark roster, pardon me. In fact, these players have sort of crossed over a lot. Terry used to be on this team too. It's kind of insane. Right? The Max getting picked up. Is this the first Max pick we've seen?
I believe it is.
And it's not Tensai?
And it's double tank. I mean, this is really quite gnarly, and it could very much change the course of direction for whatever Rival Esports were cooking, because now they've got to take care of this. I mean, the Finks and the Byron is just not enough. They need a hard-hitting brawler realistically here. I mean, something wild and crazy, like even like a Colette or even a Shelly. I mean, right now, they've got a huge problem. Their plan is got to go to plan B and deviate, because, I mean, Frank, it's not a bad shout, but, I mean, I feel like this is going to be
quite a pivot.
So dangerous.
I mean, okay, Frank is fine here on pinhole punt. Again, you can certainly open up the map, and you want to be oppressive by controlling mid with the Finks. These tanks don't so much care about, Finks. Of course, Ollie, very powerful. The fact that he can get a speed boost, off the Max to be able to connect those supers even easier. I love this last pick. It's very hard to see this one coming. Max is a very mechanically demanding brawler, and Jay is the one in the pilot seat.
I mean, I was thinking maybe Cordelis is better than the Frank. It's a very wide open map. It's really tough. I feel like Revenant and X-Spark here have done an absolute cook of this draft. And it's actually Rival that start things off strong. And these Byron Hill's going to force Ice to be able to walk it in. Very straightforward. No hypnosis there from the Ollie either. And Revenant X-Spark on the back foot early on.
Okay, so we like the draft. That's all well and good. Nice gadget use there, though, by the Finks. Terry almost got away, but Sargent's going to make sure that there is connection off that super. Here's Jay! Out of absolutely nowhere, and that's exactly what Max can do with that super. Breeze past you with more mobility than almost any other brawler.
Byron half a charge, forcing things through. There's the time warp. Also, Icy pushing the ball just to the side so he can take care of business. Gets the slam. No!
Great catch it.
The face shift there, but also Terry finds the ball, gets the game. That's exactly what Rival needed.
Did you see that active noise cancelling activation from the Frank to shrug off the hypnosis? That is a sick response. And Rival clearly feel they need to bring in a brawler who can, again, deny that hypnosis. That was sick from IC. What a play.
I feel like with the Max and 2 tanks, Revenant should be putting up a bit more of a fight here. Good taps from X9J. That's going to be getting him ever closer to getting that super, pushing his way forwards again, using the super for himself even to Sargent. He's got to find the ball. It's a 1 versus 2. He might have gone for a little streaky bounce shot there. Thought better of it. Ball cleared, and now Rival forcing their way forwards down the field.
Well, to get a bit of damage now was earned those fish torpedoes. But Jay finding that he's pretty squishy, and if he takes a hit from this Byron, he's in a rough spot. Nice big super that's to disrupt a lot of the shots coming in from Jay, but IC serves himself up on a silver platter.
Took care of business well on the side of Revenant, and now here comes again that max speed. A pass all over the place is available to Sergeant, but he's going to just go and walk this one in. That is a good way to start things off, considering that they're already a game down.
You can see how good the max is, both with the Hank and with this Ollie. Can guarantee bubble connection if you make use of that super. And Sergeant almost had himself two. IC's able to get the super off just in time. And God forbid he stays alive as well. Jay has to be careful. Phase shifting away from this damage. Needs to corner the ball right now, but the cone of damage from Terry and IC will claim him.
These Byron heals really are fantastic from Ameshi at keeping IC in play. And a real threat here, but a big stun to nowhere. Hypercharge now for X9J, pushing forwards. IC Hypnosis there as well.
Here we go.
And now is a great opportunity to get this ball through. The punch through is there! Revenant X Mark are just one game away from a golden ticket. And for Rival now, they've got to bring more.
They've got a comp that can do it, but it is really scary if the chips line up for Revenant X Spark and they get a max super to really take their Hank and Ollie presence up to 11. Jay needs to hit these shots, and he's having no issues in doing so. It's a phase shift across the map, but Terry's already under extreme pressure. Throws the super down, but he is overwhelmed. Revenant X Spark are on the threshold of greatness.
Revenant are not taking their foot off the gas, but X9J does need the fuel to be able to push it forward. No speed in the 1 versus 3. He's got nowhere to go but back.
IC still has a super here. That's something you've got to fear. With that active noise cancelling, it's going to be tough to disrupt this Frank, and there it is. Response going to be stunned up. Sergeant also caught out by it. Hypercharge popped by IC. Big slam as X9J is turned into pace, and it's an easy walk-in for the Frank.
One game for a set for Rival. One game for everything for Revenant. And here we go. It's a big, easy push. Oh, IC stays alive though. Can X9J make something of this? I don't know now. Not with that poison.
This is going to give Terry a lot of space to move up immediately. Revenant X Spark are going to be under threat. The goal is open because of that Frank super earlier. Revenant X Spark have to be on guard for long shots on goal here.
Response now has got to connect with these Hank shots, these bubbles going into IC, and the support from X9J, perfect. More max speed. Terry's got to do well here. He's all alone. Response forcing his way forwards, but he's got so much to contend with. And again, Mameshi gets the save.
1 minute left in the game, and once more it's Rival with possession. Working their way down the field. Sergeant Clash does have a super at the ready. Response with the fist torpedoes for some extra sustain. Pink super dropped down in the middle of the map. There's nothing for Revenant X Spark to do for the time being. They need to just wait this out.
Sergeant says go. He's connected to Hypnosis there as well. Mameshi will fall. X9J bringing Response forward. The ball in the corner. Now passing through. It's got to be there. Revenant have already gone and done it. It only took a spark to ignite the fuse. But once lit, there was no stopping Revenant from blowing away all their opposition.
Talk about an Inferno arc. Revenant X Spark blazing a trail to the World Finals. Sergeant Clash once more will stand on that stage. Response will have the opportunity to fight for his second World Championship. And Jay, who missed out on LCQ by a singular point last year, this time has made it far enough to stand amongst the Titans of Brawl Stars.
Now they claim an invitation to the most prestigious event in all of Brawl. A golden ticket to the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Gente, que momento legal. A gente acabou de ver mais o primeiro time a garantir o seu Golden Ticket aqui. Agora eu vou fazer uma entrevista com o Sergeant do time vencedor aqui do primeiro Golden Ticket. Eu vou fazer em inglês e vou traduzir para vocês, beleza? Para todo mundo aqui ficar na mesma página e conseguir entender. Wow, what a performance. Congratulations, you have secured your Golden Ticket to the World Finals right now. And I would like to know, how does it feel, this moment for you?
It feels amazing because we're from a small sub-region I feel like we didn't get the same practice other teams did. So I really appreciate us winning because we worked very hard compared to other teams.
Perfect. Então ele falou que tá muito feliz nesse momento, até porque ele não teve tanto tempo para se preparar como as outras regiões, mas esse momento para ele é incrível e ele tá realmente muito feliz. And we gotta be honest right now, because you guys have been placed in the group of death, one of the toughest groups here. And I would like to know, just be honest with me, do you guys knew from the very beginning that you're gonna make here to get your golden ticket?
We thought our group was free. We obviously thought that Crazy Lagoon and Inner Circle are very good. But apart from Crazy Lagoon, I feel like Inner Circle was a very easy opponent. We messed up, otherwise I feel like our group was one of the easiest.
Perfect. Então, minha família, ele falou assim que sabia que seria difícil, mas felizmente eles conseguiram chegar nesse momento. Eles lutaram bastante, conversaram em casa, eles se sentiram confiantes e eles provaram para todo mundo que eles conseguiram. Now, in this moment, I would like to present the whole team. Please come to the center of the stage. Because now, you guys get your own golden ticket!
Strong words there from Sergeant Clash. We actually felt like our group in the end was one of the easiest. Can't argue with that. Now, as they're the ones to hold this golden ticket aloft, they shared this Group A, of course. New Heights Gaming, Crazy Raccoon, and Inner Circle Esports, and they stand amongst them, or above them even now. Now, how are we going to get the confetti off the stage before the next game?
That's not a bad question.
Is that a workplace hazard?
I mean, Sergeant was always one to talk a bit of smack, wasn't he, back in the LCQ of 2023? But, I mean, why not? I mean, a 3-0 sweep to start day 3, the most important day of this event, and Revenant have just laid down the gauntlet.
After a very good day 1 and day 2 for Revenant X-Spark, after 2-3-2s, they struggled through those 2 days. Now, a quick sweep against rival Esports. I'm especially happy that Trev was the only one who got his predictions wrong.
Really? Yeah, that's crazy.
And I'm very happy for Revenant X-Spark. I don't think on day 1 many would have believed they are going to be the team to walk away with that first golden ticket. And we're going to head straight to our second match, Reply Totem versus Team Electros. We have 3 more tickets to give away. Let's see who's gonna claim them.
Getting this golden ticket to me and my team, it means all, because we always qualified for every World Finals since we played in competitive, so it would mean a lost year for us, and we don't want that to happen, obviously.
For me personally, being able to qualify for the World Finals this year would be a dream come true. I feel like I've put a lot of work in this year. There's been a lot of ups and downs for me, so it would mean the world if we got to qualify. And I know for the team, if they got to go to the World Finals as their second ever LAN events, that would mean the world to them. And I really want to be able to kick off their careers because they're younger at a World Finals.
After a 3-0 for our first golden ticket match of the day, we're now heading into the second one out of 4. We have 3 more tickets to give away. I'm super excited to see which 4 will get the chance to keep their dream of World Finals, and which 4 sadly have to have that dream pop today. I really feel for those teams, honestly. I really struggled with my predictions anyway. I was like, yeah, my heart is going to break either way.
Trav's struggling with his predictions, let's be honest.
yeah,
This
bro.
is
Oh,
match
I'm so
one,
happy about that, though.
We're good, we're good.
Bro is, yeah, he's lost from the source today, that's fair enough. But you're right, I mean, I want to say that these games come down to all one match, but that's not true because these teams have fought through now 3 days of play. The Reply Totem always had a sense like maybe they shouldn't really be here. These guys are kind of cracked. They're a household name in Brawl Esports out of EMEA, a star-studded roster. For me, like, I think they've got every reason to feel confident.
I mean, at least 2 of them have been playing also in 2024 at the World Finals. For Angel Boy, this is a chance for redemption. He did not make it last year. Now, can he make it in green this time?
Exactly that. You know, the last LCQ year for Angel Boy was not fruitful. The 2023 was. For Maru and Maori, they were able to fight through tooth and nail about LCQ, but for this squad, for Team Electros, I mean, this really is like an amazing story. If they can go all the way here, they have defied all the odds to do so. For us, I mean, the start of this year was just a bit of a mess, and to bring things now, I think it's so commendable.
We're looking at it here again. Angel Boy did not qualify in 2024 together with Stamina EU. He unfortunately lost in a 2-3
Lost to
series.
Ope, didn't he?
Same thing also for Slivy. He played on Tribe Gaming and he got beaten last year also by Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, that Reply Totem team who came through LCQ to get 3rd, 4th at Worlds, that was incredible from them. I mean, they were very impressive, I think, in that run. I expect to see the same here.
And now it's time to see those 2 teams step on that stage one more time. Fight in the cage for the golden tickets. And yeah, I'm ready. I hope you are too. Let's bring them in.
Every second counts. They are ready to make it legendary. Give it up and welcome stage Reply Totem! They have saved their best brawl for last battle. And this is where glory meets destiny. Give it up and welcome on stage, Team Electro!
We're hearing the crowd roar for Reply Totem and Team Electros. Happy to see also that Rage there to step in between Angel Boy and Mari yet again. Let's see how that will fare for his nose.
Yeah, I'm here. Watch out, Drajo. He better be working on his ducks. You know what I mean? Maybe give him a little bit of a step back, because I sure as heck don't want to get into a slap battle with Angel Boy. My goodness. For Team Electros, I'm sure they must feel pretty gratified to even be here. For Diego, it's his first LAN. He actually is not initially a part of this team. He replaces Bilal due to visa issues. He's just really a victim, frankly, of the most disgraceful display we've ever seen from a North American team. Some horrendous team chemistry, something that's not his fault. He has to sit back and watch his team just disintegrate because maturity clearly not in full supply over there. So great to see him get a chance here, but they're going up against, in my opinion, probably one of the scariest teams here. It's Revenant X Spark and Reply Totem as the top 2 teams at LCQ, in my opinion.
Reply Totem are the only team left in this competition that have been able to get to this stage on sweeps. Now, there's only 2 other teams in the entire world, and the history of Brawl Esports that have been able to achieve that at an LCQ. One of those teams being SK Gaming in 2023 LCQ, and the other being Foot Esports last year's LCQ. So can Reply Totem today cement themselves and be that 3rd?
I'm really looking forward to this match. Another EMEA versus NA banger. And yes, Reply Totem, they're looking so strong this weekend, but they had a rough run this year. Both in Split 1 and Split 2, they didn't have the best of results. Is it just because they're now standing on stage and they're truly the LAN warriors? Or why is that?
Yeah, they are LAN dragons. They always have slow starts. Always. Last year, they had a slow start, and still no one doubted they'd be a really strong team heading into Worlds, and lo and behold, they're in the semi-finals.
Do it.
Jam it, bro.
Go for it. You're a whale, mate. You're a whale.
Just, hopefully Mum's credit card is not hooked up to that account. That's all I'm saying. Okay, we're heading into hideout to start this series off. Again, I'm feeling pretty confident about Totem, but they haven't really been challenged. Chapter of Happiness, they blew through. Na'Vi, I thought, might actually have given them a bit more trouble, but Electros have played 14 sets of Brawl to get here. Almost the maximum number of games required. Some very close series. Now, is it fatigue setting in, or has that experience galvanized them to take this ticket?
This is the question for me. And for Team Electros, they've got to bring it all together now. It's not been an easy region this year. North America has had its peaks and troughs for many. They've got this far. They've got to keep reminding themselves of that. Again, 2-3 scorelines and 3-2 scorelines. One to Papara Supermassive and one to BC Gaming. Team Electros hanging by a thread here.
And you've mentioned how it's the first LAN experience for Diego Gamer, but in a recent interview, Islivy did say he's going to strive with the crowd. He's going to take it as an extra motivation. He feels like Diego Gamer will actually like the crowd, and so far it did look like it's helping Team Electros. Many haven't even seen them on day 3, but they're standing here today, and they, at least for Islivy, once again have to face off against this Italian-Ukrainian roster, which I'm sure it's going to evoke some memories.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think Reply Totem, Mara and Murray have been mainstays of this team, but they've always needed someone in the driving seat for them, right?
Yeah.
You know, someone to guide them, someone to call, to draft, and those two just kind of go and do their own thing. Angel Boy is the one in that position this time around, and I trust him. I think they also trust him with that role as well. But it's always kind of felt like Maru, Murray, and the other guy. I'd like to see Angel Boy be the guy here in this kind of matchup. I think he really needs to take that position up against a very experienced opponent in Eslivy, right? He's seen some of the biggest stages before. We wondered if his career still had legs. It's clear to see that that's the case, and no one expected Electros to, at last minute, to have to cobble themselves together and make a run, but here they are in a golden ticket game. Just one more step up against, to me, the final boss of LCQ.
I'm with you. I want to see Angel Boy from LCQ 2023 brought forward to 2025, hoisting Maru and Maori in each arm at the end of this one. But I feel like for Team Electros, they're not going to hand this over. This is not going to be an easy win by a long shot. Rafiki is so dangerous. I cannot say it enough. If they get the right brawlers on the side of Team Electros, those up close and personal ones, Reply Totem are going to have a problem on their hands.
And it looks like we have the brawlers now. Double support on both sides. Gene Max, an age-old combination, works out super well with the symbiosis. Gene will hit his pulls a bit more consistently thanks to the speed. And then on the other side, Jae Young and Gus. I love both of those comps. Both are winning comps.
Team Electros, Sunny, with a very classic take on this heist game type. They're going to go aggressive here behind this Max Super, but Rafiki got a little bit more than he bargained for there, and the map's starting to get opened up with that supply drop coming in. Rafiki hit by the Weekend Warrior behind the wall. Diego popped by Angel Boy. Looks at the firepower. Certainly rests with the EMEA team.
They're not done yet. Look at this. Oh, dropping like flies. Rafiki just about stays alive there. But Diego Gamer fell. Angel Boy now has got that shielding on that right-hand side, and I love this from Reply Totem. They've got such solid ground here.
And they're laying it on thick. Nice slow-mo replay catches Maori, but it's going to be a shield instantly conferred by Angel Boy. And so the Chaeyoung will be able to walk away scot-free. A 5-star lead. And now Electros have to cross this open, expansive map to get to grips with Reply Totem.
Diego Gamer has got a magic hand pull, which he was missing on day 1. I need to get a connect. Rafiki finds the pick up there. The slow-mo replay. And there's the pull we needed. Team Electros now with 5 and the blue take the lead.
2 pulls in that engagement. First, the slow-mo replay to catch someone out, and then Diego cleverly sits behind the montage to pull in yet another player, and they're going to go for it yet again as Livy surges ahead. Sandbags protecting Maru to some degree. Angel Boy is in the thick of things now, and he might not have the healing that he needs. Montage thrown up. Both teams awkwardly disengage after no shortage of blows exchanged.
Totem want that supply drop. It's lurking. Team Electros are baiting it. 20 seconds left on the clock, but Reply Totem only need 1. Speed for Maori now, and Angel Boy stops the flank off in its tracks. Speed from a screen, and a huge push, hypercharge, missed magic hands, but there's the pickup with 10 seconds on the clock.
And for now, they've done enough. They're going to group up around this cluster. The Rafiki gets picked off. This puts Electros only 1 gem up. Murray wants to try and surge ahead, but it's no time for Reply Totem. I love this from Electros. No respect gaming, and they know what they have to do. It's a straightforward push off the Max Super to get in the face of Reply Totem to snatch up those stars.
But a few missed shots there towards the end of field from Maori. That might have been the difference maker. But for Reply Totem, regardless as to whether it would have been. They've got to shake that one off. Very close game to start things off.
Yeah, both teams with a really good understanding of how their comp is supposed to win. You've got to respect Electros when they come forward with that maxed super. Look at Maori, aggressive positioning, weaving a couple of shots there in Rafiki's direction. Now up against the wall he goes. Diego needs some poke damage, and Angel Boy is really trying to limit that super generation of the Gene.
Maori changes over the hill side of things. Maybe Totem wants to be able to endure this. But just look at this, Rafiki is so dangerous on this left-hand side with his Livy. It's shots there from Maru again. These have got to start landing. Some potential nerves here. Low HP for Team Electros. The magic heals from Gene are going to come in very clutch.
Yeah, crucial, of course. The magic hand available. Those puffs from Diego will let us shrug off a lot of this poke damage that comes in. A bit easier for Diego to build up successive magic hands as the map is more open now. All Electros need to do is connect these supers. Here's Rafiki taking a long way around with that max speed boost. Now with that montage, if he needs it. Slow-mo replay also an option, but Diego found the magic hand, catch on to Maru, and then Electros will simply slink away.
There's only one star in this. If Reply Totem can just find one, it will take the lead. Livy sends the speed to Rafiki, who doesn't outstay his welcome there. They've got a good trap spawned pinch here. Rafiki, though, brings the shield in. Slow-mo replay, and again, not outstaying their welcome. Angel Boy falls! That's more stars! Electros have got 4 now, a 3-star lead with 20 seconds.
Clever by Rafiki, doesn't pop hyper there, just needs to use the montage to get away. 17 seconds left in the round, a reply totem need 3 stars, and off they go. Rafiki with a boost, Angel Boy hits that super, knocks Rafiki back, and so Electros retreat into the corner of the map. Diego's got a magic cannon as Livy goes forward, but Weekend Warrior smashes the max to smithereens. 1 star in it, here they come. Angel Boy pushing up and low, as Livy in his face, and Electros have done enough. How about them apples? NA's number 5 seed notches up the first set.
And again, a real buzzer beater. A couple more seconds there, and they were toast. For Reply Totem, they just didn't time the run effectively. And some pretty poor stats. I loved this Max and Buster combo. It really was dirty. And to think that we haven't seen Max all event long, and now we're getting a bit of a showcase.
I think we got it yesterday once, right? But it feels like everybody's been saving that particular pick, the most obvious pick, it almost feels, until the late stages of this tournament. Let's look back a little bit over how the way this map went. This is a double pull. Look at Diego here. Bam! Nothing that Maori could do about that, especially with the montage in play. Good draft. Good overarching strategy, but the execution for me was what really made the difference. This is a bit lopsided. You can see that Maori, of course, has a ton of burst damage to that Weekend Warrior. Max only with about 5-6k HP, can't do a ton in that 1 versus 1. Power creep in Brawl Stars is a real thing, but a classic comp with classic brawlers, that's the win in the first set for Electros.
It was a fantastic draft, and Drage will have to bring out the book for this next set if they want to stop that momentum, and I suggest they do that. 2 sets though is not where you want to be. I don't want to see a sweep.
Okay, all right.
That's my plan for today, is that was the first and last in the previous match. Death Cap Trap up next. Gem Grab, all about control, all about retaining gems, and just ensuring the objective.
It's nice to see Reply Totem finally being challenged on their road to a golden ticket here. Blowing through Chapter of Happiness and Na'Vi in quick succession. Now though, a furrow of the brow. Drage, of course, added to this team following Guesty's departure to assist more with those drafts. Considered one of the top drafters out in MEA. It's one of the reasons why I've seen Drage actually float around between a couple of different teams, right? Found his spot in more of a coaching position now. Obviously had plenty of run as a player. The Death Cat Trap, of course, is going to be the kind of map where you definitely want to have those strong side lanes, and we're looking at safe mids. Janet's already been an option today, but we were unconvinced by her in that previous series.
Yeah, I suggest Drage stay as a coach and not try his hand in boxing, because, he wouldn't do too well, would he? Let's be honest.
Glass jaw.
But certainly, this is a really key moment for Reply Totem to bring forward the draft. This is a map as well which they've had a great amount of scrims by comparison of Team Electros, way over double. So the bans are in, the Ruffs, the Cordelius, first pick Ollie for Reply Totem. That's a good start.
Yeah.
Might even go for the Max here, honestly. It's one that they've tried a lot. The Cordelius, the Lily ban also, as well as the Mina, the Kids, and the Lily ban twice on the side of Team Electros.
Yeah, I feel like the Ollie being open stood out like a sore thumb. And it's a no-brainer for Reply Totem to snap that brawler up. From here, though, it's a little bit less cut and dry. Now that the Ollie has gone away, you might want to try and build your support core or just find your mid to kick things off. Yeah, Janet comes in. Again, not exactly the best brawler in terms of contributing to the overall damage required.
No survivors.
The Kaze will certainly have plenty of deeps.
I love that for Team Electros. Kaze been getting a great amount of play over the course of this event. Reply Totem now. Max Sandy, it's kind of what they've been scrimming recently, and I love that combo. But it has been a while, hasn't it? Let's be honest. No real wall break yet on the side of Team Electros, so it is a real possibility here. That's where they want to go for it. Ruffs as well certainly would be a helping hand. They banned it themselves for good reason. They don't want to be able to hand over anything like that to Team Electros to be able to cycle those hypercharges. Crow, are they coming in for what I'm assuming will be their gem carrier? And they need another aggressive lane side. It could potentially even be a Hank here. That's their top pick in scrims.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of Hank, you're right, coming out from these guys. Totem, they're a big Ruffs team. They have been in the past, sort of not available. Hits has also been something they've tried to work in. That's been banned out as a result. Sandy will be the pick, excuse me. Not the longest range composition for Reply Totem, but this team certainly hits hard when push comes to shove. And you're likely to be in your effective range if you're Maru because Diego Gamer needs to close the gap. Lumi, however, doesn't want to do that nearly so much, and there are some important chokes you can control with that Grim and Frostbitten gadget. Well, we talked about Crow coming back into vogue much more as of late, and a huge component of that is the defense booster shield. It's not a set amount of damage that it prevents. It prevents 40% of damage that comes in. It's straight damage reduction, not a flat amount, which is amazing, especially against, again, multiple brawlers, situations where you really need that durability. Defense booster is absolutely the go-to. We know Utility Knives is pretty sick when they pierce and bounce back to you after using that hypercharged super. So in we go, second set. Team Electro stunning us with a very solid take of set against Reply Totem on Bounty. Gem grab though, different game, different draft, different field.
It's going to actually be Diego Gamer on the Lumi pick. I'm surprised. As Lumi was playing it fantastically over the course of this LCQ. Mario there with a sneaky hypnosis onto Rafiki there. It's actually going to end in a trade there. Surprised. As Livy forced to jump away there with backstage pass gadgets, so no drop the base on that Janet side. Diego Gamer just trying to lurk, does find Angel Boy there as well in the bush.
Great catch.
Nice, lovely sweet dreams from Angel Boy. That was crucial.
Diego Gamer essentially can keep Angel Boy out of the game, controlling the chokes with this range. Rafiki looks like he's trading evenly with Maru, which means it's Maori versus Ezlivy a lot of the time. And the Crow definitely has the damage edge over... Oh, okay, Ezlivy's going to drop those gems here. Yeah, do not want to eat those knives in that situation. Rafiki, not sure if he intended to snap those 3 gems up. That might have been a bit of a mistake.
It was a cheeky bait from Maru. He flashed the super, and then Rafiki kind of fell for it now, and now the gems coming back. But stopped in their tracks on the start of Reply Totem, but nonetheless, Electros looking just a little bit shaky here.
And Livy knows he's behind, so instead of picking up those drop gems, he's going to try and go after Maori, but it's tough to catch the Crow, who has a super for survival if needed. And off we go. 10 gems is all you need. We've hit the threshold and countdown has begun. Team Electro's here, pretty limited number of options. Maru stands in Rafiki's way, and with Angel Boy, will shut down the Kaze.
This is much more confidence here from Reply Totem. Maru going to have the hypercharge now and cycle it for good measure, just to dampen the spirit, because they do need to get something to say for that previous set. It was a very convincing game. It's a great draft, and I feel like Electros may have been dampened.
This map is getting split up into 1v1s at the moment, individual lane matchups, right? Seems like while the Kaze vs Ollie is a bit of a wash and the Lumi can keep the Sandy at bay, your eyes are on Maori as someone who probably with confidence can come forward and actually pressure Ezlivy in a 1 versus 1.
Freeze early there for Diego Gamer, keeping Angel Boy back. Those sandstorms can really make a difference on a map like this. And if that comes out, there's nowhere for Electros to go but back. Ezlivy, low HP, has got to consider wisely how long he spends within this mid. He's got 4 gems, now choosing to retreat. Rafiki just needs to pop off early on this left-hand side to alleviate this situation.
He's really the centerpiece here. If this Kaze can't go ham on Reply Totem, Electros don't really have a good game plan Once again, falling to Maru. Good pick off on Angel Boy. Now Diego can actually zone Mari away from the gems, but Maru's a problem. As Livy, has to jump away, but wisely doesn't use the super, so he can get back to fighting and collecting gems quicker.
Good for Rafiki, and he's earned his hypercharge now. Maori has no jump, and that is a dangerous prospect. He's carrying those 3 gems that would bring Electros to 9. Rafiki goes in, does not come out, and Mario has now got the hypercharge, and this could be a real difference-making moment. He could have gone then, chose to hold off for Rafiki to come back in. I guess that wasn't the time to use it. He seems to Hypnosis now. Rafiki still comes out on top, though.
Map control still good for Electros here. Tough for Diego. They're going to get jumped up, and Maori's still having a 1-for-1. That's massive. As Livy, though, may have gone a little bit too far forward, but is able to hyper Mario away. Won't have the damage to take down the Ollie here. And so that gem will still spawn on the reply totem side of the map. Maru low, Rafiki's there, but does get stunned up, still able to pick him off. Grim and Frostbitten is in play, and Diego Gamer doesn't care about the sands. Team Electros finally reach critical mass and start the countdown.
As Livy has the escape maneuvering. Now can Maori force it out early? Rafiki comes in for a wondrous amount of support. Hypercharge from Maori will connect just a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's Livy is going to be safe and sound in the skies, bringing home a game in gem grab for Team Electros.
And you can see just how much depends on Rafiki being able to do his job. Karpi instantly in his ear, trying to make sure they refine the approach with the casting on this map, because if Rafiki is hypnotized, he cannot win the 1v1 against Maru, but has the damage output. If it's a gadgetless engagement, if he's in that geisha form, I've got to give credit to Diego Gamer for his patient zoning of Angel Boy here on the right side. He is not letting the Sandy get into the game.
Angel Boy looked a little bit flustered, and he's a scary guy, but they've got to remain composed on the side of Reply Totem. This is a must-win set, in my opinion. Being 2 sets down could be brutal. Maori's got 2 gems, and most importantly, the support of Maru now being able to push slightly further forward. Angel Boy on the right still hasn't been able to really bring much of a sandstorm from this.
And Diego's gained ground. Now we can actually start to pressure Maori's position instead of just keeping Angel Boy quiet. This is very good for Electros. Look at how they slowly starting to choke the life out of Reply Totem and scale this map control up. Rafiki knew he was going to get stunned there, I think, and still with the hypercharge stats, he's able to win the fight out. Diego going to be stunned up as well as Livy gets involved with some damage, though. Rafiki goes deep, and that's perfect. Mari, the gem carrier, is eliminated, and as Livy has the gadgets to get on out back to safety with 9 gems.
But look how much there is to do for Reply Totem here. All 9 gems are with his Livy. He's got a hypercharge too, but he needs the space to push forwards. Rafiki is going to go down here. That's quite crucial. Reply Totem buying their time. Connection there from Diego Gamer. Angel Boy falls.
Yeah, he's been getting clobbered by Diego Gamer over the course of this game, and here's Livy going in. Maru's going to be cleaned up. Fits with the Brawl Star, forces the jump away from Maori. As Livy hoping for one last gem. It spawns on his side of the map, so away he walks, and Totem absolutely need to cancel out this countdown. But Diego comes in there with a hypercharge super. Now Maru needs to go forward with his own, but he's brought down. Team Electros, you better believe they've done it once again. As Livy, safe as a house at the back of the map, and that's yet another step for the NA squad.
A solid showing for Team Electros so far. But as they say themselves, the job is not yet done. Even if they get a golden ticket, it won't be done as far as they're concerned. Only by lifting the trophy will that be the case. But this is historic. We are one step away from potentially seeing one of the biggest underdog stories of the entire history of Brawl Esports.
And honestly, we're going to see something potentially for the first time. Diego Gamer is poised to be the only player in Brawl Stars history to qualify for Worlds twice in the same year on 2 different squads. Ridiculous story that would be, and finally, it'd be nice to see him get what he deserves. But 2 sets is not 3. Like you mentioned, the job is far from done, but right here, this was squeaky clean work. And it all starts from the Lumi having such a lopsided, favorable matchup into the Sandy on the right of the map.
And just very good drafting. You know, it really has been from Team Electros, allowing Rafiki to continuously have those aggressive brawlers. As Livy's always been the rock, even willing to give up that Lumi, which I know he's so good with, just to stay in control of the outcome. And again, reserves, celebrations. They've got still one more set to claim for Reply Totem. They've got to regroup. regroup big time. They've done so well to get to this point in time. They've swept their way through this competition, but they are in danger of about to be being swept themselves.
And honestly, it was just a straight out play from Team Electros. The comp was reasonable from Totem. Right? Had a lot of elements to it that were very powerful in their own right. Crow was a very reasonable mid pick. Ollie obviously highly prioritized for a good reason. Rafiki is called upon to be just a loose cannon in that game on the Kaze. Just try and run down the Ollie as high health pool as he is, and then put pressure on Maori. The side lanes were everything there for Team Electros. A really elegant draft, navigated beautifully in-game. So Bell's Rock is our third set. It's going to be knockout. And I would say the game type that depends most on that overarching macro strategy. The draft is going to be so telling here. And you better hope if you're an EMEA fan that Reply Totem and Drage have something up their sleeve.
It's all about staying on your feet, staying in control, and having that insurance policy for that final stage of the gas closing in. That's why brawlers like RT are just really so influential here. I think for Reply Totem, they want to break this map. I'm seeing their top pick is a Brock in Scrim, so that's going to be a ban from Team Electros. They really want to have some flexibility here. It's not there. But then there are bigger brawlers to have to worry about. Brawlers like Kit, like Jaeyoung, Gray, the other side of bans.
You play Tick here?
It's a possibility, but it's so vulnerable. You know, you don't want to be left at the end, later stages in a 1 versus 3. They're going to go for it inside of Team Electros. It's a daring thing.
And I think if you're Electros, you might try and, you might have tried to secure the Gene were it not banned away. They'd like to play the throwers. I think Jaeyoung is like an outside option for them. Thinking about Gus maybe. Gray not available, always pretty crucial for some of those moments. And what about like, you want to have good lanes. Obviously, Bell's Rock is arranged in sort of 3 lanes, and you could sort of break that. You could break the map up a little bit more. You mentioned the Brock being really important. Just being able to collapse onto one of the side lanes here. Angelo, of course, a decent pick with Master Fletcher. You can break through these walls, you can penetrate them, or you can be able to jump away. And here's that Brock. You called it. The most picked brawler for Reply Totem on this particular map. With Ollie banned out by them, they aim to find another option with maybe some more durability. What about Bonnie here? Give you something for the late round.
Bonnie's a solid choice. I mean, that's a great counter into Tick as well, so they don't want to really have that on the side of Reply Totem, but they've got the Angelo now anyway. So, I mean, Electros have combined Tick and Sprout. I mean, it's one of those maps where Sprout is very viable, but they haven't got the third and final pick here. I think they would have liked to have had it. I think they'll probably stick with just the one thrower for now. Gonna go with the Bell, which I think has a real place here in Knockout. And I think they'll just kind of keep that long-ranged affair, keep that supportive role coming through, maybe bring in something aggressive now, like a Buster or a tanky affair that Rafik can go to town with, because these aren't his brawlers.
Is there room for like a reverse polarity gadget take here for the Bell? Bouncing it off those walls in these lanes. Okay, here's the Gus that was sort of touched on earlier. So you've got pretty decent range for Team Electros and nice durability. Obviously that Tick hypercharge is pretty big. This is a risky pick, but one I'm glad to see. You've got a very, very sharpshooter-intensive comp. We were talking with Soda about this earlier on, right? Electros may be wishing they had thought about the Sprout. Being able to shut off one of those lanes is going to be important, but Reply Totem now have the tools between the Piper and the Brock to crack this map open, remove these walls, set the stage where their longer range can really shine.
I love it. It's so old school. The sharpshooter method that we've been missing so dearly is a gift. And what is this third and maybe even final set if Team Electros can stand their ground? Already Angel Boy, who's a very accomplished Piper, pushes that right-hand side. Does tank a lot of those tick mines though. But it's the early midfield grounding there for Reply Totem as they start to break open the map.
No, it is hard to play Tick against this kind of map. My goodness, it is cracked open as Livy has to walk a tightrope, understanding the maximum ranges of each of these sharpshooter brawlers in turn is something it takes some time to develop an intuition for. Maori here, clearing the grass. They are losing cover by the second. Team Electros. It is reverse polarity. Angel Boy even taking it. Oh, it goes so low, and that's going to allow Electros to move into the map here, Ark.
Last hurrah for us, Livy. Pushing forward. But that was brutal. Angel Boy's falls so far back.
Maori
has to join his team now. The gas pushing forward at critical moments in time. And there's the takedown there as well. It's leaving Maori all alone. First round goes the way of Team Electros.
Okay, that is brilliant. Electros played themselves out of that corner so beautifully. And it starts with that reverse polarity gadget used by the Bell, getting a hit on Maru, taking him low.
Maori now has got a rocket rain. Most of the map is open. Great homemade recipe there from Angel Boy. Does connect with Livy, who's earned himself a hypercharge. Another connection from Maori. But no takedown yet for Reply Totem.
This is one of Livy's sort of pocket picks as well, by the way. On Triad, he was brought in to play a lot of that thrower stuff as like a fourth player. And really made impact. And you need to have such a good understanding of how to play into these sharpshooters because they will try and counter you. A lot of coverage here on those mines. Angel Boy just being mildly tickled by them for now. Maori's incendiary fields make it hard for Rafiki, but he has a shield gear, so he steps ahead of them on occasion to try and land these shots, but you've got to respect the Piper damage. Here comes Maori, hypercharge rocket rain. Rafiki's got to use super there, and there's just nothing to be said by Electros. Eventually, Reply Totem execute what the comp is supposed to do.
Much better, and a map that caters towards the comp of Reply Totem. No time for error. They are behind big time. They need a game. They need a set here. And this is a great comp to do it with. It doesn't cater towards Rafiki's playstyle realistically here. They can't make those aggressive dives here. It's all the long-range game. Let's see how this one fares so far. Reply Totem playing it pretty slow and steady. They need to get some utility. These rocket rains from Maori are so crucial.
Maori takes a hit. It's got to be a last hurrah. Oh, that was scary. Master Fletcher from Maru almost takes the tick out of the game, but a mild miscalculation leaves as Livy free to fight another day.
Very close. What a gadget there from Maru. The hypercharge from Diego can really make a difference here on the right player marked up towards the end. It's going to be very tough. Angel Boy knows that. He's coming to him specifically. Hypercharge just for speed. Blaster off Miss Livy. Williams trickle down for the poison of Maru. Fantastic synergy from Reply Totem. A mark onto Angel Boy. It's not over yet, but now it quite well be.
The comp gap.
All into 1 versus 3 goes the way of Reply Totem.
Much better look and a great draft here for Reply Totem. It is a comp gap for them. Once they open up the map, they are inherently favored basically in every single lane. And although Electros were able to exploit some gadget usage and honestly some fantastic intuition in that first round, very hard to do that more than once in a row.
Maori immediately wasting no time on that left-hand side wall. Angel Boy, don't outstay, you're welcome there. Has to evade these tick mines as Livy now. Oh, what a double! That's massive for Reply Totem. What a quick start, and no time to gain even any utility for Team Electros. They're going to be starting the next round with effectively nothing.
Yeah, whereas Reply Totem have supers for days. Maru hoping to charge his one, not that it's necessary in terms of kill potential, but great for that sustain. Diego, okay, given as good as he gets here. All right, Maru. Exits the round with just enough health to stay alive. Reply Totem are poised here to snap this set up pretty quickly.
So much better from Reply Totem. They need some confidence. A huge tap from Angel Boy there onto Diego. And immediately, there's nowhere to go for Electros put back. As Livy's taking a lot of shots again. Another panic last hurrah. Much needed. And a miss. Reverse polarity. Angel Boy dodges it.
Here's the head first. Maru clears it. Rafiki eventually falls. And so is Livy. Would hope to take a bit of space to make use of these indestructible boxes, but needs to respect that Master Fletcher gadget. And Maori knows they're in a very good position. It's all over but the crying here, folks. Diego Gamer picked up, and that is that. Reply Totem get themselves on the board in decisive fashion.
There's no time like the present for a comeback. No more sweeps today. And for now, I've got my wish.
What was your wish? Just
No more sweeps?
Yeah. You don't wish that Reply Totem get the golden ticket? Is that on that list too?
I wanted them to be the one to sweep, as it would have made a real storyline. As that can't be the case anymore, fifth final sets, back to two.
Yeah, exactly.
Back
If it's not a sweep, it's got to be a game 5.
Day 2, baby.
No other way about it. That's it. I want double match point stuff here. But looking back over the course of this game, we've got to be pretty blunt, I think, about the way that the draft went. 3 sharpshooters, almost all of them who outrange even the Bell. Very, very tough here for, Electros to find an edge. They need to do damage to the enemy sharpshooters to force them out of the map so they can, start to gain that map control and turn that into advantages. And that happened. They did. Diego gave him a sick gadget use to knock Maru. I think it was low or Mari, but it's not repeatable. It's not a strategy you can really pull off more than once. We're talking about Totem here. They just don't make that same mistake so easily. Very solid, very decisive, reminding us of exactly why they're so feared, so respected. And of course, a team that made it all the way to the semifinals last year, with, of course, the exception of Angel Boy, with that devastating 3-2 defeat in LCQ as part of STMN EU. He wants his crack at World Finals yet again.
Could also mention, you know, the way that Maru and Maori were able to qualify for the World Finals last year at LCQ, knocking out Tribe Gaming in the process, as Livy was a key component in what was almost a reverse sweep in that match. He was absolutely pivotal. I remember distinctly on that Mandy just absolutely popping off, doing everything he could to keep his team alive. And that is the man that has not changed in that regard. He is still going to do everything in his power and fight until his very last breath to continue his dream of his 2025 prospect.
Open Business is going to be our next map in this set. See, a hot zone map that's seen quite a few iterations in terms of meta brawlers to bring in here. All the usual suspects, especially now with Draco banned away from Electros. It's a very heads-up look, and Electros also have opted to take this Hank out of rotation. A double Draco ban, though, means that a lot of those really powerful, often banned brawlers have the chance to slip through. But we start with our original question, as always, on this map. What about the Ollie? We're going to snap that up early. We're going to wait to take it if it is left in the second rotation.
Can you afford to wait? That's the question for us. Team Electros seem to think they can. It's their top pick in scrims, however. But that might have been mainly for Draco, but both sides really caught on to that. That is the #1 pick in scrims across all the teams in LCQ. I feel like now brawlers like Hank are a potential, well, Electros ban in that regard. But I mean, Meg's a bit of an oddball one for Reply Totem. They sometimes like to bring that one in with the Crow.
So the question is, whose hypercharge are you hoping to abuse? Because Ruffs and Draco is the go-to combo on this map, where Draco has a hypercharge super, which obviously increases his cone of fire and damage drastically, and then he uses it again straight away with that, with the help of the Ruffs. So, you know, you are still looking at another brawler with a really powerful hypercharge. Meg is pretty decent, right? That super swing, hypercharge super swing, penetrates through walls and is very, very long range. A very straightforward pick of the Jaeyong here to start things off for Reply Totem. Really solid, can damage through barriers with that Weekend Warrior. Hits harder than you often expect him to. We saw him 1v1ing Maxes on the bounty map earlier on. It is Meg. So we are looking at a Meg pickup for Reply Totem instead. Someone who, a team rather, who's made pretty extensive use of the Meg, and she's honestly not got the greatest win rate on this map in scrims. I think it's like sub 40.
Now I'm so worried because this Ruffs could be combined with a Lu and into a Meg. You're going to be able to gain so much mid-control. I mean, she's going to be feeding. She's a big brute in that mech.
That is so heads up. Also, Lu still has a very good win rate on Open Business. Almost like 2 in 3 games are won if you pick Lu. Parsley, though, going to be the option here. Maybe saving that Lu as late as possible. Have to really have a good answer to it, though. You need someone who can sort of outrange the Lu or put close range pressure on him. And Reply Totem have more of a mid-range comp right now. They don't have anything that really gets in your face. Sort of leave that until later. Frank, obviously, you can open up the map, really. It is the Lu. Great call, Arc. I mean, we've seen it less often here at the LCQ, but it is pretty dynamic with that Ruffs. Guaranteeing instant freeze with that hypercharged super, and being able to do it back-to-back might be just what Electros need.
Kind of need a Lumi in this regard on your side. It's not really a totem pick. They've got a real problem. Cordelius is what they're going to use.
Is that good enough?
It will have to be. I think it's not a bad one in all respects. I think that as long as they focus their time on the Lu, keep him out of the conversation, keep him away from being able to earn those icicles onto that middle of the map. I mean, it's going to be a tough ask for Reply Totem here. I don't think they've got the drop that they were hoping for. And honestly, this could spiral out of control. The Ruffs and Lu combo is fierce.
Well, again, Rafiki's going to be called upon to be that absolute uncaged animal on this Kaze. Considering that, you know, Lu doesn't do a ton of damage. Really more about utility than anything else, that brawler. And Maori is happy to try and poke his living down at late. No one really stepping onto the point for any extended period of time. Rafiki able to use the terrain here to dodge a lot of Maru's damage, but eventually has to commit and goes down to the super swing. Does leave Maru de-mech'd here, but that's fine for Totem.
Yeah, Angel Boy using that Jae-Young to close the gap. He's going to have to. Fortunately for him, Ruffs is not running the sandbag, so that's a bit of a saving grace. But as those supply drops comes in, his job gets tougher. As Livy beefed up now with the supply drop. Reply Totem losing control here as well. It's down to Angel Boy just to keep this pressure on. He's in a good spot. Maybe it's come out the realm with his Livy here. Going to come back. For now, Totem in the lead.
Ruffs in the Shadow Realm moons, can't really build super, so can't work towards it Hyper Super either. Maru here getting aggressive, Diego Gamer going to be kept under the thumb and taken down by that last salvo with shots as Maru stays in mech, which is a big deal. As Livy on his own does pretty pitiful amounts of damage, Rafiki's trying to wrap around, maybe look at Maru's direction, but he's found himself again caught out by Angel Boy, who simply throws a super down on the Lu, takes him out of the game, and Angel Boy completes the elimination.
It's perfect. You've got to keep that up, though. Again, it's not a free game by a long shot. This Cordelius is working for now. That can change. Angel Boy's doing a great job of just keeping him off and out of this objective. He's a real problem in that spawn. 76%, now 80 for Reply Totem, and this is looking convincing.
Oh man, this is sick. Electros can't even stand on the point. Rafiki just gets vaporized as soon as he tries to get any capture progress whatsoever. There is zero staying power for Team Electros, a fact exacerbated by Cordelius' presence constantly dragging their role players to the Shadow Realm. Bruh. That is a certified bruh moment.
Yeah, I mean, Angel Boy knows his job. And at the beginning, Electros did show great awareness to the fact that he's trying to obtain that, distraction. And they're breaking them up with the Ruff, but now things could absolutely change. The Gamer had a very strong start, but will Team Electros learn from this mistake? They've got to adapt.
Can Rafiki even beat the mech? It seems like Maru just gets knocked out of mech and he's still a factor. And takes down the Kaze. Maru says, oh, well, I'll just, rotate onto the point a little bit here with Maori. They are very low in fairness, but Angel Boy comes back naturally at full health, and Rafiki's just trying to play that same gameplay loop. Maru gets back in mech now, so Rafiki's got to deal with that health pool, as well as the mini-mech.
Now a lead forming here for Team Electros. Angel Boy is going to get the Jaeger Gamer here in a good spot for 45 HP coming out, and he actually will fall to the freeze. This Livy, his right-hand side, doing his best to juggle his time.
Damage, man.
He's got to force his way down. He has got super, though. He might choose to leave that before surely going down here, but he's still alive.
Hey, Maru's down. Diego Gamer now to take up position. The Lu is out of the game, but it's done its job and has denied the point away from Reply Totem when they had a power play. Diego Gamer's low, respecting the Meg, no doubt. Mari not really given the opportunity to heal up and has to switch over to that aspect with the super. Here's an instant freeze on Maru. Rafiki finally can win that matchup with a little bit of extra help. And Angel Boy tries to challenge. Electros have a slim lead here, but 3 brawlers up, and Mari has to bide his time here.
And this is where things can escalate. If Team Electros stay in this mid, if Diego Gamer can bring in a hypercharged supply drop and keep everyone buffed, this could be very bad for Reply Totem, who are trying their best in what is an open map. As Livy just evades that shot, low HP, but they find Diego Gamer. Now as Livy falls, and it's 3 versus 1, but Rafiki has to the Brawl Star and a hypercharge. Finds 1, finds 2, stays on the zone.
The audacity from Reply Totem, thinking they could stand on the point and get some free percentage while that hypercharged Kaze was looming. Punished through it now, egg on the face of the MEA squad, and a healthy lead now for Electros. Angel Boy comes forward, jumps, and is taken down by Diego Gamer in his own domain expansion. But as Livy's forced back, still a lead for Electros. Rafiki looking healthy now, eyeing off Maru, but has to respect that swing as Livy simply ceases to exist. Another swing drops Rafiki low, and now that gap is closing.
A massive battering from Maru, and he's not done yet. Rafiki falls. This is a massive moment for Reply Totem. If they can turn this around, Maru can't get on the zone, and this is a great opportunity for Electros to steal it.
It's now or never. Rafiki into Maru. Good damage done, but mech still maintained. Still on the point of Electros, 96% accounting, and they've done enough here. Unreal! Electros! What have we done with this series here and now? What a nail-biter! Winning by a pretty slim margin and finally able to cycle some of those loose supers onto the point. That zone control gives them the breathing room even when they lose in the straight-up fights.
It's a very balanced draft. It's all about positioning. If Angel Boy can pop off once more, this goes the distance. But Electros made fantastic adaptations. It was still incredibly close regardless. Now, Maori and Maru have locked down this right. Angel Boy on the left-hand side, using this wall to his advantage now as well. And that's already a healthy start and some good capture points on the zone.
Livy almost survives there. Whoa, Maru with the double tap down. These Rafiki here with not much to do. Trying to cut through Maru there. Fist of the Brawl Star leaves a mark, but it detonates, leaving Maru well and truly still in mech. Here's the first hit from Livy, but it doesn't really zone all that much. They'll be able to move on to the points here, but they're low. They're getting peppered down.
Angel Boy missed super, and that cannot happen again. It's got to be able to keep cycling, keep being a distraction. 65% now on the zone. Electros are fumbling slightly here. Rafiki still in that backside spawn. Invincible Maori finds him regardless. Massive pickup, and now Apply Totem are creeping towards 85% to just 11.
As Livy here, out of the game right now, stuck in the Shadow Realm, and Mari stands his ground on the point. Maru right there alongside of a Reply Totem, just too strong. Indomitable here on Hot Zone. A powerful draft that gets the result they were looking for. And they run it right back on Electros. We're headed to a decider set.
You know what that means, folks. We got another 2-3 scoreline, whichever way you look at it, coming up. Day 2 vibes, baby. I love it. But for Team Electros, they've already had 2 of them along their journey. Is it too much to think is it too much to ask for that we can get one more?
I don't know if Carpi really expected to find himself in this position a couple months ago.
Bro's going through it.
He now has to craft a draft in a decider map against a very accomplished Reply Totem to send this ragtag bunch of offcuts from NA into the World Finals. Talk about pressure.
See there the strength of Angel Boy's handshakes. The Strange knows only too well. Can you imagine what we'll see from him if they are to win a golden ticket to the World Finals? Whatever way you look at this, it's going to be a monumental story. And that is what Brawl Esports is all about. We live for the stories.
And this matchup is rich with them. Both Angel Boy and his Livy with heartbreak results last year. Angel Boy obviously falling in that LCQ. As Livy not able to go the distance either. Questions about whether he would return, and he does. But honestly, every word out of his mouth has been about his teammates, about lifting them up, about giving Rafiki and Diego a chance to stand on the biggest stage in Brawl Stars. This one is big, and this match is the most important of their careers, but on the other side, over the horizon, lies an even bigger trophy, an even bigger stage. Reply Totem have been there before. They also know how to get there. They did it last year and made it all the way into the top 4. A lot of support for Reply Totem out there in the crowd. When you get in the game, you shut all that out and you focus up.
Heist as a 5th set yet again. It's so brutal, man. It really is. I love it.
It's delicious, Ark.
It is. I'm glad I'm on the casting desk. Let's put it that way.
I demand cheese. Cheese like those 8 thick pieces of cheese stacked on Angel Boy's plate at breakfast the other day.
That was a monstrous breakfast.
Bro, I mean, bro was bulking up. I mean, there's calorie burn out there. This guy is not messing about. You see those high fives, bro. I'll be like bracing my hand with my other arm to make sure I don't get blown away.
He said when he met me in Brazil was, "Hey man, I hear you're good at arm wrestles. Want to arm wrestle?" I was like, I'm probably gonna. I don't have to love the event.
Yeah, my health insurance doesn't extend to Brazil, so I'm gonna give that one a big miss, big son. Straight away, the Cordelius is picked off. I replied to them basically say, hey, on offense, this works really well, but we now have an answer for anything you might throw. Because Chuck was open, reply to them are not going to take the risk, and they don't want to play the Chuck themselves. Now, you can play into the Cordelius, you can take the Chuck. Wow. It feels like a big risk. Here's the berry. Okay.
That was what I was afraid of. It's just one of those brawlers that escapes the bans, but can get so much value, applies so much pressure. It's almost like the new age Chuck, in my opinion. It's really quite a scary prospect. Now, there is a kit open here. It's Reply to
banned.
Pick, banned out by Team Electros. Probably looking then for something along the lines of maybe even a Lumi to be able to push their way forwards with that freeze.
Lumi, Shade, Shade banned out as well. Okay, Hank open. We started to get thin on some of our options. BB's there. And Lumi's going to be the take for Team Electros. Controlled these chokes. Pitstop has a lot of these narrow funnels. And we know Berry is a real pain, Having extra duration on those ice cream fields when you're pressuring a safe down. Sometimes teams don't respect an enemy Berry that's threatening their safe, but over time that damage really adds up. The Reply Totem are gonna have to be vigilant, and they're gonna have to spend resources on getting the Berry out of their territory if he encroaches.
Picks are thinning. It might be Buzz. It's one that Reply Totem play quite a lot. Oh yeah. I was gonna say it. They've got a surge potentially as well on their list.
Bro, we're running it down.
Too. They are really looking for anything now. These bans are so good on both sides. They've read each other like a book here. Bonnie is an option. It's not my favorite brawler whatsoever, but I mean, it's really looking quite shy.
In scrims, Reply Totem played Edgar 3 times and only won once. So do Team Electros have the answer to this? Now, was it Zeta Division that won a world championship with this pick? Here comes the Buzz to follow it up. So Reply Totem rounded the composition pretty nicely. They played a bunch of Buzz. You've got the ability to cross the map. You've got stopping power with that hard crowd control. And you've got a heck of a lot of damage on the safe. Now whenever Electros, what is the answer going to be? Do you risk something like a Hank? I wouldn't. Getting stunned up as the bubble charges by a Buzz seems like a pretty raw deal to take. Is it BB?
I think it might be Lou, honestly. I mean, the Buzz needs to be stunned out.
I think it is.
So dangerous, man. I mean, certainly can shut down the Buzz at close range, but I mean, you've got to earn that, and are you going to be staying on defense?
I like Reply Totem's draft a lot, and I'm saying that it features an Edgar. Part of myself feels like I need a cold shower after this, but we know that Reply Totem have extremely high all-in potential. If Electros do not fight them at mid-range, do not find ways to neutralize this Edgar, he is going to vomit damage onto the safe.
Both teams in this draft gave it their all. Looking through the data, there's so little option. They had to really scrape it through. Maru, his right-hand side, with little space to maneuver against this ice cream, but it's Maori on the left. He's already got the Let's Fly, and he'd be looking to get that safe down as quickly as possible. Goes straight for the Lumi. Gamer suffers, and he chooses to come back. Rafiki is just there, and he is a rock.
It's a horrible matchup for the Lumi. As Livy falls there to Angel Boy, looked like he wanted to try and pressure the safe down, and those ice cream fields are going to work, but now Maru has a date with the safe. As Livy with a gadget knockback pushes Maru away. It's a slim lead here for Reply Totem, but as Livy was able to slip the net and put some damage down, Diego cannot fight Maori. It is an awful matchup for the Lumi, but this time Maori gets popped, going a little too aggressive, but as Livy is caught out, Amaru's trying to chain those supers together.
Angel Boy couldn't quite find Rafiki there. Has to juke his way forward, get some value, push him into the realm, allow Maori then to take down business on the left. He gets one straight onto the safe now as well. That's good damage. Fantastic for Reply Totem.
As Livy so heads up, he's trading this damage. He knows he's got to do something here. He can't just stand around. But Electro safe gets hammered. Diego needs to avoid as much as he can that Edgar. Maru with a hypercharge, he's going to go for the safe one way or another, and Electros are getting ready for it. The damage though is pretty severe. Knocked down to 53 as Diego once again runs into the wrong opponent. Murray makes mincemeat of him.
So close. 68% left on the Reply Totem safe. And a hypercharge to Diego will find the start to Maori. And now, what do Maru and Angel Boy do? Do they come back? Do they go forwards? They've got to make a choice. And Slivy will now litter that safe with more ice cream. And surely a stage that safe about to go down.
Not bad, as Slivy can stay and damage this safe away, but Maru's done just the same. It is very close. Electro's shield popped first though, which means the damage can come in from Maru. He's down though. Eventually as Livy's cleared away from Reply Totem safe, a slim lead with a tick damage, 1% in the game right now.
It's absolutely neck and neck, but another great stun from Diego Gamer on that right-hand side. Maru is being scrutinized. He's got his own now. He comes in. Oh, what a super from Slivy! Unreal! The timer is ticking. Maru is safe with hypercharge. There's a safe stage. That is massive. And Reply Totem have got it down to 14%. And meanwhile, their safe stays at 24. It's Reply Totem on match point.
Try as he might, as Livy could not quite do enough. The only player realistically able to get onto the safe. He did good damage, but Electros were behind by one entire shield stage. Too much pressure from Reply Totem. The Edgar pick too clutch against the Lumi. Electros here now, it's do or die, but they are unfavored in terms of comp.
Maru wasting no time at all on this right-hand side. Gets the stun already, not going to be using it just yet, just getting that first stage down. It's massive already. Reply Totem are using this momentum to continue this assault. Amazing.
Now this is looking like a complete shutout so far. Angel Boy on defense. Impossible for his Livy to get any purchase on that safe, and now Maru's going to step in, favored against both of those brawlers if he can stun them up. That's one down, but nice little super there from his Livy. Now he and Diego can start to go aggressive, but elsewhere Rafiki trying to defend the safe has been brought down. It's 2v1 in terms of the safe race, but his Livy has lost his teammate. Diego's been picked off, and Maru is still threatening safe damage. It's as tough for Electros. They're in deep trouble, Ark.
Yeah, this safe is absolutely getting shredded. Team Electros decided to go on the offensive, whereas Team Reply Totem just went for the dive. Angel Boy forces the Slivy straight into the realm, but he's not finished him off just yet. Now he goes down, and now Maori from the right, he can get on the safe.
This might be over. Maori's able to step up here with a super to work with. That safe gets chunked down to its last stage of defense. Here comes Maru straight on in. Team Electro's absolutely flattened in their own houses. They're able to defend, but it costs a hypercharged super from his Livy. Here they come up the field, but they are so far behind, Ark.
The hypercharge of Maru misses. That's actually quite brutal. He needs to get forwards. There
Wait a minute.
is a chance. There is time for Electros to bring this back. Angel Boy,
He's running through it.
The ice cream running for the safe. He should be able to get it. And that is it! Reply Totem! The boys in green can now proceed to the World Finals to line their pockets with gold!
And although we wondered why they were even here, why they had to fight the LCQ to make it to Worlds, Reply Totem again deliver on the promise. We will stand amongst the best in Brawl. We will put our name up in lights. We will keep EMEA on the world stage in numbers. Angel Boy this time gets to return to the world stage, shepherding, guiding Maru and Mari back to glory once more. For Electros, it's heartbreaking. So many issues to navigate this year. A shuffle of teams. Last minute, Diego Gemma being brought in is not enough. But there has to be a victor and a vanquished. Reply Totem might be green, but that ticket's solid gold, baby.
Brawl Stars fans, we just watched unforgettable matches right here. This is the last chance qualifier, and I'm right now with Angel Boy. Oh my gosh, I love your personality. I love how much you love to play this. Congratulations. And right now you have secured your spot to the World Finals. And I would like to know your main feeling right now, because I'm pretty much sure you have so much to share with us.
Oh, I'm so happy. I cannot even describe how happy I am. It's been a very tough year for us all, and now that we were 0-2 up, we never stopped believing like we did the entire year. We always went through, and we never doubted ourselves. While I'm here, I also want to say thank you, crowd. Thank you. Even if you weren't supporting us, it was so admirable for you to support like this. This is the best crowd I've ever seen. Thank you, everyone.
Seguinte, eu perguntei pra ele nesse momento como é que ele se sentia, qual que é o sentimento dele, porque esse cara aqui é absurdo. E ele falou que ele nunca deixou de desistir. Esse é o sonho dele e ele está avançando pra grande final e ele tá muito feliz que tá indo pra Suécia. E agora, eu quero que vocês façam muito barulho pra esse cara aqui, pra esse time aqui, porque ele falou que a nossa torcida é a melhor! Reply Totem, you have made it to the grand finals, to the world finals, and right now you have won your golden ticket!
And as Reply Totem lifts the golden ticket to go to the BSC World Finals 2025. Team Electro steps off the stage. They were on the cusp of greatness. Another heartbreaking loss at LCQ for Slivi, but a chance for Angel Boy to join the best at World Finals again. And Uber, coming into this, you were talking about, it's always Mauro and Mauri, and then the other guy. You were asking the question, can Angel Boy be the guy for them? Has he been?
Yeah, this team is Angel Boy and friends now. I've decided. Get this guy a t-shirt, replied Totem. It has to have a stack of cheese on the back with all the Japanese writing. The other guys have theirs, that's fine. Get this guy some branding. What a game. A reverse sweep against Team Electros, a real upstart roster. It's heartbreak for them, I'm sure, but Reply Totem, you know how I mentioned, Ark, you've got to start with that one really crushing defeat before you can have your crack at glory. That might have been Electros here, but Reply Totem have been there. They've faced those disappointments. Today, they've done enough with the reverse sweep to advance to the World Finals.
You're right, you've got to have one, but as Livy now's had two. Yeah, it's a 3-2 scoreline. I can't help but feel for the guy. He's done so much this year to get to this point, but there has to be a loser and there must be a winner. Today, Reply Totem excelled.
For the viewers at home, you can't see it, but my two co-casters see how much I was in this game. I was shaking like crazy.
Relief.
Reply Totem goes to Worlds, and this was one of the best Brawl Stars matches I personally have ever seen. Some of the best Brawl Stars, and it's not even over yet. We're gonna move on over to Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon. We still have Papara Supermassive versus Navi. Only 2 more tickets to give away. First up though, we're gonna recover from this. We have to loosen up a bit. And we have Try versus Loud? Wait, what's that all about?
Okay.
We're gonna find out later.
This is Ready Set here at the activation area in Sao Paulo at the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier. We've got some activations to do, so let's get started. Our first game, it looks like we're gonna throw some cards into this trophy. Okay, and we have to throw them into the championship trophy. Let's give it a try. First try is okay. I got one more chance. Yes! Yes! And that's how it's done. That's how it's done. Thank you very much for my points, which we're going to exchange for some prizes at the end. It's time for Foot Brawl. You want to test your Brawl Ball skills in real life? Here you go. I'm going to do it myself. If I just try, I'll still get points. But if I get it over that barrier, I get even more. Let's give it a shot. Oh, so close. That was so close to happening. I think maybe I'll give it another shot. Once again. You know what? A for effort. I'm still getting points for trying, and you can too if you just come down and practice your Brawl Ball skills in real life. We're back after I did some farming off camera and got enough tickets to, I think, afford the maximum prize. Let's see what I get. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, drum roll please. What am I getting from this?
Right?
Yes, please. I got a bag. Oh, that's so awesome. And check that out. Here at the Brawl Stars activation area at Brazil Games Show, you can win some awesome prizes. I cannot wait to see some of you guys turn up with some amazing merch.
Two incredible matches we've witnessed today already. 20 matches overall over the last 2 days. And now with Rio to begin the day with. Revenant X-Spark takes the first golden ticket. Reply Totem makes the second one. In what a match. You two, I'm sure you watched that match. How are you feeling? Are you shaking just like I am? I'm here with Trav.
You might not be able to see it on the camera, but she is actually shaking. Her hands going a little bit. And we were just stood down there. It was absolutely crazy.
I usually have quite steady hands. Yeah. I'm a surgeon in the end, but...
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Don't let her operate on me.
Yeah.
Especially after watching Brawl.
That's right. That was so exciting. What an emotional and exciting day, because every time we see someone qualify to the World Finals, Someone's going home. I love every single one of these teams. It's a day of heartbreak. It's a day of jubilation. We still got 2 more ahead of us.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible day, it really is. And I think we're going to go from some of the top and best Brawl Stars you've ever seen in a while to
Brutal.
Wow.
There's some slightly questionable moments, I'm sure.
Big facts.
I already announced we have Try versus Loud for you right now. It's not the teams that have already qualified for World Finals, but it's the same org. You can see all the content creators below me who you're going to see on stage. And I heard we're also going to have Mina joining us.
Yeah, it'll be a good one as well. It's a very, very nice look as well. So yeah, I mean, some really solid teams as you can see below, all the players below us right now. Some really noticeable faces amongst the Brawl Stars scene. So it's going to be extremely interesting.
We need this to recover from the previous match. Now let's head to stage once more. Let's hear it for Tribe versus Loud.
Get ready, BGS 2025! 2 legendary teams are dropped into the LCK cage. Make some noise and welcome stage, Tribe and Loud! Welcome on stage. It's a pleasure to have you all here in Brawl Stars Championship LCQ. And of course, we are in Brazil, so let's speak in Portuguese. But also, I would like to know, what do you guys think of LCQ so far? And what is the predictor of the game? Like the score, right? Gente, sejam todos muito bem-vindos aqui. Tem monte de gente aqui que veio assistir vocês aqui também. E o nosso competitivo aqui no LCQ. Quero saber, ó, de primeiro, o que vocês estão achando do evento? E qual que vai ser o resultado final das partidas aqui entre Loud e Tribe? Fala aí, PH.
Vou pegar? E aí, rapaziada, boa tarde pra vocês aí. Beleza? Satisfação. Galera, ó, seguinte, tô desde o primeiro dia de evento acompanhando a festa que vocês estão fazendo aí. Sensacional o apoio. A gente tá torcendo muito pelos times brasileiros pra gente poder amassar, brilhar lá no Mundial. Então vamos jogar muita energia positiva pra Casa Brawl aí mais tarde, pra gente ter 2 times lá representando o Brasil. Vai ser insano esse ano. Com relação aqui a esse showmatch aqui, família, jogaram a gente numa situação complicada aqui. Meu time tá muito preparado, você sabe que só tem pro player. VTzinho vai representar, o cara representa. Vai ter que carregar, vai ter que fazer um V1, um V2, um V3, vai fazer a composição, pique e ban, e a gente vai ver o que vai acontecer, mano. Mas a gente vai brigar aí pra tentar representar o Brasil aqui. Vamos ver, né? Vamos ver.
E agora? Ixi, o cara falou que vai representar ali, hein?
We love Brazil, we love Brawl Stars, we love Loud, but we're gonna give it our all, Bruno.
Ok, gente, ó, é isso. Vamos lá, handshake, please. Por favor, apertem as mãos. E tá dada a largada, galera. Best of luck for each team. And let's go. It's time for Showmatch.
On the right-hand side, Tribe Gaming with Kairos, Mina, aka Ashlyn, and OJ. We've already seen them on the Dallas stage. Now they bring the heat also to Sao Paulo. And I wonder, can they win again? Back then, they beat their opponents. Now it's against Loud. And the Brazilian crowd, of course, is going to root for that green team on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I fear for Tribe a little here, to be honest with you, especially when you face against VTZim as well. Yeah. An ex-professional, still playing at a very good level in Brawl Stars as well against them. And also, as you said, Sonny, the massive crowd that's going to be riling behind Loud as well. So Tribe got the work cut out for them, but got some semi-capable players on their side, I'd say.
On the side of Loud, we have Bruno, Yaya, and VTZim. At least one of the 3 we know all too well already.
It's very true. Dude, VTZim right here, I mean, he's made some postseasons before, being a very prominent player in Brawl Stars, competitive for a very long time, but has become a creator within the last few years. But he's still got those Brawl Stars skills on lock. I expect nothing less than for Tribe as well. I don't think you know that Ashlyn actually got pro rank recently in the last season. And I think that means something here when you get up on the big stage and get some drafts going.
Yeah, we obviously don't know how good exactly Bruno and Yaya are gonna be. On the side of Tribe, we have 3 content creators, but they're 3 of the best players I can imagine. If you just take the pool of all content creators, I think Tribe has some of the most skilled. If you just look at mechanics, now I don't know how good they are in draft. Ranked draft is a bit different from competitive draft usually, but we're gonna head out and start things here with. I might be biased. The best possible map, Sunny Soccer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's 100% biased. You might be the only one up here saying, I love Sunny Soccer because...
Yeah, when's Trav Football coming out? When's that map going to be released?
Yeah, and Ready, whatever, I don't know. Ready Bounty. I don't know, we need a compound. Just gonna stick my name on the end of it, not even replace anything. I'm telling you, it's coming. It's got to be in the works right now.
Now we're looking at the draft for this first beautiful map. Sunny Soccer. And yeah, again, I do think that Tribe at least knows what they're doing mechanically. Let's see if the draft is just as good as well. Mina is not banned out. That's already the first mistake I'm seeing here.
And it's going to be picked by Tribe as well. So it's surprising to see VT Zim of all people letting that through. I thought he'd be the one hovering his finger straight over that brawler to get it banned out. But,
I want to see Ashlyn on Mina.
Has slipped out. And I hope
cosplay.
hope she just starts cracking out some dance moves on stage as well. Starts doing some like spinning kicks and stuff to create some shields. But Frank over the other side as well, then going through a bit of health along with the Nita with the bear. So going to be a lot of HP to burn through for this Mina, but she's more than capable.
She entirely is. She's able to, you know, fire off some single shot projectiles with her first couple of shots. Of course, if she goes for 3 shots in a row, you have a shorter range sort of cone that does actually devastating damage. So if she gets up close and personal with Frank or with Nita, then, you know, she can get some kills out of there. I think it's definitely a mistake, though, to leave Nita unbanned. I feel like really in anyone's hands it's a devastating brawler. We actually saw it in our first show match of the day. I think, what, Showmatch 4 was our MVP there in the green room.
Showmatch 4's the GOAT, bro.
Yeah.
Like, someone signed that man up to a professional team.
We said the same thing on the desk.
Mate.
Really?
But no, there was 7 stars on Piper. I'm like, someone better be looking out at this.
So player number 4, if you haven't listened in before and you did just now, please sign up. We want to see you on a big stage like this one
maybe in a couple
later on.
He looks slightly young. Maybe in a couple years.
We'll see if Bruno, Yaya, if they also can become pro players still after their career as content creators. Ashlyn is going to come in now with Tara. Do like it, especially against the Frank there on the other side. I still hope that they swap around brawlers so we see Ashlyn in Mina cosplay, playing Mina. And now last pick for Loud. I would pick something against the Mina, which you can't really counter her completely. There's no hard counter. Maybe a Charlie, maybe a Draker. It's going to be Sandy instead. I do not think they have the DPS to deal with that.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit worrying for them, I won't lie. But yeah, would love to see Ashlyn on that brawler being able to play. You'd have thought the content-minded people that they are would kind of come up with that themselves without having to listen to us. But, you know, we can hope for the best. Loud's composition, though, I can't lie. It's not something we'd usually see in a competitive Brawl Stars match. I don't think I've seen Nita in, like, all of 2025, to be honest with you, in competitive. Maybe a little bit at the start, but yeah, definitely not these days.
Yeah, I started like once as a ban, and that was here at the Last Chance Qualifier. And so, yes, we haven't seen her played even once. Here it comes. Going to be Showmatch 1 there in the bottom left corner, piloting the Nita. On the top right, of course, I'm looking at Kairo's time, who's going to be the one in charge of Mina duties. It's going to be Ashlyn also on top of that Tara. I know you love Tara, Trav, so let's say something about Tara. She's probably going to charge some hypercharge and super off of Bruno on this Frank.
Ashlyn is going to be in a Terra, unfortunately. He's immediately stunned. Bruno doing a great job there with the Frank, trying to get the ball out of the corner. OJ has it now, tries to pass to Kairos. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Takes Bruno into Shadow Realm, and that's an opportunity for Tribe to come forward.
Sandstorm's going to be placed down, and VT Zim playing a bit of a defensive game here as well. Time holding on to this super. I haven't actually seen him place a gadget yet, so I'm not sure which one he'll be using, whether he's going to be able to rip super after super, or if we're going to see a little spin kick and shield popped up. OJ not having the best of times, even though he's got a pretty decent matchup into that Frank, I won't lie. Rotating over to the Sandy side now, seeing what he can do over there.
Well, he's going to be marching forward. That's enough to take down VT Zim. Kairos time chains the attacks together forward, has that gadget active. It's going to be another recharge super. Make that 2 stuns in a row. Ashlyn gets to walk this one through. VT Zim must have decided on mercy today because he popped the gadget and didn't use it.
3 supers available on the blue side. Let's see if they can immediately turn this one into a goal. Kind of hesitating here. VT Zim trying to take the long route on the left-hand side. OJ with a hypercharge. Ashlyn as well. That looks dangerous. Bruno is going to get stuck in here by the Terra. Shadow Realm as well for him. Bruno's no more. 1-0 still for Tribe Gaming, and that ball gets cornered, just like their rivals usually, SK Gaming.
You see, SK catching strays from afar here, honestly.
They're not even here.
They're in the competition. And they're already qualified to Worlds and they're catching strays. But OJ trying to do his best here against Bruno. That should be a good super, but actually gets cancelled out there by KT. Bruno trying to push this forwards now, but Ashlyn coming in with another super. VTZim's going to get caught on the wall and doing what he does best. Should be by far the best player in this lobby, to be fair, but the Tribe overwhelmed them so far. And another super placed down.
VTZim's got the super on the ground, and everyone's visible. Even OJ, who's slowly taking that chip damage. VTZim wants to take advantage of it, but Kairos Time knew exactly where he was. Bruno gets one kill on the right side. It's looking good for a potential goal. Has that stun as well, but need the synergy. No synergy whatsoever. At least they've gotten a stun onto Ashlyn to get a goal up here in the final few seconds and push us to OT.
Loud evening out the score, just 4 seconds before the walls break down.
Oh,
another super from Ashlyn, triple pull. All members of the blue roster just fall, and this is going to be Tribe Gaming running away with this first game. And Trev, when was the last time you hit a triple pull?
Well, it's funny you remind me this, actually, because if you remember correctly at the Chaos Cup in 2022 MSI, I triple pulled the entirety of the Tribe Gaming roster. Thanks for letting me slip there, and I appreciate that. Go back and watch it in the VOD, guys. It was an incredible play. I think I was playing under Tyrant at the time, so if you see him doing anything good, it was probably me.
My man Blood thinks he's part of the team. I remember that too. Dude up at the podium thinks he's a Brawl Esports player. Y'all may not know, but he did play many years ago. He's got some good opinions on this, I'd say. I know Tara is a favorite of yours. We've seen some big hypercharge pulls. We'll see if Tribe Gaming do it once again. Kairos Time's got the super forward. It's wide open goal. Dashes forward for the first one. Tribe Gaming 1 goal away from a set victory.
And that, folks, is why you usually ban out Mina. She can get her super back even thanks to her gadget. Kairos Time, again, moving forward, does have a super available. Decides to use it on Bruno here. Leaves Nita alive here. Yaya is that, by the way. Bruno now moving up on the right-hand side. Is he tanky enough to just walk through? He doesn't trust his HP. Tries hard. Beats OJ his super, and in the end, he's in the Shadow Realm. Can't really move up further.
Yeah, perfectly timed super that as well from OJ. Stopping Bruno in his tracks and fading that shot. Break comes through, and that's going to clip Ashlyn there. It's going to be the pullback as well, and the shot attempt is there. And he's stunned out, but KT, that Brawl is just a little bit too powerful at the moment. Going to be able to fend them off and keep this lead for Tribe.
The standing wasn't a bad idea, it's just that the execution, like the couple of times that it could have gotten them a goal or a defense, have fallen flat. Double hypercharge push in from OJ and Ashlyn. We're going to get a huge pull and now have to avert course. A kill onto VTZim looks good. Bruno with his hypercharge is looking menacing, but he's got to run back, otherwise he will get staggered. OJ knows all too well, going for the combo shrooms and additional damage as he marches forward.
Not sure that double hypercharge was necessary to take down a single Nita, but Nita left the stage here. Bruno now taking over the ball, trying to move up again. VTZim trying to make some room for his teammates. Doesn't clip Ashlyn just enough. She survives. Daniel comes down, though. This could be a huge opportunity for Loud to even out the score.
Absolutely, hypercharges there for Bruno as well. Going to pop it now. Maybe wanted to go for the goal there. Gets taken into the realm by OJ, who's going to have a tough time in that situation. Ashlyn going to be stunned out there, and surely this is going to be a goal. KT and OJ can't get back. He does realm him. And Kairos doing a great job at gaining some ground, and somehow this has been defended for now.
Unnecessary sacrifice actually fires through. VTZim has an opportunity as well. Wants to get Ashlyn, but she charges super just in time for the defense. Tribe Gaming are immovable right now. 15 seconds for them to move this ball down the field and for Loud to somehow bring it back to the other side.
9 seconds down. Shadow Realm for Bruno once again. I don't think he's going to make it out of there before the time has run out. This is going to be Tribe Gaming not only taking this game, but also this first set 1-0 for the red roster.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I felt like there was a few opportunities for them to score there, Loud, and equalise that score, but solid defense from Tribe for the majority of it, really solid stuff. And I think this is kind of the way we expected it to go. I'd like to see a bit more from VTZim, though, to be honest.
I would too. I noted like a couple of missed stunts for him. One actually could have resulted in goal there in game number 2 and tied things up, at least gotten them to overtime. Looking at the stats as well, it's not too shabby for Loud when we look at Bruno and VTZim. That Nita just like did not do what it really needed to do and execute. The Bear like rarely made an appearance, often had bad matchups. Here's a double stun. I mean, that's just disrespectful. You don't run that gadget that often. A lot of times it's a shield for the team play, and to know that you can pull off the double super on an opponent, that's going to be the one thing that enables you to run it.
You know what else you don't do? Leave Mina open.
Yes, yes.
It's been played 3 times this weekend. Has a 100% win rate, and to be fair, 2 times the that she was picked up, it was in a show match. So I'm not sure we're going to see her again later on. We still have 2 golden ticket matches lined up later for you, so stay tuned for Tessa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon and Pepar Supermassive versus Navi.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely huge games. Tribe off to a flying start here, though. Really nice plays, especially from the Mina. And honestly, that means both Minas as well. The Mina stood on the stage and the Mina playing in the game. Really solid stuff from Ashlyn on that Tara as well. Nice to see that brawler getting a bit of love even in the show matches.
Oh, I love it so much. Yeah, we talk about Ashlyn. Of course, she's dressed up as Mina here. I bet a lot of people didn't know that she is one of the first women in Brawl Stars to achieve pro rank. She is very good at this game. She did it last season, and she's flaunting her skills on the Tara. I just wonder if Mina is going to be left open this time. And our first show match of the day was, of course, a best of 3, more of a truncated format. But when that Mina was available, it was played 1 set, it won, and then it was banned from there on out. I wonder if Loud will go ahead and learn their lesson.
In style, showing up on stage here, Ashlyn, and also in game, did pretty well. Glad you mentioned it already. For all the haters out there, she can really play Brawl Stars. That triple pull, I mean, Trev claimed to hit one. I'm still not sure that actually happened.
I'll tell you what, though, I haven't hit pro. I'll give you that. I haven't hit pro.
Did you try, though?
Not really. I kind of...
See, Trev, I think if you would try, you would make it.
Diamond 3 right now.
If you played with 2 pro players.
Whoa! Still it's a Diamond 2, actually. Don't forget about that.
No.
Yeah, sat in the green room just playing the worst stars of my life on some questionable Wi-Fi. But yeah, Miko. Ripping a bit of Miko in Harder Up Mine. Someone should try that, honestly, right now.
Is Miko going to make an appearance here on Hard Rock Mine? Yeah, it's exactly where you were playing it.
Definitely not.
Van Q's in Hard Rock Mine. Like, are you really going to play Miko? Look, if you're going to get away with it anywhere, it's got to be Heist. It is a best of 5 over here, so there's a decent chance that we make it into, some more variety game modes. And yes, Loud have learned the lesson. They have the last pick. Tribe has the first. Loud do not want to deal with that Mina first pick again.
I mean, to be fair, if this was Rival versus Toxic Lotus, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Miko even on a Hard Rock Mine. By the way, the crowd is getting spike balloons now. I want one of those. They look awesome.
Yeah, can we bring one up here?
Over there.
Oh, wow, look at that.
That would be fun. Get us one, please. Ollie is going to be the first pick here. Mina now banned out. Loud has learned their lesson, Trev.
Yeah, but I mean, Ollie going to be picked up first here as well, which is a really solid brawler to have, no matter what the map, really. So, nice for Tribe to be able to get that brawler again. And some decent bans across the majority of it here for everybody else. Loud going to have their first quick pick coming in now, and that's going to be the Gus through the mid. Solid, not really at the forefront at the moment. It's been played quite a bit in Heist and Bounty, but Gem has been kind of ignored.
Seems like Frank is a favorite here for Loud. And I just have to be scratching my head over here. Like, he's not that good. If you pair him up with a healer, then, maybe he can survive. I want to see some sort of anti-Ollie strategy. You can see that Tribe Gaming actually really did want this Ollie because they went ahead and banned the Buster. I think Cordelius is wide open if you're looking for a counter to him specifically. This is going to be pretty overwhelming. What Tribe Gaming is going for here is very, very meta.
I have a question. Which brawler do you think is Bruno's main?
Honestly, you've got me here, mate. I don't know.
We saw him twice now, and both times he played Frank.
So difficult.
Yeah. A mystery. I wonder how we'll ever figure it out.
Rico is going to be picked up here. I did mention before that he used to be very meta on the map. Like this one, not really currently, though. There's so many brawlers to counter him out. But I'm glad we at least see him here in this show match. It's going to be one of OJ's favorites. Then Charlie to round off their comp. It's a very balanced out comp. They don't really have a gem carrier. I assume that's going to be Charlie, but it can work out here. On the side of Loud now, last pick. They already have a mid with Gus. They have a lane with Frank, and they're going to double down with the tanks.
I feel like I'm watching Brawl Ball League, like Guy and Trevor coming out of retirement so 2 years later and ripping the Frank Jackie.
It would be
every game.
Tara and Jackie.
Yeah, it's true, actually. We saw the Tara in the last one with the other side. But yeah, they're just ripping some tanks and hoping for the best.
Why is Brawl Ball League now also catching strays?
Hey, Brawl Ball League's not catching strays. Guy and Trevor are catching strays. They're coming out of retirement and just playing the most comfortable picks ever rather than the meta, and I think that's kind of what's happening here for that.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. I don't think Frank is a bad brawler by any means. He's not really the best right now. Hey, maybe it's going to be difficult for Ashlyn to punch through that HP because Ollie does not really have that much damage. We'll see on the right side. The Jackie has opted to take the lane against OJ on this Rico. It's pretty much the last thing you want to do against a Rico on Hard Rock Mine. For many years, it was first pick worthy. That's a kill for VT Zim. He knows that Rico's going to be a huge nuisance if not dealt with immediately on the lane.
Ashlyn on the ollie this time, hypnotizes Bruno. She can't probably get that takedown. She can't. Gaia is going to come in to help out her teammate. VT's in with 2 gems already, 3 gems on Kairos. Yes, the Charlie is going to play gem carry here in this one. There are 3 supers available now on the red roster side. Super coming in from OJ, huge one. Yaya falls. Only 2 members left on Loud.
OJ trying to hold this lane there as well. Super comes out, finds no connection. Kairos is going to go down here as well, so real nice stuff, and OJ pinned all the way back.
Oh, Ashlyn's blasted away as soon as he tried to get the hypnosis on VT Zim. He's allowed to escape. Now Hypercharge push in from both Bruno and Jackie. It's a takedown on Kairos time, and Tribe Gaming find themselves grasping at straws. They've not been able to get a foothold on this map. VT Zim's been an overwhelming force on this Gus, just can't seem to miss a shot.
Get him. Nice, get the gems if you can. Nice. Okay, we just need one more. Is it our spawn?
I don't know.
Okay, I can't die, so it's hard for me to go in.
Oh, he had a bubble for that. Crazy. Nice.
They can still reset, right? Oh, get those gems. Get that gem if you can. We need this gem, I think. Okay.
Okay, we gotta heal, both of us. Nice.
Oh, how I love to hear that. Ashlyn actually taking over that role as the in-game lead, giving calls to her 2 teammates and making sure that they have enough gems, that the opponents can't reset. She really knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, the other 2 were just silent for the majority of it. It's just her doing the talking stuff.
They're concentrating, they're a bit shy.
Although, I mean, they should be the ones screaming on the stage, to be honest with you, all 3 of them. So, nice to see Ashlyn with some good communication, and I think much needed in situations like that. The way she was like, is it our spawn? And they're just like, I don't have a clue, mate.
Having those comms in a sticky situation where they lost all their walls, there was really not much of anywhere for OJ to go. And a crucial role to be fulfilled by mid in Kairos time. Ashlyn, of course, is being the playmaker over here on Ollie, looking for some hypnosis. Needs a synergy from Kairos. It's good. VT Zim is forced to back up, especially with the influence of Ollie inside of these bushes. OJ's done a phenomenal job of backing everyone up, but things could change. I don't think that was an intentional super there from Jackie, and we'll see a double hypnosis. Ashlyn may be able to get away with this. That's a double super, but no dice.
Bruno stays alive here. VT Zim trying to go up and comfy here with Kairos. Can't really claim another gem here. Kairos already with 6 on their side. Loud now finally standing in mid, but Yaya falls. Bruno's low. VT Zim once again without any gems.
Well, Hypercharge coming out here from OJ, might find some connections around the back and does on VT Zim. Didn't find too much on Bruno, but now he's absolutely lasering him. A little Hypercharge coming in down there by Yaya, and another one coming in from Ashlyn. Might find a connection and does. Just about gets that kill, and a gadget on VT Zim. He pops a pretty premature Hypercharge here, and not going to get much back from it. OJ can still go down and try retreating.
Only a few seconds remaining. It's missed Hypercharge from Kairos, but it's all fine. OJ's here to clean up. Bruno falls. It's VT Zim and Jackie around the right side to try and pick up the pieces, but they're nowhere near the gem carrier to interrupt. It's a second set headed over to Tribe Gaming. 4 consecutive game victories.
Yes, exactly. So far, not a single game dropped from this side of Tribe Gaming. They are trying to repeat what they already managed to do in Dallas. We played Brawl Arena over there. Here in Sao Paulo, we're playing a best of 5 with regular maps that we've also seen all weekend long from the pro players. And honestly, so far, we do see some meta brawlers.
Yeah, honestly, I quite like the compositions, especially from the Tribe Gaming side. Obviously, Rico kind of not showing up here as much as he used to on these maps. And Loud just kind of ripping what feels comfortable for them, and honestly, I don't mind it too much. I think it's probably the smart thing to do if you're not too comfortable with the game. But at the end of the day, Tribe in a very good position to do what a lot of pro teams can't do, and sweep in the LCQ.
Ready? Are we going to see Frank for a third time now?
I wonder if we'll see Nita again. I think Frank is such a high possibility over here. It depends on the mode. You know, if it's Bounty, then look, I don't think even Bruno would want to go for the Frank in that situation. But I will say,
Frank double support, maybe?
you think? Yeah, and yeah, we see the Jae Young, we see a Byron make its appearance. I wonder if VT Zim would allow that to happen. Seems like he's trying to be pretty meta, trying to be the support. And he was also making good calls on which lanes to target, of course, going for OJ on the Rico, on the lane early on. And actually, that almost got that game 1 victory for Loud.
I mean, in Brawl Ball, especially, Loud looked like they stand a chance. It was super, super tight. Now in Gem Grab, I felt like, especially with the call-outs there, Tribe was a little bit ahead. And now we're heading over to Layer Cake. We are in Bounty already, so we'll see if Frank is gonna come out.
Playable.
Yeah, it's
playable
possible.
on Layer Cake.
If any Bounty map would be suited for Frank, it would probably be this one. So many walls, so many bushes to hide in. We'll see. Maybe Bruno has some other brawlers in store.
Yeah, we could. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping for a Frank now, just to stick with this this theme of him loving this brawler and wanting to play it everywhere. But it would be a bit tough. I think VT Zim's just kind of go for the ranked thing of just trying to take a really strong brawler that can swing a game and do it all himself. But we'll see if that does happen, because this is the kind of map where you can just take like a Kenji or something and just absolutely pop off and win the game yourself.
And at this point, have Tribe caught on to the tendencies of Loud as well? If they know that they're going to run tanks, the Jackie, the Frank, they should just like pick up some tank counters like they did in set number 1. They knew to go with the Cordelius. OJ did a pretty good job at that. Mina was left open. I wonder if she'll be left open this time. Depends on who has first pick, who will be the wiser. It's a Mina ban for Loud, which means Tribe Gaming has that first pick.
It used to be my Dynamite map, this one. I spent so many hours on there on Leather trying to push him to rank 35 back then. Now, not really in the meta currently, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see Tribe Gaming bringing him in here, honestly. They like a bit of cheese, especially OJ. Let's see if they have a strat in store for us. We have the bans in already, 3 tanks banned out of the side of Tribe Gaming. Gonna go with meta here again, Trev. Bonnie is gonna be super strong here.
Yeah, Bonnie's solid. Loud, somewhere a prediction of Frank's got to be in there, to be honest with you. Doug is going to be banned out of the way by Tribe, so they've spotted some of the cheese strategies that rival Esports were maybe going for throughout this weekend, and they kind of took that knockout more than most things, but it's still a possibility that you can go for the Doug here with a little healer along the way, so we'll see if that's the case, but usually kind of a bit more kind of range, mid-range throwers, something a bit more aggressive, possibly on Poco. Okay, but maybe we will see Frank.
What was that mention of Frank double support? Okay, it won't be double support, a singular support. Oh, interesting. Shade immediately comes up from Tribe Gaming. That's definitely gutsy right there to go ahead and pick up that one, because there's so many ways that a wall could break. Frank, for example, but you know, plenty of others. Hank is a great counter. I think there's also, of course, still time for VT Zim to go ahead and pick up his brawler. Hank is one that sticks out to me. Jackie was played in the previous one, could be the aggro that Loud are hoping to go for, and it's well known as a direct counter to Shade.
We see many Loud fans in the crowd right now, but also some Casa Brawl fans getting ready for our next match. We have a golden ticket match for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. It's Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon with 2 more golden tickets to give away, and unfortunately, one of those 2 teams will not get one of those.
It's going to be disappointing to see some of these teams, and I know who the home crowd wants to get through that first match, and it's definitely not Crazy Raccoon, because they've been supporting them massively all the way through Casa Brawl. Really solid team and have a good chance of getting all the way to World Finals. Loud pick up their last brawler, and it's a Rico. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to say, bro.
That's Trev not thinking it's a great pick. Yeah, it's a pick.
It's a pick.
It's something.
You see a bunch of walls and you go like, dude, think of all the balls that I could bounce off of those walls, but then you realize, oh, I don't have straight corridors that I can really utilize. It's a really weird looking map, Layer Cake, at least when you're looking for flat surfaces to bounce some shots off of. We'll see how it turns out for Loud. They need a big comeback right here. A reverse sweep is the only way they can beat Tribe at this rate.
Bruno with a big sweep catches right to begin with. OJ falls immediately. Blue Star switches over to the side of Loud. They take the lead here 2-1.
Well, Bruno threw the most hopeful super of all time there, I think, with Squeak, and tried to get some kills, but KT getting 1, almost 2 hit, just narrowly survives, and A couple of missed heals there from Ashlyn as well, but we won't touch on that too much. VTZim in a tough position now, but OJ getting bounced down and pinched in. Can he survive this one? Looks like VTZim should be able to finish that, and he does. That's 6-3.
Tribe Gaming would have loved to have played defense instead of offense there. They had the star lead. They've gotten some stars back. It's a kill on Bruno to kick things off, but they're still behind by that crucial blue star. VTZim is in a risky situation. If OJ gets that super, then he can go ahead and count himself out, unless, of course, he's decided to go for some healing action with his gadget, which might be able to keep him in the game for a little bit longer. OJ's just working on farming up that hypercharge, and so is VTZim. He catches Kairos time in a bad place, but here comes OJ to try and avenge his death.
I mean, OJ's going huge. Massive, massive stuff from him, but not enough, as he does get taken down as well. It's 10-6 now for Loud, as the blue star still with them as well.
Harris Tam a little too low there in the left-hand side to help out OJ. He falls. He jumps in with a huge hypercharge, stuns Yaya, gets VTZim, but doesn't survive in the end. It's a back and forth here. Loud still with the Lito. Blue star on their side, but with Yaya falling yet again. It's going to be Tribe Gaming taking over the lead just 20 seconds before the end.
Oh, OJ did not want to pop that hypercharge. At least he'll have it for the next push in, and he's going to have to make it count. That countdown is back to be active on the field. Bruno's in a bad spot as well. It's a laser! And a 20-star victory for Loud. The crowd roars as this win streak for Tribe has been interrupted, and the home crowd could not be more happy.
Of course, they're going to be rooting for Loud here. They've watched the pro players battling it out in so many lands this year. Loud taking one win after another. We're going to see Caster Brawl in just a second. Usually always the bad guys next to Loud, but now this crowd is going to root for them as well, Trev. Let's see if Loud can take this set off the hands of Tribe Gaming. They looked super solid in this one. With the heals from Poco, of course. Getting pushed back into spawn now, though. Bruno falls quite low. Yaya as well. Could be where will be Tribe's gaming game now, taking over the lead. And oh, never mind. Bruno at the top. Can he survive though against OJ? I don't think so.
OJ refusing to use the super there as well. A little bit questionable from him, but Kara's going to come in, gets VTZim down. A super from the Squeak is not going to get KT just yet. And a splasher from Ashlyn will keep him alive and in the mix. OJ going forwards, wants to try and rectify his little mistake just before, and Bruno very low now. Chooses to go for the Poco instead, choosing not to use the hypercharge. And in the back lines, gets another straight back into the wall and evades some shot nicely. But I think that's a destined death for OJ in the end.
No, he was not going to be able to survive that. He was going to pop out of the wall eventually, decide to go ahead and make it painless. Well, he was on 60 HP. Kairos time in for the jump and a kill on Bruno. Tribe Gaming are only 2 kills away from winning on a 20-star victory, like Loud did in the very first game. OJ's going to try and accelerate this. Has that gadget active, a bit more range to deal some damage to Poco, and now OJ, around to the right side, will fall. Loud, they're still behind by a couple of stars. Tribe Gaming might decide to prioritize some defense here.
Yeah, I mean, they're being very aggressive, aren't they, really, Tribe? Even when they have the lead, they're going full on in. And OJ not really having the best of times on the right-hand side here. Super build from KT and hypercharge to go along with it as well. VTZim is there to defend, and Ashlyn. Nice gadget to the left-hand side, but great heals coming through from the Poco.
Bruno decides to still keep his hypercharge for now, gets the kill onto Ashlyn anyway. Ashlyn with the trade-off, though. Tribe Gaming evens out the score here on layer kick.
Yeah, it was really nice from them. Super, super good defensive position. Couldn't really be broken through there by the side of Loud. So now we are on to match point for Tribe Gaming, and Loud eventually got a game on the board, but it might not be enough if it carries on like this.
No, I think Tribe Gaming, they played way too aggressively in game number 1. They are still going to go for this blue star. Bruno knows better not to get hit by that attack from OJ in the beginning. He's at a risk of going down, and he does fall. Loud get that initial kill. I think a lot of this is going to fall on VTZim. He clearly paid attention in geometry class. Just look at some of those supers that he got in the last game. And he was worth a lot of stars. Eventually he got pressed back by OJ on this shade, and then things started to fall apart as soon as Tribe Gaming got in the lead.
On Bounty, I'd really like to mention that not dying is more important than getting those kills. Loud is doing a phenomenal job so far, getting the blue star, now just letting Tribe come close, body blocking for each other. Now VTZim is really trying hard to keep Bruno alive here. He falls in the end. The lead reaches over to Tribe Gaming. They're still keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, great splash there as well, and Ashlyn in the back lines just trying to keep her teammates alive. The splash comes through to get VTZim low, but there's nobody there to finish off that kill. OJ will fall as well, and the lead is in the hands of Loud once more. Super bail from KT, and he's ready to go in, but might need OJ's help.
OJ is now going to be to the rescue, but it's without a hypercharge or a super. He's going to have to rely on Ashlyn for some HP and Kairos time to make that entry frag. Even if he falls, it's an opportunity for a team wipe for OJ. He's closing in on this radius. There's a hypercharge. 1, 2, team wipe for Tribe Gaming. They run away with a 6-star lead.
A triple stun from KT. Sure, Tribe Gaming has to get out though. OJ still trying to go aggressive. He knows he can go down with those 3 stars. Tribe Gaming would still have the lead here. Gets a hypercharge, trying to get a bit more kills here. Yeah, about to fall here. Bruno tries to protect her, but it's going to be a 14 to 6-star lead for Tribe.
Yeah, OJ's feeling himself quite a lot here. KT's got to be a little bit careful because he might be feeding those 4 stars over with how aggressive he's going at the moment. Ashlyn goes down in the back lines and BT's might be able to try and clutch this one here. Down goes OJ. Can he get out? Oh, yes, he did as well. And Tribe, too over-aggressive. And Loud managed to get the job done.
Congratulations, you played yourself. What are you doing out here stat padding when you've got the lead? No, I think Tribe Gaming are trying to give us a good match. They were in the lead so firmly in both of the games that they, well, one of them they won, and of course they almost won that last one. They stayed on the aggressive for so long. The standout player, of course, from Loud is VTZim. 11 kills, the most DPS in the entire lobby. And Loud need him to carry them just a little bit further in this match.
I feel like I have to repeat myself here. Sometimes in Bounty, it's more important to not go down than to actually get kills. You said OJ was feeling himself a bit too much, Trev. I think the whole team, honestly, just going in there at the end. I'm not sure if that was the game plan. They could have just stayed back in their spawn, and it's also a super interesting thing to watch here. When we see pro players play on a map like this one, Bounty in general, it usually ends with like a 6 to 2-star lead. We see them all here just go in again and again, fall, and all 3 times we went to the 20-star cap in Bounty.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, as you said, it's definitely better to stay alive, and especially when you've got like an 18 to 10 lead. It's definitely better to stay alive in that situation. They wanted to just get that one done quickly, but Loud, very pleased with their performance there. You can see smiles on their faces, and a huge win for them, but that was an incredible play. I'd have loved to hear the voice comms from Ashlyn just watching a team go in and die over and over and over again. Because I know that if that was me, I would have been crying.
Oh no, the listening would have gotten crazy. We heard how like calm and cool and collected she was in Hard Rock Mine just a moment ago. And I imagine it was a lot of, why did you do that? What are you doing? No, cut it out.
Behave, guys. Let's focus up now for Heist. We're on pit stop. You feel like we're going to see some Edgar action again, just like from Reply Totem? It did work out for them.
I think it'd be about the skill level of the draft, to be honest with you. Not like... Because, you know, when you play an Edgar, it's either because you're so confident in the brawler that you know you're going to win, or you just can't draft to save your life and you like the brawler.
Or you're KT and you love to cosplay him.
That is true. That's true. He's not dressed up as a... You know, I spoke with Kairos Time before the show match in Dallas, and he said, yeah, like I'm going to dress up as Edgar, and I'm going to pick Edgar. And then they were facing 100 Thieves. They picked Edgar every single match. He couldn't even play it even once. This would be his chance to pick Edgar, give him a thumbs down, spin on him IRL on the big stage. That would be something to be
more. Ashlyn in the show, though. She looks amazing as Mina.
Hey, you got a stage to share. Everyone gets to cosplay a little bit.
That's true. We didn't see Mina all too often this weekend. Now she's left open yet again. Loud as the first pick, though. Will they realize how strong this brawler is? Will the Brazilian team here play the Brazilian representative? No. Nita, of course, is better than Mina. That's why Nita's always been out, right?
That goes without saying. Nita's better than Mina. Listen up for the last 2 games as well, guys. Start watching these drafts because they could learn a thing or two, the professional teams, from these drafts, and especially the Loud ones of that with Nita first pick for the majority of sets. But Tribe Gaming, surely they're going to take Mina.
Try.
Or not.
Oh, okay. Barry, I see that RT ban, and I'm inclined to believe that it's going to be some hyper aggro. You know, could see a Miko in here. RT is really one of the only ways to deal with a Miko. You split top from bottom. There you go. It's the Miko. I love also seeing some of these fan cams as well. Just the people in the audience are so wonderful. What an awesome crowd here in Brazil.
I think Tribe Gaming is being polite here, not picking up the Mina. They know she's a little bit overtuned at the moment, and maybe they want to give Loud the chance to play the skater brawler themselves. Second pick here from Loud. Is it going to be Frank maybe? No, it's BB. Usually a rival esports classic. This time around picked up from the Brazilian team here. I don't mind BB and Nita on Heist. They're good picks if all the better picks are banned out.
Bro's going for the stealth plug on camera now as well. Make sure to go and follow whoever that was on TikTok. Loud. Have this last pick coming up next though, and BB going to be obviously flying in before that. As you said, I do quite like it. It's fine on Heist. It's not kind of out of place pick in this competition. We've seen it, 2 or 3 times from the actual professional teams. And you can hear a Sam coming as well. So that's a bit of a rogue one. Definitely an NA pick. Maybe you can enlighten us on that one a bit more, Reddy.
Yeah, well, okay, there are only 2 people in North America who play it, and it's always a head-scratcher when they do. Rafiki, and of course, second best. Love this brawler. It's all about running at the enemy side and dying a lot, but, at least you get some damage while you're over there. And Loud, yes, this is very much the strategy that they're going for. It was quite obvious also from some of their picks. I think in the first set, they also decided to go something hyper-aggressive, led with a Jackie. We saw it in Hard Rock Mine. So that's their plan, is to run at the enemy team. They may actually have this Nita dedicated to defense to deal with OJ. OJ's not going to have a very fun time running away from that bear. He will do additional damage to it, at least. Going to be running the star power that does additional damage to non-player things that have health on the map. So there's some counterplay available there. But I am concerned for Loud how they're going to fare into this Miko, since they don't really have a direct counter.
We are in set 4 now. Loud made sure they're not going down without a fight here. At least take a bounty. Let's see if they can also take Heist. Just immediately targeting to save here. Only Yaya staying back. Of course, with the Nita, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to defend until you have your bear and only then go to the front. 20 HP on Yaya, but she survives. Gets the takedown. BT Zim in the front did some damage to the save of Loud, but to the save of Tribe Gaming, but he falls in the end and Loud still takes the lead.
Well, OJ's just leaving that, and why not, if he's just choosing to go forwards. Can be quite hard for a player who's not kind of at the best of their ability to be able to hit this Miko jumping over the top of you time and time again, and a really defensive bear here. And Miko's surely just going to go over the wall, and Berry continues shooting at the safe to try and get some more damage. Gets the slow off and survives on, but up top, this is big damage from Loud.
Bruno and BT Zim connect. Ashlyn has to rotate backwards for defense because they're so behind. They're behind by a single shield. That's a lot here on pit stop when Loud is running directly at you. Karstein's going to have to do a lot. Now that he's also facing a hypercharged bear, thankfully it focuses on Ashlyn, draws some of the attention away. OJ now connects with the safe as well. Just 4 or 5 more shots would do it. It's going to take a Rockstar defense from Tribe Gaming to keep their safe alive into a hypercharged bear, and the final bit of percentage comes through. Once more, Tribe Gaming in the lead and at match point.
Miko worked out as intended. Whole team Tribe did a great job there, but on the side of Loud, we did some hefty damage to the Tribe safe as well. It was definitely a close one. Tribe.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be getting back into the game shortly and seeing if Tribe Gaming can actually take this match point and win it this time rather than handing it straight back over to Loud. And OJ coming straight in now, choosing not to go for the safe, but for the Nita as well. The slow goes onto it too, but should be looking to try and crack the shield with a couple more jumps onto it, and Ashlyn going to help him out there as well.
It's still only a trade in terms of shields, because that is a lot for Kairos to deal with, but he still does it. He wins that 1v2, and he's got a hypercharge to show for his efforts. Meanwhile, Ashlyn and OJ have been going absolutely ham on this stage. You'll also notice that Tribe Gaming haven't even lost their first shield yet. It's a lead of 2 shields right now for Tribe Gaming, and now Loud have lost their last one.
I mean, OJ's playing really well here as well. Gets pulled back in, but BT Zim can't quite get up to him. The Bear's there as well, trying to stop things, and OJ healed up nicely, just choosing to try and go straight back for the safe. He's jumping all over the place, dragging Bruno with him, and doing a real good job of just burning through this time.
Ashlyn with a super, trying to stay alive there. Tribe with the last attack here. Can they take the save down already? Yes, they can. Tribe Gaming takes this Showmatch here, 3-1 against Loud. Could be a little teaser here for the World Finals, as both Loud and Tribe have already claimed their golden ticket. They will be playing in Stockholm, and maybe we're going to see a rematch there with the pro players instead of the content creators, but they did well. Even the team that lost here today, Loud, I liked what we saw today.
Yeah, we can only hope that's the case. Would love to see a rematch between these 2 teams with the huge fan bases that they have in Sweden for World Finals, so it's going to be a big one for them as well. Stats-wise, Ashlyn flying and KT with some great defenses, but look at that damage on stage by OJ.
A super coordinated draft from Tribe Gaming. They got exactly what they wanted. Ashlyn, of course, on this aggro berry to offer a bit of support for OJ as soon as he jumped away. OJ also with the RT ban got pretty much the freest Miko ever. It was Yaya on defense most of the time. That's why she has the second most kills in the lobby, because she's just trying to deal with the Miko. And honestly, I will say, Yaya's bear did some pretty big work there in game number 1. Almost made that a buzzer beater between Loud and Tribe Gaming. And Kairos, of course, on the defense with Charlie, won that 1v2, got a hypercharge to show for his efforts in game number 2. Really well played by both sides.
Both those teams had a very good in-game lead, as everybody seemed to know where they have to stand, what their job is. Now, with that show match out of the way, we're gonna go into golden ticket match number 3. And Trev, it's Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon up next. After that follows Papar Supermassive versus Navi.
Yeah, we're getting back to business now with the golden ticket games. Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon is going to be an absolutely huge one, especially for the crowd here in Sao Paulo at the Brazil Game Show, because we know how much they've been supporting these home teams, and they're really going to benefit off the back of it.
Oh, there are some theories that, you know, the reason that Casa has been winning these games is because of the overwhelming support that they have received. Even as Star Dragon, you know, one of their previous opponents he played with, Toxic Lotus, he was coaching them and helping them draft. And yes, he said it was so overwhelming, it really threw us off of our game. Will the same happen to Crazy Raccoon with former world champions and second place runners-up at Worlds in tow?
And word got out that Casa Brawl is going to play next. We give the crowd some more time to trickle in. The crowd, the stands is completely full. So let's see you again afterwards. Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon. Stay tuned.
Calma. Boa, 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 boa.
Tô pegando o filho do personagem, galera.
Muita coisa, mas tá não. Eu vou tá. Ai, tá difícil, calma.
Cara, é muito difícil, cara.
Ganhar o Golden Ticket vai ser muito importante para o nosso time, porque é um trabalho de um ano, né? Se acabar caindo tão cedo, vai encerrar o ano meio na metade, você não chega no principal objetivo, sendo que nosso objetivo é chegar muito longe no Mundial ou até ganhar ele.
世界大会はそのプロ選手にとっては目標で、やっぱ自分たちクレイジーラクーンはやっぱレベル高いところで戦って優勝したいと思っています。
It's day 3 of the Last Chance Qualifier 2025. We're still in Sao Paulo. Welcome back to the show. 2 golden tickets have already been given away. One to Revenant X-Spark and the other one to Reply Totem. It was a 5-set series in that second one. Now, I do expect this next one to be just as close. It's Casa Brawl versus Crazy Raccoon and Trev. This one was a very hard one to predict.
Absolutely. I mean, just about resurrected my predictions with the last one. My first one didn't really go to plan. I think I was the only one predicting wrong on the first, but the second, Reply Totem with a big reverse sweep against Team Electros there, and definitely saved my day today in terms of predictions. Casa Brawl, Crazy Raccoon up next, and then Sub Navi slightly afterwards ready.
This is going to be exciting last couple of matches. Those first ones had so much heartbreak for me, and this one will do no less. It's the hometown heroes versus some of the titans of Brawl, but both of these have been at the world stage numerous times before, and they've both come in as number 4 in their regions.
And we were wondering, what's Crazy Raccoon even doing here at NLCQ? But if any team can best them, it's going to be Casa Brawl. Yesterday, thanks to the crowd, I must say, they were really feeding from it. They carried them through all the way to the lead of their group. A quick 3-1 against NXT, and the 3-1 also against none other than Toxic Lotus. Can Casa Brawl beat the Giant though? Crazy Raccoon on the other side with 10-side double world final champion. Can they beat him today?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Obviously, as you said, they've taken down Toxic Lotus already, who were kind of predicted to be one of the 4 teams who would be going to the World Finals. They're already taken down, and that is a wonderful graphic. I can't just not laugh at that. It's incredible. They're already taken down one of the big teams, so a huge one stands in their way now of Tensai and the guys on Crazy Raccoon.
Pekka on the left-hand side, representing the home team, Brawl, and then against Tensai on the right-hand side. The last time those two encountered each other was at the World Finals 2022. In the end, Tensai won. Now, can Pekka get his revenge 3 years later?
It's absolutely insane. I mean, that was one of the most surprising matches of 2022 because it was a near victory there for Chazmat Gaming BR. It was the closest a match got for Zeta Division 0, of course, the eventual champions of 2022, the most challenge that they were in that entire competition.
And now we're ready for those two. I hope you are too. It's the golden ticket match number 3. Only one of those teams will be able to bring home that ticket to Stockholm. So let's see who is going to be.
The crowd is ready, the stage is set, and one last chance to continue to write Brawl Stars history. Make some noise and welcome stage, Casa Brawl! Every super, every play, it all leads to this. It's not just a game anymore, it's history in the making. Make some noise and welcome stage, Crazy Raccoon!
Brawl comes out of day 1 and 2 with a clean best. A 2-0 for them. On the other side, we have Crazy Raccoon struggling against Revenant X-Spark, and we did see that roster take a golden ticket today, so that does not have to mean that Crazy Raccoon can't best the home roster here. Brawl. Again, last time Tensai and Pekka faced off against each other was in 2022, and there it was a reverse sweep. So Pekka's team was actually in the lead. That's why I'm saying this match is going to be close.
Yeah, big things from both of these rosters throughout the duration of the LCQ. I will say, coming into kind of yesterday and after it, watching Revenant beat Crazy Raccoon, I was like, Crazy Raccoon washed, what's going on? But then we come in today and watch their deciding game, and they just absolutely smashed through the competition. You saw how strong Revenant are, and Crazy Raccoon have still got it in their locker to be able to beat this Casa team, but they're going to have a big ask of it.
I thought for Toxic Lotus that they should be able to take down Casa Brawl, but it seems that the hometown crowd is so overwhelming that it drew them out of their element. But you see Crazy Raccoon up there, they don't seem that nervous. In fact, they're all, looking pretty happy. They're throwing their fist up in the air. I think it's fired also by Team Captain Tensai, but also Milkro, who always has such a great attitude up there. You saw Moya also shrugging his shoulders. You saw it in the highlights yesterday. My goodness.
This guy's back again. He was being mental the other day at the back of the stage, and now he's at the right of the front.
What did you guys predict for this one? I couldn't even remember. I switched back and forth so many times.
I went Crazy Raccoon.
Me too.
I thought that was pretty clean cut, but I believe our predictions were 50-50 when it showed the talent.
And it seems like most of the people at home have also voted for Crazy Raccoon. You can still get your votes in for the last match of the day. It's Papar Supermassive versus Navi over at events.brawlstars.com. We're gonna start things out here once again on the best map in the game. It's Navi Soccer.
Oh my goodness. Enough.
I don't actually even like the map that much. The name is just...
It's just a namesake,
okay.
Absolutely.
You know what?
I must say, I love seeing these TIFOs in Brawl Stars as well. They had one at the back of the stage, not sure if you, at the back of the arena, not sure if you guys have seen it. Now one right at the front as well, supporting the Brazilian boys. And Cordelia's going to be coming in as their first pick. The Hank, Stu and Mo going to be banned out then for Casa on Sunny Soccer. And over the other side, the Kids, the Ollie and the Mean are going to be banned out. 3 of the strongest brawlers. And I believe the 3 most picked, at least coming into day 2. I'm not sure if that carried through that day.
Really safe here from Crazy Raccoon. You go with the stuff that's most picked, also the stuff with the highest win rates, and you've actually provided yourself a lot of different ways that this draft could go. Also probably more difficult for Costa to read. They've gone with something pretty safe in this Cordelia's first pick. Like, yes, it's good, but also it doesn't really reveal anything about their draft just yet. And a lot of times that first pick is reserved for something that you think is instantly going to win the game. Frank, what is it doing here?
I've been watching too much Bruno.
Bruno! Actually, maybe Bruno, he's either a trendsetter or he knows what's up, because the Frank actually was almost game-winning in some scenarios.
And we said the same thing about Trevor when he brought in that Jackie back then. Frank is going to come in here. I was more expecting like a Jay Young, an Otis, something that we did see very often in scrims, also in the 2 last days here. Casserole now with a pick already with the Cordelius. Wall set against Frank. Willow is going to come in as well. Those 2 brawlers, some of the best you can have in Brawl Ball in general, on Sunny Structure as well, with so many walls in place. I really like the draft from Casserole. B now also coming in as a tank counter against the Frank. Like we've been saying in the past, Crazy Raccoon, mechanical wizards, but not the best at draft.
Yeah, you know, Crazy Raccoon are really going to have to be cautious about what they're breaking now, because when it's unbroken, the Willow's going to be doing a lot of work as a thrower and good against tanks as well. And then if the Frank breaks the wrong things, mid, left, right, B is going to have a field day against him. So going to have to be very cautious. And the Jay Young's going to be coming in as their last pick, just trying to round things out with a bit of support to go along with the Frank, or yeah, he would be hung out to dry.
It's what was anticipated earlier, like, you know, something that's definitely safer, also does quite a bit of damage. Costa's draft right here, it really pulled Crazy Raccoon every which way in terms of what their last selection would be. And in the end, they went for something really safe and consistent with high win rate. Listen to that crowd.
Just take it in for a moment. Like, what is going on here? What is going on? Everybody in the crowd at Brazil Game Show in Sao Paulo behind Casa Brawl. Let's see if they can get it done for the South American crowd.
And we're off to the races. Casa Brawl already attempting to take that mid control. Doritos is playing a dangerous game, knows that he can be popped forward by Tensai at any moment. That's why he's staying completely idle next to those maces, hoping that Tensai goes ahead and uses that gadget and wastes it. It's a big push, actually, for Crazy Raccoon around the left side. Milkrio! Double kill and a pocket in the back right of the goal.
Yeah, what a gadget. That kind of area damage did the first punch, and then the throw of the spoon did the second. Really nice stuff there from Milkrio to get the job done. Moya trying to come around this right-hand side, just going for the overwhelming pressure at the moment, as Milkrio will try and throw some support in behind. Tensai down the left, throwing out these Morning Stars, just trying to zone them out for now.
Just trying to stymie any sort of push that could make its appearance over there. Here comes a push from Crazy Raccoon. They immediately abandon. However, Moya also is trying to stay away. He was mind control briefly. Pekka's going to go for it. Went for the, of course, Shadow Realm onto Moya and wasn't able to get any sort of takedown on a Milkrio as he was in the Shadow Realm. Pekka's going to spawn up under Milkrio, who wasn't on damage mode, wasn't on heal either, couldn't get it. Doritos has got a kill on the right side. It's 1v1 between him and Tensai for the control. More on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage here on this Brawl Ball map.
Yeah, nice little crisis management there from Moya as well, pushing the ball all the way down to the right-hand side and getting a kill. They're going for the passes through now. Tensai might be there for the taking, but just not enough time to slot the ball in. Had to retreat. Moya getting realmed yet again, and it's a 2v2 in the back lines of Casa Brawls. But Moya might come out right on top of this ball. He just pivots round, and Pekka caught in the midst, but jumps straight over it.
As a super and a gadget expended by Crazy Raccoon that really didn't go anywhere. The mind control from Moya is enough to take down Milkrio. That's one kill. Pekka could really use a super here. Tensai doesn't have the gadget just yet. It's probably expiring on that cooldown now. Pekka would love some help. They're going to go from Moya first, then fight the 3v2. Motep going to pop up from underground in just a moment here. He's got the hypercharge and a super. It's so much goal scoring potential. Pekka jumps, receives the pass, and pockets it to equalize the score.
Well, 22 seconds until B is about to have a field day. Crazy Raccoon need to push into a good position before that happens, but good flow along with the hypercharge from Doritos, and it might go the other way. The mind control is there, and Moya can't stop his own teammate scoring an own goal, and the first game goes to Casa.
Looked good for Costa as well. Crazy Raccoon, they looked kind of shaky there. You saw them, they looked actually quite relaxed and happy as they were settling into their devices that are up on stage. But when you look at the gameplay, missed gadgets, missed supers that they didn't really get any value off of, didn't look so good. Crazy Raccoon, they need to fix those errors for this next one.
Milkrio evading these Willow shots early on, and he's struggling to find connections for now. Weekend Warrior is going to be popped here as well, just has to dive down and avoid some shots, but Moya surviving on narrowly. Doritos the only one in the Casa Brawl defense, but Moya from the right-hand side will try and pinch. super available. And the wall break might be there. Pekka with the jump over the top, and Motep now defending alone. 3 go down, and Crazy Raccoon find the goal.
Gonna walk down that clock as well, just until Pekka respawns. They need to get this closer to 0. It was in just 38 seconds that they already accomplished their first goal. Now they started off the last game with a goal as well. Once the wall started to break down, they actually seem to have some issues. So have to wonder whether Moya is going to be more cautious with which ones he's decided to break. He's gone for the right side entirely to attempt to stay away from Pekka. We'll also see Motep sort of blocked in on the left side by some gadgets from Tensai. Milker is going to pop that speed. Does he have the gadget for the kills? He doesn't have enough damage in the speed for him to get the old-fashioned way. That's a 5KB from Doritos to eliminate Jae Young on the right side.
Tensai just going to have to try and buy some time. 1:15 on the clock, and Kasa need a goal. Crazy Raccoon once more trying to hold off this big offense that they're trying to mount. Milkrail's going to go for the ball. Does he have enough time? The little pullback is there, but Pekka will walk, and Kasa have the answer again.
1 minute to go, equal scoreline. Crazy Raccoon have utility. Hypercharge ready for Frank. Now, if you're Costa, then you should know how to dodge that hypercharge. It's very possible. Pekka also would love to jump over it. Motep can dive. Doritos is not an ideal target for Frank. Pekka's going to go ahead and realm him. Now, Moya using all those shots to attempt to take down Pekka. It's not going to be any good. Tensai also needs to be crucially aware of the position. Miss Super. Pekka comes out, gets 1 kill, but it's still only a 2v2, yet Costa are in control, and that they would love for this to go to overtime with the B hypercharge ready.
Yeah, Milkrail just moves that ball into that back pocket, and as he said, it's going to be absolute B galore in overtime here. What a slow. I think that made it all the way over to the left-hand side. The hypercharge super's there. Pass to the middle. Pekka should be able to grab it, and the realm is there. First set to the home team.
This crowd is nuts. How will Crazy Raccoon compete? Every single time you lose, every single time you make a mistake, or even make a good choice, but exchange your life in return, the entire crowd is going to be cheering against you. Look at Costa. This B pick, this was really the final nail in the coffin from Costa's draft. They went 2 things that would be weak against wall break, and then something that thrived off of it. And you saw that Crazy Raccoon initially decided to break open some walls on the right side for a good matchup against Cordelius. And then Moya, well, he had to rotate over to the left side and fight Cordelius with walls because it was a B's paradise with all the boxes broken open.
Yeah, it's real difficult to make that composition work when you kind of have things that really don't synergize together at certain aspects. Certain things they do so well together, the stuns can really line up, but there's just moments like this. Incredible stuff, good pass, and then obviously just able to get this done in the end. And these flows all the way from the right to the left-hand side, slow Moya, allow Motep to get that mind control, and then it just forced the ball in really nicely for Kasa, and that's about as good as the first set could have gone for them.
The synergy has been absolutely on point here for Costa Brawl. It's something that stuck out to me in the previous days is just how well they play together, how aware they are of what the other teammates need. Crazy Raccoon, they're relying on experience here. These are some of the most decorated players in all of Brawl Stars. But I don't think they've experienced this before. Not such an oppressive crowd in all of Brawl Stars history.
Absolutely. We've never seen anything like this in Brawl Esports. The South American crowd really living up to the stories. But we are heading on to Gem Grab in Undermine next. Can Crazy Raccoon overcome this big obstacle in front of them in Casa Brawl and get a set on the board to equalize? Because if this gets away from them, I can't see them dragging it back.
No, a reverse sweep. It's nearly impossible. You have to essentially get an entire sweep. I mean, it's the equivalent, right? Win 3 sets in a row. It's something that we saw Crazy Raccoon do in the group stage, but versus a far weaker opponent. To do this against a Costa Brawl that has obviously been empowered by the crowd, by being at home, by not having to be overseas for the first time in Brawl Esports. No, that's unprecedented. Once again, Crazy Raccoon, they're relying on experience, their tenure here in Brawl Esports. And once again, for the second time in a row, they're presented with a map that is brand new.
Absolutely well. Fans are in. The team picking first is Crazy Raccoon, and they got rid of the Lumi, the Kit, and the Ollie. All strong first and second picks on that side. But more importantly, the Mina being banned out by Kasa is a big one over the left, along with the Charlie and the Lily, which Crazy Raccoon seem to favor quite a lot. So nice to see those being banned out the way. But Cordelius, this time, will go to the CR side.
Once again, really safe first pick. can't hate on the Cordelius. Obviously, it was one of the biggest things that helped Costa Brawl out. It was their goal-scoring condition. You pass the ball forward, you send someone to the Shadow Realm briefly, or, hey, you use it to interrupt a Frank in the middle of his super. It's useful for that as well. And in general, Cordelius is going to be here pretty much to nullify other brawlers, especially ones that rely on the hypercharge for their strength. Costa Brawl's thinking about it. They've gone for the Colonel Ruffs on 2-3. They have the versatility to go for something aggressive as their last. They've opted for Janet here. I wonder why, because, you know, Ollie and Lily are banned out, two of the most oppressive things, ones that you would usually want to fly away from, but they're playing this one extremely safe and setting up for an aggressive pick last.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think either of the gadgets can work here, really. But as you said, you know, you have that ability to fly away, jump away from those aggressive brawlers. But drop the base can be pretty annoying here as well when you've got those brawlers on the side lanes, the ability to tank some shots as well. But for the most part, through the LCQ, we've seen this gadget where it's just going to be jumping away, trying to stay away from the aggressive brawlers such as Draco that Crazy Raccoon do choose to bring in. So good move from them. They have their final pick coming up next and still seem to be lacking a mid.
I wonder if it'll be Gray. If they just plan on running it down repeatedly. Yeah, Crow available. Kaze, hypercharge brawler, really aggressive. Costa now still do have the versatility to go for some like counter Kaze strat. And it's going to be Tara. If you get close to Tara, you're going to be feeding her hypercharge and super. Sure, you can get some assassinations. That's valuable. But really, you don't want to be feeding that hypercharge because your gem carrier, who's it going to be, ultimately? This is really the epitome of the modern Brawl Stars meta in Gen Grab. Pro players have actually been a big critic of this. It is simply how it is now. Aggression. Steal back the gems in the final moments and run it all the way home to win the game.
I mean, this is the thing for me. If you play a composition like this, you need to be stealing gems because it's not going to be easy to keep them. But that leaves you that one moment in time where you need to get the play made, and if you mess it up, your game's over. And it's a risk at this point. The jump away is there early on from Motep, but Tensai continues forward into their spawn and will pick up the kill. 2 gems were collected along the way, and that makes it 3 for Crazy Raccoon.
It's a good thing that Motep decided to go for the jump because obviously a single escape ability is simply not going to be enough. He's going to have one back-to-back right after the other. That's the initial wall break, of course, for Costa. They're already working towards that Colonel Ruffs hypercharge. Just like 2.5 cycles of the super will be enough. They're going to place it on P.E.K.K.A initially. He's the best matchup for Tensai. Doritos is going to pick up all these gems. He's the ideal gem carrier. Of course, if you ignore that Motep is literally able to fly away and jump away in quick succession.
Well, Doritos, 5 over his head, and we said it was Crazy Raccoon who needed to turn the game around, and they're just had it flipped on them so far. 8 gems already in the hands of Castle, and Crazy Raccoon not looking healthy at the moment. Kaze rotating to the right, trying to make a move. P.E.K.K.A in a bit of a tough situation, so just retreats back. And Milkrow in the back line's not able to get the job done. Moira will get one, can he find 2? Motep takes to the sky, and probably will retreat to the safety of his teammates in spawn.
So calculated by Costa. They were really, really cool with Doritos dying because they needed those gems to go over to Motep, and they're fine with Draco carrying them since he now actually carries a lot more risk when he plays aggressively. Tensai, of course, bearing no gems at the moment, is going to be the one to attempt to take down the gem. Oh my goodness, and it's absolutely beautiful from Costa Brawl. Only 10 seconds remain, realistically, for Crazy Raccoon to take this back. And where is your Draco hypercharge?
I mean, what a pull. As you said, you got the one moment in time where you can turn the game around in 4 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough for that. Milkrow going in, all members of CR trying, but failing, as Costa add another one to the board, and are just 1 away from this second set.
There's something magic in the air here in Sao Paulo, something about that Brazilian crowd. Because there's no way going into this that anyone should have expected for Costa to pick up 3 games in a row versus Crazy Raccoon, not in such dominant fashion to start off the match. You see the same rollout from Crazy Raccoon, send Milkrow up the right side, and Tensai on this Kaze to the first couple gems.
Yeah, no matter who has the gems on CR, it's a risk. And Tensai went down early in the last game, needs to try and play it a little bit better this time. Motep with a quick jump away from Milkrow, don't want to be forcing a super too early on, and he takes another shot to the face as well. Tensai low, and Moya popping that kind of last stand gadget, but P.E.K.K.A will get the kill nonetheless.
Look at Costa right now. They've already gotten their first Colonel Ruffs, super. It's gone over to Motep. He's going to be healthier, does more damage. On the left side, P.E.K.K.A opts to get that super. It's a double pull, still gets 1 kill, but Tensai remains alive to snag gem number 5. Crazy Raccoon are in the lead in terms of gems, but Costa Brawl, they're running a different kind of composition. With Colonel Ruffs, the longer the game goes on, the more survivability you boast, the better everyone is going to get. That's 2 trees, and each one of those is 30% more health and damage for the squad.
It absolutely just feels like a matter of time until Crazy Raccoon kind of forced to over-aggress or have a tough time, and Casa Brawl flip the game on its head. They need to get a few more gems before that happens, and Motep will collect the right-hand side. Pekka obviously went down, so was forced to drop that extra power-up that he got from Doritos, but he's earned himself another here now, and he will just go down, but has a hypercharge in hand, and Doritos might provide a power-up back to him as he comes out of spawn.
Smart for Tensai to throw down the fan storm, so Doritos didn't have any sight lines, but now he doesn't have that ability anymore, can't afford to go for anything. The little kill there, actually double hypercharge, is going to be for Pekka to cycle. Now he still needs to earn the super the good old-fashioned way. Moya, of course, is going to go aggressive. It's an opportunity for Pekka to go ahead and get his super. Has it, decides to just use the flame super. Moya picks up the double kill. Motep doesn't have the utility to get away. He used his shot on Milkray on the right side, couldn't jump, and now Crazy Raccoon run away with the countdown.
Yeah, it felt like he kind of did that sequence a little bit wrong. Shot before Gadget instead of Gadget before shot. But Casa Brawl still have a chance to turn this round, 6 seconds to go. And Janet does not have the ability to take to the air at the moment, so can't be dropping those bombs from afar. And Tensai will live on in spawn, 17 gems in hand, and closes the scoreline now. Makes it 1-1 in gem. This is a big, influential game coming up next.
Listen to that. Crazy Raccoon, they win a game. Silence right there. Not a single person in this room is rooting for you. Everyone against you. Everyone wants you to lose. That is what Crazy Raccoon is up against. Not just Casa, but every Casa fan in this room.
Well, same thing happens again. Tensai goes straight for the gems and gets straight back out. Makes it 3 here as well as Moya continues his push up. Gets a bit of help here from the walls, just sitting behind them as Motep and Doritos are going to try and pitch him down. Got a few bouncing shots, and with the projectile speed makes it a bit easier, but Moya juking well.
Moya on the right side attempts to press in Casa. They've opted for a different rollout this time. Now all going for the right side. They also get early game utility, but check this out from Crazy Raccoon. Tensai has already counted up to 6 gems. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Crazy Raccoon to hold on here. They haven't had as much time to get their supers, hypercharges, but Moya at least does have a super. He's able to take advantage of aggressive positioning from Doritos. That's one. Now focuses on to Motep, who wants to hang on to that super for as long as possible. And it wound up working out for the guy as well. He holds on with just a bit of HP, but along the way, Crazy Raccoon have counted up to 7 gems.
Moya sat here now, wants to make the move. It's 7 for them. And Motep in a bit of a risk here, might be forced to fly away, but just uses the gadget instead, and Pekka will clean it up in the middle. Ball available for him, but Milkray might have the jump and tries to preempt it, but fails. That's utility lost, and that's going to be a real hard push back into the mid for Crazy Raccoon now.
Well, Moy's going to go for it. Didn't know that Pekka was on the left side. Oh, hypercharge ready. Going to snag Milkray as well. It is a double kill. Tensai has to swap into the assassin form just for some range pressure. Crazy Raccoon, they had that 7-gem lead for so long, but they lost control as soon as Milkray and Moya fell in their respective lanes. And look at the devastating wall break on the left side. It's an absolute wasteland. Terrible aim for either Milkray or Moya on the Draco and Cordelius.
Yeah, Pekka is destructive right now. Crazy Raccoon having a real tough time of making things happen. Milkray forced to jump on the right-hand side, and this is going to require a reset as it's 10-7 as Kazna get one off Crazy Raccoon's side. Push forward starts now, and it's going to have to be a big one. Motep will take to the skies and put the rest of his team at risk. Hypercharge drops there as well. Pekka comes in with the super. Huge from Kazna as they make it 2. And a huge ask now for Crazy Raccoon as they need 3 in a row.
Could it be a reverse sweep for Crazy Raccoon? They don't have an option. This team, Casa Brawl, with everyone in the venue rooting for them, are only 1 set away from going to the World Finals. 2 of these players, of course, Pekka, Motep, they had to make it through the World Finals via an LCQ qualification. Crazy Raccoon, it's a new position for them. For each one of these players, Tensai, Moya, 2 players that have been at repeat World Finals appearances for the last several years in a row, taking #1 in the world, having runner-up positions in the case of Moya, his 2nd runner-up in a row he faced last year. Unbelievable that we're only possibly 1 set away from seeing some of the best players in the world not qualify for a World.
Yeah, multi-time world champions on this roster of Crazy Raccoon. And Casa Brawl haven't had the best of times this year. They've been forced to come to a last chance qualifier, which coming into the year looking at this roster you wouldn't have assumed. And the same goes for Crazy Raccoon. But at this point in time, 3 sets straight needed by Crazy Raccoon to bring it back against this roster that is thriving under incredible circumstances and a massive home crowd.
You hear players talk about how, look, we're different at LAN, just put us at LAN. We've been missing out on LAN because we can't do it online, just get us in person. And always sounds like such a huge cope, you know, because the majority of the season is online, they underperform. You know, Casa Brawl, they're a different beast when you put them up at the podiums, and especially in front of all of their supporters. One more set is what they need. Crazy Raccoon, to be honest, actually looked like they might be able to equalize this series. They got a game victory on Gem Grab. Now we head over to Ring of Fire for set number 3. This has got to be the reverse sweep, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. It really is. It's a situation that I don't think many people thought we would be in. Even those who predicted Casa, I'm sure, thought it was going to be a 3-2, 3-1, something like that. And now we're on the precipice of this being a complete sweep for Casa Brawl. Ring of Fire, the possible last map in this matchup that will send Casa Brawl all the way to World Finals and send Crazy Raccoon packing. Getting into the draft. As I said, hot zone, Ring of Fire. It's one they can win, and we keep coming back to these guys who are just huge. Is that Tufa? I think it's Tufa in there as well. It looked like it, and obviously he's going to be a big fan of supporting these guys.
Oh, Tufa, you know, show us your Piper skills. Get back to esports, Tufa. I missed you at the beginning of the year. Hey, I think Casa misses themselves at the beginning of the year as well. This is looking mad reminiscent. Let's remember that Casa won the first monthly final in South America and then sort of toiled in obscurity, just barely making the quarterfinals and then going out so early. In fact, to make top 4, they were quite bailed out by the other South American team at the last chance qualifier, BC Gaming, that expired yesterday. They didn't make the cut to make it here, and they also were a seed ahead of Casa heading into the competition. Let's talk draft, Trav, here on Ring of Fire, historical map in Brawl Stars, especially when it comes to match-winning scenarios. First pick from Crazy Raccoon is super safe. Casa Brawl also leaning on that rough as they did in the previous set.
Nice.
Yeah, it is really safe picks, all 3 of them so far. Meg, it's not pushing the boat out too far. Ruff's a good support, as they've just seen in that previous set. And Jaeyoung, it's been one of the brawlers at the LCQ so far. So it's a huge moment for Crazy Raccoon to get this draft right. Even the slightest of slip-ups will put them in a real bad spot.
It is characteristic, of course, of Crazy Raccoon to go for stuff that thrives on team synergy. I've seen moments where Crazy Raccoon go for something synergy-based and they end up spreading out so far away from each other, fighting 1v1, so they are destined to lose. I look at Casa Brawl, I see that also Kaze has been left unbanned. Meg is one of the biggest ways to deal with Kaze. Now, Meg can be a hypercharge brawler. It's never a bad thing to have a Meg hypercharge, but I think Kaze is entirely viable here still. They've got walls to work with. Casa also had the benefit of using that last pick to their advantage. Go for something uncounted. Crazy Raccoon, it's an absolute favorite for them in this Charlie. I think they even first picked it yesterday. Did not work out for them, though.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this draft from Crazy Raccoon. It seems one that's very safe for them. Not pushing the boat out too far, as I said, was the same for Caster so far on their 2 picks. So Crazy Raccoon relying on those brawlers that are going to be safe for them in this real pressing situation that they found themselves in. Amber will round out the roster for Caster's side as they add it to the Ruffs and Meg that they already had. These brawlers are really going to thrive off getting these power-ups because they're not ones that you're really pressing so hard in, and they're ones that will survive for a good amount of time.
Amber in tow to deal with this Charlie. No spiders permitted, and nothing really to cocoon yourself against here. You're going to have to be running spiders. What is this rollout going to be from Crazy Raccoon? It's going to be a challenging mid-fight. They are lacking in DPS to eliminate the Meg. They can put her in a cocoon, but it's only briefly. They still got to deal with her when she pops back out. Motep's going to be speeding up to mid, using the Amber gadget to lay down some oil that he'll be using to charge up his super as well.
Yeah, the same was said for Ciara as the slipstreams got them into the mix fast. Pekka taking some heavy shots early on, and a lovely position for Tensai early in the game. Should be able to find the kill onto Pekka now out of that mech, but a few shots into the wall will delay that happening. The gadget coming down as well for Ruffs, just keeping them out of the mid and buying them some percentage time.
Also got a little damage on Milk Rio. Tempted attempting to take down Pekka. Moya's got it. Okay, and that's the punishment for staying so long on low HP. Doritos also the next one being hunted down. Moya would love to rotate over to the right side, but he knows that he can't really afford to. He needs to assist Milkrio at mid. Bit of speed headed over to Moya, and Milkrio's ready with the gadget for additional damage. Now that expires though, this is Pekka's golden opportunity to move in, but it is still just a slow and steady advance into mid for Costa. They've, for the most part, remained alive, but they've not been able to establish any kind of heat on this point.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been a Crazy Raccoon 57% game, but Casa just failing to get back onto the zone and constantly healing up has been a real big issue for them. Motep in a tough spot on the right-hand side, as Tensei will find that kill as well. Weekend Warrior by Milkrio will drag him out of the mech, and behind that, Doritos falls as well. This looks like a Crazy Raccoon game as the Cocoon's going to connect in the back spawn too. Doritos forced to use a couple of ammo to get Motep out of that sticky situation.
The slow onto Motep is absolutely crucial. Here's the hypercharge in from Moya. Crazy Raccoon, they have this one in their back pocket. They just need to play this one nice and controlled. Moya actually gets taken down. Milkrio forced to pop this gadget. Is now counting up. Just a few more percent to go. 8% is all Crazy Raccoon need. But for the first time in this game, they have lost mid-control.
Yeah, the question is going to be how long for, as Pekka staying on this zone for now, but Tensai still in this position on the right-hand side, and eventually they will have to try and get him out, or he's going to prove too much for them. The Spiderlings come down, and Moya comes jumping on in, and Pekka, the only one remaining, will also get his kill, as Crazy Raccoon seem to have a lifeline.
No match point for you just yet, Costa Brawl. They're only one game away from that crucial point in the match. Crazy Raccoon have managed to keep their cool here. You saw how they pretty much never overextended Milkrio on that Jaeyong. I actually expected to do so. We saw him do that a little bit yesterday. But no, he managed to keep the distance perfectly. You also saw Moya doing a great job of connecting with Motep, getting the slow onto him. He's so aware of how good Pro is into the Amber. You'll see actually Costa going for a different setup here. Motep attempting to pursue that left lane instead of mid like he did in game one.
Yeah, can't blame him really. Not a lot could go much worse, I don't think, for the Casa side in this point. A power-up is placed down. Pekka looking like he's going to fall out of that mech. Needs to survive now to continue this position. Some flames on the on the left-hand side, sorry, as some of the grass is burned down, and a good push through from Tensai again. Always finding himself on this right-hand side. Pekka goes down before he can hop back into this mech, and it's Crazy Raccoon once more.
They're in the lead, but only by a slim margin. What is that gadget going to do for Doritos? He knew better than to run sandbags, because Milkrio would punch right through them. We'll see an awesome wall break from Costa. Is going to give a treat over to Pekka. More HP, more damage. It's all about survivability. Stay inside of that circle here, but Pekka's actually going to be lacking the ability to support Motep over here. It's 3 shots for Milkrio. Moya knows he's got to jump in. Doritos with the hypercharge needed 2, but Moya actually persists. But here's the hypercharge super from Costa Brawl. This is their lifeline right here. They would love for Motep to pick that up. He's going to go for it. You occasionally see Colonel Ruffs used to do specifically this. It's not going to be any value for Costa besides zoning Crazy Raccoon out from the zone.
Milkrio not finding as many connections, I'm sure, as like Tensai. A real pest down this right-hand side, and Moya will join him down there as well to try and keep Motep back in this bush. But for the first time in a hot zone, Casa take the lead, and the crowd starts to get behind them once more. But Moya says no to that.
As soon as Costa find a foothold, Crazy Raccoon is determined to destroy it. Doritos now has a super forward. Maybe a little bit of damage, but of course it is an objective. A little lure for Pekka to move into mid. He's attempting to grab it, but he's taking hefty damage along the way. Now stuck in the cocoon, Motep needs to help out. He has that fire fuel down. Pekka, of course, slowed upon his exit from that cocoon. Will only barely persist, weaving some of these shots from Tensai and giving up position in turn. Crazy Raccoon, they're counting up to 100%. Only a few more to go, and in spite of desperate efforts from Pekka, he will never even be able to reach that tree.
And sadly, there's nothing to hear already. Deathly silence from the crowd. As Crazy Raccoon get their first set on the board. Feels slightly anticlimactic that they're starting to mount this comeback as no noise is being made for the first time throughout this series here in Sao Paulo. Casa Brawl still 2-1 up, but look at these stats. That can't be right. It's shot like, listen, the stats are barely wrong, but I'm doubting it.
No, I think it's very reflective of what Costa... Yes, it is pretty nuts. Like Moya picking up 13 kills. You think of Pro as this brawler that gradually trickles people down. You know, okay, maybe like eventually get a super in, do something funny with a hypercharge. But Moya was such a star player over here. Popping the gadget, jumping in, getting control for so many different positions. Now, Casa Brawl, their strategy here was to slowly move forward. A very like EU strategy, if you ask me, with the Amber, with the Meg, of course, to march in gradually. Crazy Raccoon were able to stymie this so many times with slows like the debuffs that Crow has to offer. And he also acts as a bit of a tank buster now that he's got that shield. He can get up close and personal, jump in, hypercharge. He's got a lot of stuff going for him right now. It's an excellent pick for this map. Crazy Raccoon, no ball, but can they leverage that to get a set 5 victory? It would have to be an entire reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's still a long road for these guys, but it's very much a possibility. And one of the men sat in the crowd, he's going to be a famous face around here.
Oh, what up?
He's going to be a famous face around here, I'm sure. Definitely right in the middle of all that craziness of the Brazil game show here at the Brawl Stars Last Chance Qualifier. Crazy Raccoon starting to mount this comeback, but still 2 in a row needed as we head into Hot Potato Net in Height. Casa need 1 and CR need 2.
Casa, 1 game would put them at match point. Crazy Raccoon just trying to keep their cool right now. Imagine being up there. These people are well aware that they deserve to be at the world stage. And this unprecedented opponent is now staring them down. 1 set is all it would take. We're headed over to Hot Potato. Will Crazy Raccoon be bested on the draft here? It was an uncharacteristic draft of Casa Brawl in that last one. They don't typically run stuff that's so control-based. South America for years has thrived off of aggressive picks and aggressive play styles. I anticipate Casa Brawl need to lean back into their comfort zone to get their final set.
And one of the big things for Crazy Raccoon in that last one was being in their comfort zone, I feel. Maybe they stepped out of it a few times, drafted a little bit oddly in the past couple, but that one was very much what they usually do. And I love to see that for Crazy Raccoon getting back into this one. The Mina ban, obviously, going to be on that side as well as Berry, going to be the first selection. And it's a very solid one. We saw it played out, I believe, yesterday, and it was absolutely crazy on this kind of map. Same as we've just witnessed in the show match in Pit Stop as well. How much damage this brawler can do, even some defenses, even some control along the way. It's got it all.
On the safe, it's devastating, man. The hypercharge is pretty good for getting some survivability. You get movement, you got healing for your teammates as well. Lay it down. Hey, if you got a team push in, hypercharge horizontally to give everyone plenty of room to stand in. But the gadget is really one of the main things that makes Berry so viable here, because it extends the duration that his attack remains on the safe, and it can punt through shield, get a little bit more. Doesn't matter if Berry dies, it's still going to be taking away damage. Every single one does a ton, I believe even 7% from a single attack. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be going for anti-tank strat. They know precisely what they're up against. The Casa is going to try and run something aggro and tanky. They've gone with one of the biggest tank counters in the game. It's also received a buff recently.
Yeah, absolutely. The Otis is incredibly solid. The amount of damage that pours out of that brawler now is really, really solid, and Lily going to be brought in as well. Another brawler we see on this map pretty frequently. You know, you've got the gadgets to take you into the realm, you've got the hypercharge to take you into the realm. So many possibilities to just get up the map unscathed and stay on that safe to get those few burst shots in and get the damage down. Because ever since that heist change where there's cracks to the safe and you've got those shields, you don't need to be able to go all in, you just need to be able to get that damage and come up and do it again.
Lily does so much as a brawler. Of course, she has quick reload, she has great damage. That's up close, but if you're alone on the safe, and you can certainly sneak over there via the Shadow Realm, then yes, she's going to be a wonderful one to connect and break through those shields. She's also a phenomenal assassin. She can sneak onto Berry. She can also get a sneak attack on someone with her hypercharge. Send them to the Shadow Realm where they can't use anything. It's exactly what she would need to take down something like a Hank, for example. But if Casa decide they're going to start breaking down these walls, and that's a major hazard. They go the opposite direction. No, leave those walls up. You got to enable the Berry. You got to let Hank attack through walls with his bubble. They've got defensive capabilities, and a Hank, really, really passive brawler. Going to be relying on Crazy Raccoon to play into their hand there. Same exact thing goes for Lumi. In close range, she gets shut down. The pocket Miko last pick. And no counter to it from Casa.
Yeah, it's the smart one, it really is, for Crazy Raccoon. I like that. They've got a lot of aggression and a lot of possibility to just go for this safe, get those cracks, and go for it again. And I said, ever since the change, that's one of the main things you need to be able to do. Crazy Raccoon, really solid comp here, like what they've got going into this fourth set, to try and drag it all the way to a 5 and possibly mount that reverse sweep.
I personally favor Crazy Raccoon's draft here. Let's see how they get it done. These players that have been at innumerable postseason events take on the home crowd once more, one step further to a reverse sweep. Can they do it? Well, so far, it's the gloves are off. They're already upon Casa Brawl's safe. Haven't managed to punch through that first shield. They find themselves on defense now. The berry attacks have already come in. The extended duration from the gadget is chewing through their HP slowly but surely.
Yeah, Berry just about gets that trade in the top right-hand side. Motep trying to defend Milkrail, but he will get that first crack. Really nice stuff from him coming in here. As Tensai trying to get some mid control. Doritos moving forward up this left-hand side. Motep controlling the mid for now and taking use of some of those berry heals. He doesn't manage to get up, and Moira will be straight back into that realm in the middle and hypercharging himself as well.
He's ready to hop in invisibility. Also now with the super utilized onto Motep. No, not quite enough to take him down inside the Shadow Realm. Motep is still vulnerable. Tensai would love to get that elimination. He's instead going to retreat, go for a slow and steady one to hold on to control. Moya also prioritizing survival. It's the Miko super. He's going to land directly on top of the safe and bring it down to 25. Really the blink of an eye, that's enough. Now jumping away to go for some survivability, retreating over to the right side. That's a silent seabed from Tensai hypercharge style. Milkrail needs a couple more shots to get this one knocked down.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's going to be done. Has another mute here as well. That might bring Doritos to his knees. Can't quite. And he doesn't even stand on it either because the fat splatter covers the heel. Brilliant play from CR. And Milkrail trying to get the job done. Moira will be moving up and surely can make it, but the knockback's there. The lockdown was as well from Pekka, but it's not enough as Crazy Raccoon edge closer and closer to this fifth set.
I favor their draft so much. Obviously some frustration over here for Casa Brawl as only one set ago they were in full control of the match. They had 2 in a row. Now the possibility of watching everything ripped away from them. A sort of a tablecloth trick as they're being rug pulled in front of all of their fans here in Sao Paulo.
Well, Milkrail straight back onto the safe with the slow. And real nice stuff as Motep struggles to deal with him and he'll get back onto it and get the crack as well. Moira and Tensai just choosing to wait this one out as they defended really, really well. Pekka moving forwards. Morning Stars into the mid here as to block the path of CR, but they just go a different route, heading straight down the right-hand side, and it's a 2v2 scramble onto the safe.
Shield cracked, it's down to 50% across the way. Casa Brawl is also dealing some pretty devastating damage, but they know that they're not going to lose this base race. Milkrail Tensai left completely alone. Where's the defense from Casa? It's absolutely nowhere to be seen. Crazy Raccoon might be doing the unthinkable.
Well, some cracks in the game seeming to show from Casa. And Crazy Raccoon really feeling it now. You can tell by those cameras, and the opposite can be said for the Casa side, looking down and defeated here. They were on top of the world after 2, but now down in the dumps after 4.
Casa Brawl stats not looking too good right now. You see Motep was permanently on defense and just on duty of getting control of mid, but it never really happened. The aggression was too much from Crazy Raccoon. Hank is able to deal damage in doses. It's 4K per shot and it takes him a couple seconds to charge it up. That's just not what needs to be done. Into the Lily, into the Miko, those are blink of an eye type of interactions. You need a stun to deal with them. A total shock that this Miko came out in the final few seconds. CR detected a vulnerability and they hammered down upon it as hard as they possibly could. It's earned them a chance at making the World Finals via golden ticket. One more set.
Absolutely. Well, the crowd seeming a lot more quiet now after 2 sets in a row go to Crazy Raccoon. And Casa just left watching. Real tough stuff here in the 3rd golden ticket match on the 3rd day at the LCQ. So much to play for from both of these teams, both of them heavily deserving of that world final spot. But sadly, only 1 golden ticket for the 2 of them.
It all comes down to Hideout. A bit of bounty action to finish the job. We watched CR play Hideout earlier and actually kind of liked how they executed there. It's actually quite similar to what we saw in Ring of Fire. What I expect to see from Crazy Raccoon at least. They want to push up, hold control as long as possible, get that blue star to boot. If Casa know what's good for them, they'll make sure that the Kaze stays out of Crazy Raccoon's hands, even though when Tensai was piloting that brawler earlier, it was counterplayed by Casa. It's still a key pick for Crazy Raccoon. Target bans and of course, stuff that is simply meta right now is bound to be eliminated as we head into the draft phase on our final map for this match, Hideout.
Well, bounty is what it'll come down to. Hideout's the map, and it's going to have to be a strong draft from both teams. seem to have wavered in the past couple, Caster, but need to bounce back now. We've seen a few reverse sweeps, and in fact, this will be the second of just today, but we've seen a few cut short as well, as the comebacks just weren't enough, and the winning team got the third on the books. Bans should be in shortly. Hideout, big map, a bit of range needed, sometimes some aggression, some tanks, and some support goes a long way.
Bans are in. Crazy Raccoon getting rid of the good stuff. No Kit, no Ollie, no Byron. Hypercharges missed, but Costa going for the target picks. No first pick Charlie for you, Crazy Raccoon. You can't lean into comfortability anymore. Of course, naturally, Mina is going to be banned, and so is Gene. These were top picks for Crazy Raccoon in general, and we also have seen them lead with the Gene in the past. Of course, you can't get rid of everything that is just all around solid in the game. It's once more Jae Young for Crazy Raccoon, a brawler that has very infrequently let them down.
Absolutely. Jae Young is very solid, but a few times seems like it hasn't worked for them. We'll see if Caster have an answer to this. Seemingly always back to these guys, the crazy South American fans that are supporting the Caster side. Kaze going to be the first pick from them. Gus to go along with it as well, to support that aggressive brawler and still be able to stand on his own two legs at range and with a super at close as well.
Crazy Raccoon looking for synergy alongside the Jae Young. Something that can utilize the speed. Of course, they are mindful that Costa will likely be picking up this blue star first. Something to disrupt that defense would be key. Bell is on the table. Might be something they decide to go for. There it is. It's unorthodox, but it is a comfort pick for Crazy Raccoon, and it's been a pretty typical way to disrupt defense, specifically on Hideout this weekend.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of support as well, you know. Brawls where you kind of have to group together to be able to get those heals, and something like Bell can really disrupt that. The mark onto the Kaze as well can be pretty dangerous, and you know, be able to match the range of Gus goes a long way too. Still, a third pick ready for Crazy Raccoon. Needs to be a good one. As we mentioned, this is the deciding set in this golden ticket match. Gray is going to come on in. The walking cane possibilities through the wall, breaking it up, and really molding the map to how they want, along with the dimensional portal to get up close and personal.
It's a couple supports from Crazy Raccoon, though. Like, don't get me wrong, Gray is good in his own right. He's got the teleport to go in for an assassination, but you don't want to get close to Kaze. You don't want to get close to Gus either. It's really a preemptive pick so they don't have to deal with a thrower. Bonnie is going to appear finally. And while it does get countered by that Bell, pretty much because, you know, it's slow, it's easy to hit the shots. Of course, if you get marked, then you're pretty much already dead. It is one that struck me as a possible pick for Costa. They're working with a lot of HP here. It's going to be the main thing that they're boasting. Also, it synergizes with the Gust. You've got a couple of brawlers with strong hypercharges that can go in one after the other. It's fine if you lose one on a push in, because more often than not, you're going to come out with a team wipe if you use both Kaze and a Bonnie hypercharge. One more set between these two titans of Brawl Stars. Will Crazy Raccoon return to the World Finals, or will it be Costa Brawl?
Well, an early walking cane there is really nice for CR. Get some of those walls broken down and stop this Kaze having as much impact. But a blue star went Casta's way, and they'll be pretty pleased about that. That's half the reason you bring the Kaze in at this rate. Pekka trying to work for a super. See Milkreo swapping to this healing form to eat that damage that Pekka's doing.
Crazy Raccoon are just gradually moving forward. All they need is one kill, and it can be any time within the next minute and 25 seconds. They're going to be laying down these traps, these nest eggs, so that they can cover their retreat. Gotta be cautious not to be taken down in the meantime. Also, had to be extremely cautious about feeding Hypercharge and Super to Costa Brawl. They don't want to be facing those when they eventually have no choice but to move forward.
Well, Pekka and Motep Super's ready. Dorito's still looking for one of his own. Milkreo has his, but that doesn't really mean a lot in these circumstances. Just providing some heals for both of his teammates who need to start hitting some more shots. Moira eventually finds one on the left. And now the split streams will come through, but to what avail? They're not really moving forwards. Great walking cane there as well. Motep brought low, and the Weekend Warrior almost finds Doritos, but he'll survive, slide into that geisha form, but he's being pinned up top.
Yeah, Tensai knew way better than to move over on the right side. He would be isolated from his team, and Pekka could have jumped on him. Did the absolutely correct thing in a verted course. Now Doritos has a path to escape. Tensai knows better than to get in close range. He would be dashed on and dead within seconds. 25 seconds remain. Crazy Raccoon looking at their utility. They have 3 supers at their disposal. Tensai can teleport. Moya can mark someone out. Ideally, it would be used on Pekka. They're conceding a lot of room. That's a pull onto Pekka. Need to mark him now. Moya still opting not to do it. Pekka with a jump away. 10 seconds to go. Tensai can't get it. Pekka super just in time. It's a kill for Doritos. CR Fire back. They're in the lead. 3 seconds to go. Pekka needs a kill so badly, but they can't get it. Crazy Raccoon are on the verge of a reverse sweep.
Incredible. What a close ending between these two teams. Just one more needed by Crazy Raccoon now, and they will be going to the World Finals. Caster were on the cusp of being on match point, but cut short by a big turnaround in the closing seconds.
And by literally one-hit enemies. One more shot from Pekka could have done it. The tanking for each other from Crazy Raccoon was unreal. Costa are taking a much different approach this time. They've gone super aggressive in the beginning. They got that first kill. That's exactly what they needed. Now, it's going to take 2 kills from Crazy Raccoon. That's a lot to ask of an end-game push. It means that Crazy Raccoon are going to have to play more aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, lengthens that lead, but Doritos having to swap back into the geisha form. Milkrio slipstreaming himself forwards, getting within range, and Motep at risk here as Moya finds the hit. Still in the lead are Caster, but the gap is closing.
Doritos, he's one hit, has to stay away from Motep. It did so perfectly. Motep actually almost reflected that shot back on Doritos. That could have been very, very bad for Costa Brawl. At the moment, of course, Costa's still in the lead. That's a kill on Motep, and it's looking better by the second for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, 5-3 now as CR retreat into the spawn, but look at Pekka. He's the man you've got to have your eyes on with this hypercharge. Gadget pop to get some extra speed, a bit more mobility, and Motep has a super of his own to be able to provide to one of his teammates as well in these closing seconds. And bear in mind, they've got more time to get this turnaround done than Crazy Raccoon had in the last. Doritos pull forward and forced to switch and get back again.
Costa had the tools in the toolkit. They've got the aggression from Doritos. He's going to attempt to bait out these nest eggs. Goes for 1. He knows that there are 2 more and really doesn't want to have to fight this versus Tensai, but can't really concede too much room to him either. Meanwhile, on the right side, Pekka is gearing up for a huge push. He would love to stun someone. Doritos in, and the dash out. What? Another for Pekka! Milkrio fires back. Costa, they're only 2 stars behind. Doritos cannot afford to die. Looking at Bonnie, they've only got 10 seconds left. This could be the moment.
But what have they got? They don't have the body super to get in anymore. Doritos having to go round. Pekka trying to pinch around the side. There's the Morgan Kane. He's marked up as well. Can they get the damage in? They're all pinned, but they can't yet. And can't at all. There it is for Crazy Raccoon. The second reverse sweep of the day results in a golden ticket.
Stockholm awaits for world champions and runners-up alike. Costa Brawl, and the home crowd engulfed in silence. A deafening silence, and by far a contrast to what we've witnessed this weekend. Both South American representatives for Brawl Stars have fallen in front of the home crowd, undoubtedly bolstered by the cheers, the shrieks, the fanatical fans in the front row. But all of them will be going home empty-handed today. Tragedy in Brazil.
Really, really disappointing stuff here for Caster Brawl. We can't say that Crazy Raccoon aren't in a good position here. Managed to drag all the way through. Had a real tough day too at the start. And Revenant X-Spark did manage to beat them, but they got here by beating Inner Circle. And now a reverse sweep will put them all the way to the World Finals against Caster. Incredible stuff.
This last match was breathtaking, and Crazy Raccoon deserve all the glory right now. Congratulations on this winning, and you guys right now advanced to the World Finals. And I would like to know if you could describe in one word this moment, what this would be.
一言はありますか？なんかこの瞬間はどの気持ち、どのように考えていますか？
いやー、本当に言葉で表せないぐらいもう世界大会に出場するのは本当に特別なことでめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
We are really, really glad to be here and at this moment, and yeah, this is it.
Bom, eu perguntei se ele pudesse descrever essa última partida, essas últimas partidas em uma única palavra, que seria felicidade. Eles estão muito felizes de estar aqui nesse momento. And if you guys have any message to send to all your fans out there, because they must be very proud right now. You are out of your comfort zone. You are out of your country. And I would like to know if you have any message to your family, fans, and especially your team.
家族とかに友達などに何か一言はありますか？みんな遠くからブラジルに来ててはい一言お願いします。
本当にいつも応援してくれてサポートしてくれてるファンの方やもう友達とか家族とか本当に皆さんありがとうございます。世界大会はもっと強くなって頑張りたいと思います。
So I'm really glad for all my friends and family that supported us up until now, and yeah, we want to do our best at the World Finals, and thank you so much.
Perguntei para eles se eles tinham alguma mensagem para falar para todos os fãs, até porque eles estão num país estrangeiro, estão fora da zona de conforto deles e eles estão muito felizes com o suporte de toda a sua família, com todo o apoio de todos os fãs deles, e esse momento representa tudo que eles trabalharam para estar aqui. Alright, thank you so much. Please, you guys have earned your golden ticket, and right now you have made to the World Finals. So please bring the gold ticket. Congratulations, Crazy Raccoon advances to the World Finals and secure your golden ticket.
Congratulations to Tensai, Milkreo, and Moya. With the second reverse sweep of the day, they are heading to the World Finals. They get to lift their massive golden ticket to Sweden.
I think the ticket's
3
bigger
years
than
ago, Tensai and Pekka's already encountered each other in the World Finals. It was a reverse sweep for Tensai's side. Now Pekka gets handed a reverse sweep loss again.
It's really, really rough for the Casa team and fans here in the Brazil Game Show. Such a good run all the way through to find themselves here against such a tough opponent. When you make a run like that, straight through the upper bracket and then get faced with Crazy Raccoon, you have to question what more you can do.
And I gotta say, you can beat Casa Brawl, but you can't beat the crowd. They've been enormous. I hope they're sticking around for a bit longer because we have one more match to go, one more golden ticket to give away. It's Papar Supermassive versus Navi. Who's gonna take it? We're gonna find out in the next hour or so.
Getting the golden ticket means the whole year to our team because we trained like basically the whole year for it. So we're putting in all the work and we're going to make sure that we get the golden ticket. Is the final thing we do.
今年はワールドファイナルに行ける確率は高いと思ってます。理由は、今までよりもたくさん練習したりだとかたくさんドラフトの研究をしたりしているので今年こそはいけると思ってます。
Live in Sao Paulo, you can read it on your screen. The last match of the last chance qualifier. For the last 3 days, we have followed 16 teams on their journey to the World Finals. Now only 2 more remain. 2 more have a chance to get that very last golden ticket. It's Papar Supermassive versus Navi, EMEA versus East Asia. And Navi has another chance to lift East Asia into the World Finals as well. Crazy Raccoon just did it.
I mean, yeah, it's incredible. This game's going to be unreal. The games we've had at day 3 here at the LCQ have been phenomenal so far, and I don't think this one's going to be disappointing either. 2 incredibly similarly level teams, I'd say, coming into this one. Tomzy and Rage and Filippo from the side of Papara Supermassive have put on a show so far at the LCQ.
They well and truly have, but across the way waiting for them is Navi, and these guys are hungry for a world final. I especially look at a Choppy for exactly that. He, 2 years in a row, world champion, one of the only 2 people on Earth to have done it alongside Tensai, but he's missed out on Worlds the past couple years in a row. Last year, thwarted at LCQ, and did it again the following year. Will it happen once more? Will it be 3?
It took a year of dedication for both of those teams to make it here to this stage today. And both of those have been standing on the LCQ stage in 2024 already at the Gamescom. For both of them, it was an early ending as both of them have lost 0-3 to their opponents. They did not make it to Worlds. Now this is redemption art for a Choppy and Tomzy. And Trev, who do you think is going to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really surprised that Uber's gone Navi, but it is a 50-50, and I think it's going to be a really close one.
Now all that's missing are the players, so let's bring them into our cage.
They have battled through it all. And now it's time to finish the job and fight for the last golden ticket. Welcome on stage, Papara Supermassive! No more second chance, no more resets, just one last brawl for the last golden ticket. Welcome on stage and give it up for Navi!
At the beginning of today, we had 4 tickets to give away. 3 of those have already been claimed by Reverend X-Park, Reply Totem, and Crazy Raccoon. Who's it gonna be now, Papara Supermassive or Navi? As mentioned, the Choppy and Tomzy have already stood on this stage before. It was 2023 actually, excuse me. And both of them a devastating 0-3 loss. This can only be another close match. Maybe we get 3 reverse sweeps out of 4 matches today already?
Have to wonder, like, will Navi end up reverse sweeping or will it be Papara Supermassive? So far, actually, I think some of our predictions have been pretty on point over here. The expected teams to go ahead and make it have done so.
Only Ready and me so far have a clean slate in that regard. We got all of our predictions right, but Ready, at what cost? It's heartbreaking to watch those teams step off the stage. I would have been happy for every single team, but I'm also happy that we beat Trev, you know?
This man's right in the middle of us. We could both, like, you know, start beating him up right now and he wouldn't be able to do anything.
He's taller than both of us, though. That would
I think I've got a chance.
That's true.
I've got a
That's
chance.
true. Who would win, a Sunny and a Ready or one Trav?
So it'd be a good brawl, I'll tell you that. And
Yeah,
so
that's
will
right.
this. So will this. 77% of the public then going for Navi, 23% to Papara Supermassive. We've seen a lot of these predictions going quite heavily one way rather than being settled in the middle. And all of them have been incredibly close. So I don't doubt that this will be another one just like that. But into the draft we go. Goldarm Gulch in knockout starts things off. It's the Mina, the Byron, and the Gene bands on the right-hand side. Angelo, Brock, and Gene on the left.
Not often that you see Gene make it into the ban phase these days, or especially, you know, not in the pick phase, but it has been double banned by both Papara Supermassive and Navi. Comfort picks for both also can seriously turn the game around. We'll see Papara Supermassive go ahead and lead with that Ollie. Hypercharge Brawler, what else needs to be said? Well, there's a possibility of getting in that Hypercharge a little bit more easily if you can afford him some room. Also notice that Brock has been banned. Papara Supermassive wanted that Ollie badly. That's why they had to get rid of the wall break. Navi have no intentions, of course, of getting hypnotized. They're going to split top half from bottom half before Ollie can even touch the ground and finish his little tune as he supers in.
If you want your Ollie to shine, you best pair it with a healer. Kit could have been one of those. Navi picks him up themselves. maybe it's a Jaeyoung. Left open, still hero. Byron would have been my first pick here, but banned out by Navi. Let's see what Papar Supermassive is going to pair that Ollie with instead. I'm also still kind of waiting for the Ruffs. Also has been showing up quite often. They're going to double down with the Hank pick. 2 tanks now on the side of Papar Supermassive. Trev, this last one has to be a healer, right?
You'd expect it to be, you really would. Some form of support. The Jaeyoung still on the board, stuff like that is readily available for them to grab, and having 2 tanks can be really difficult to do something if you don't have that support. When Navi have that 6th and final pick, I guess, 3rd and final for them, they can really put a big counter to all these tanks, but they're just hoping to be able to overwhelm. Kit jumping onto someone like an Ollie or a Hank is going to be less impactful, and Bonnie just adding some more HP to the pool. No support, just going all out.
Just pure overwhelming your opponents, I guess.
That's what it's about. They're hoping to hang on in the face of any matchup. Doug now making an appearance here for Navi. And so there are a few ways to play Kit, right? You can use Kit to get some stuns, get some tame play out of it. You can also go for a little bit of cheese. It's not the first time, actually, that we've seen the Kit and Doug pairing. I think it could also pair quite decently with RT. Leave that sort of effigy of the bottom half shielded up in the back lines, then move forward with a bit of a thrower in form of that Kit. Synergetic possibilities. Supermassive and Navi will go head-to-head in this final brawl. The final 2 teams to step into the half octagon that we have at stage. Neither will come out unscathed, but only one can go to Stockholm.
Last game of the LCQ, as I say, Tomsy trying to get that hit on Rio Hazy. Gets it super nice and early on. He's going to be pretty pleased with that and can definitely punish someone who steps out of line and range. Marked up would be probably one of the targets. If he gets some nice shots, burns off that mark and gets a super of his own.
Ryohi has a super at his disposal. Choppy spinning around saying, please, please damage me. Please give me a way that I can charge up my super. Opts to simply go in. Ryohi's going to be healing him up passively, of course. Gradually throwing those yarn balls over the right side. Navi, of course, want to have this mid control for the end game. They also need to have their utility ready. One of the biggest things would be RT's hypercharge. At least he has range that he can farm this up. Supermassive, of course, have more range at their disposal, and they'll be playing for the end game as well. 3 hypercharge possibilities on their side. Every single one really strong. 2 CCs on their side as well to stun or hypnotize in close range.
Tomsy building up this bubble now. Ryohei takes a big hit. Surely he's going to get hit harder than that. Gets the heals on the back of it. Kuru going to go in. Filippo trying to go in for it as well. Enrage gets the stun, but Achapi back in there and gets the kills required as Navi take the first round.
Navi's composition is doing something that I don't think Papara Supermassive were entirely ready for. Papara Supermassive knew that they would actually fare well with their supers, hypercharges towards the end of the game. They've just had struggles in farming those up. And really the biggest thing for Supermassive is they're going to have to take this comp that is geared towards the end game and get a pick in the early game. You just don't have good targets to dive on. Choppy has a billion HP. Kuru is not something that you want to jump on top of. He has so much damage. Now he even has a hypercharge to add to that super.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough end game here. Like, a Sharpie hypercharges onto Kuru or something like that, and he drops his legs. That could be devastating. But Ryohei going in, and there is a big play. That is huge from Navi. Unreal, and it leaves Tomsy all alone. And what can he do in this situation? Hypercharge comes in, and another one on top of that too. And Navi starting things off about as good as possible.
They popped both of their hypercharges at the end when it wasn't necessary, as if to say, like, yeah, this were 5 rounds, like, we still would have won the best of 5. We could have gone for another round easily, and still have been in an advantageous position, utility-wise. Navi have looked phenomenal here. They have this Kit hypercharge that charges by itself. You've, of course, got Doug. The more damage he takes, then the better it goes for him. When Kuru takes damage, because naturally he is, Doug can heal it back up for a bit of value himself. When to get actually hypnotized by Filippo on the right side in the surprise interaction, Ryohei falls unnaturally early, and Navi know what's best for them. Yeah, at least trying to get some supercharge for Choppy, but this one fell flat on its face from Navi. They overplayed their hand on the right side.
Yeah, Tomsy should be able to outrange Choppy here, so we'll go for some supercharge and hypercharge of his own as Choppy just accepting defeat and sitting in this back corner, but not soon enough as the gas isn't there to claim him just yet. And Enraged and Tomsy will claim 2 supers.
Both teams must think that their hypercharged super is more valuable, or just accept that it's a stalemate. And they might as well get some supercharge, because it's not often that you see some interaction like that between a Hank and the Doug, both saying, yeah, you can have your hypercharge, it's like, whatever. Here comes a combo once again. It's a Choppy and Ryohei now combining into one. And they have the yarn balls to chuck over some of these walls, attempting to get value, but not really going anywhere. If anything, they can get some pressure, put people away so that Kuru is safe to gather up his hypercharge for the end game. But so far, they haven't managed to make anything happen in the earlier mid game.
Tomzy building up this bubble, finds a connection onto Ryohei, but he's going to get instantly healed by a Charpy in there. Filippo going to want to make use of a gadget in here somewhere, try and drag someone into a compromised situation where they can take advantage. But a super avail from a Charpy will definitely throw a spanner in the works for this plan of Supermassive. Back in the left-hand corner, there's the jump coming in, should be a straight trade, and is now, oh actually, back in as well, but the Hypnotize was there and dragged him even closer. A Charpy there as well, and Kuru left all alone, Hypnotize back into a tough position. And this time, Supermassive hold out and do a real good job of dealing with Navi.
Navi got the 2-0 round-wise in game number 1. Papara Supermassive flipped the script to bring it back to haunt them. What happened for Supermassive? Well, they got the early game advantage. In round 1, they completely walked over Navi. They tried a little bit too sneaky of a strategy, one that they didn't really need to by the looks of things. They could have gotten utility by playing a passive game at mid, like they did in game 1. Supermassive this time are going to try and run them down in this corner. Tomzy would love to come around the right side, but he doesn't want to feed Kuru. And as a result of them not sending anyone over the right side, Navi is allowed to simply migrate over to the eastern portion of the map.
Yeah, that free rotate over to the right is really nice for Navi here. It just allows this kind of left to right matchup to occur once again, and they're not going to complain about that. Waiting until this late game where Kuru and a Charpy, where they hopefully have their supers, will be able to make a bigger impact in the game rather than just Ryohei doing all the work possible. Filippo sitting behind this wall, now comes in, as you said, yarn balls keep on being thrown over these walls, but Enrage looking for a super, he has one, but now a hypercharge of his own.
A hypercharge would be huge for Enrage. It enables the stun, and the closer together Navi stand, more value he stands to get. But really, he's just going to be paving the way for Filippo to do most of the work. Or it could go the opposite way. Filippo with the Hypnotize and Enrage for the punish. Tomzy gets a pick off on the right side. Now Ryohei and Achapi must combine. They don't really have the option. Ryohei now stranded all by himself and denied any further super or hypercharge. But he's got incredible dodges. He did end up getting a single swipe off at the end. That's about as well as that could have gone. But there was no way that Navi was picking that up.
Absolutely. Really nice stuff from the Supermassive side once more. Keeping this winning streak going on, but Ryohei looking for a kill here and finds some connections. Might have just wanted the hypercharge, and Enrage knows he can't jump in. A Charpy is going to be there, but Tom's getting right on top of him, just destroys him straight away. Kuru's going to fall as well, and Ryohei left all alone. What can a Kit do in this situation? Supermassive should have a tied onset here.
All he can do is wait for that hypercharge and hope that this is the greatest Kit hypercharge we have seen in the history of Brawl Stars. Of course, recent history, he's only had it for several months, but he's going to try and do the impossible. Is he close to it? Well, okay, here's a hypercharge, and we can cycle it. No! Hypnotized immediately upon landing. Couldn't get everyone at once. Navi, they knew what was good for them and waiting for that moment. Unreal, Supermassive lead with a set win.
Well, Navi, they started good, but seemed to fall off a little bit after that. So they're going to be working on that again. You know, how you can have such an incredible start and then kind of revert to what they did. I'm not sure if that's just Supermassive making some big changes to their game plan and really making it work, but it did seem that way. Filippo, 0 kills and 77 DPS. Some work to do, to say the least, for the next coming sets, and obviously if the heat does start to get in the game, then what is Supermassive going to be like then?
Yeah, I already saw the Rama screenshot yesterday where the guy played Ollie, got 0 kills, some meager DPS, and that was, though, a loss. Actually, Supermassive did win this one with the Ollie, and that's just called a deterrent, you know? Don't use it unless you absolutely need to. Also, he's not really the one on the roster that packs the punch Enraged on this Bonnie. Of course, the Hank bubble is going to be dealing 4K in a single shot. You're empowered by damage gear as he was in some of those last-second situations. Here was really the beginning of the end for Navi. They actually did have a possibility of bringing things back in game number 3, but that Hank super did so much damage that there was no recourse afterwards.
Well, Navi, the ones who have fallen behind early on and got some work to do. Supermassive looking pretty strong, as they have done throughout the entire competition. They went 2 straight wins in a row. Forced to do some grueling work against Team Electros yesterday, to say the least, whereas Navi obviously going to be facing off against this top seed of their group in Supermassive, because they actually took a big loss against Totem in a 0-3. So yes, they managed to make up for it by beating Upcore, a team who they should be beating, as they did, 3-1. So I thought this was a 50-50 coming into it. Yes, it's a 2-1 in the first set, but it seemed more Supermassive than Navi there than the scoreline.
I think it really did. Like, Navi, they looked pretty solid there. It just seemed like it took Supermassive a moment to figure out how exactly they were going to approach this comp, okay? Because they didn't have that mid control. They weren't able to successfully push in the end. They figured it out, basically. I think Navi also sort of acquired the knowledge that actually we do need to play aggressive in the beginning, and that was Papara Supermassive's strength. You know, you don't usually play aggressive with a Hank. He's the passive tank. On Open Business, this is a Hank map and a half. I would not be shocked to see it in the pick phase at all, even in the ban phase if Navi are too clued in that this is a comfort pick for Papara Supermassive.
Well, the bans are there. It's going to be the Stu, the Frank, and the Ruffs from the side of Supermassive. Don't want to be seeing those brawlers. Navi bringing them in. Finks, the Mina, and the Kit over the other side as their bans instead. So I think it's pretty clear who would have had the first pick, even without the time is showing us a Supermassive ticking down to around 15 seconds. But yeah, who can blame them for getting rid of the Finks because of not only how good it is, but how good Tomsy is on that brawler. Yes. We've seen over the past couple of days, he's been dirty on it. Mina obviously banned out. Who wouldn't ban that out? Lumi comes in as the first pick for Papara Supermassive then, and that's really solid. The lockdown capability here on Hot Zone, very.
Makes sense. You got the gadget at your disposal. Throw down some frozen skating rinks on the impact area of your dual maces on the ground. You can make someone slip forward. It can actually be kind of useful in a sniper matchup. When I look at Supermassive's bans, this tells a story right here. Every single one of these brawlers is capable of wall break. Also, of course, Supermassive, they don't want to face a Frank comp. They don't want to face a Frank Barry. No, thank you. Now, in terms of wall breakers that do remain, there is one that comes to mind. I'm thinking about, of course, Griff, but it's not really that good here. And it's definitely the worst wall breaker that you can use at the moment. Navi, of course, can use this as a final selection. It depends on how aggressive and tanky the stuff that Supermassive is about to pick is, because it would only really be used for counterplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I like these Navi picks, I really do. Jae-Young's been an absolute staple, and so has Draco for the most part of this competition. So pairing those two brawlers together is a real dirty mix. But there are a few capabilities to shut these kind of things down. Surprised Cordelius hasn't been picked up yet, or hasn't been banned in that kind of phase as well. Hank, as you mentioned earlier on, is capable of being picked up here and has by Papara Supermassive.
And what to pair up with it? Is it going to be a thrower? Is it going to be a Barry to keep him alive? They didn't want to have to deal with the Frank Barry. Maybe didn't want Navi to go ahead and pick it up as their 2-3. And there is counterplay. Cordelius now going to be operating for Papara Supermassive. And that's going to function as, well, first of all, getting rid of Draco anytime he hypercharges. The problem is that Cordelius has to be on the field for that. If Navi decide that they're going to hunt down this Cordelius, break walls even, then that's a major hazard for Supermassive's comp so far.
Well, last pick will be coming in shortly from Navi. They need an answer to what Supermassive have got. Cordelius is going to be really solid against the likes of the Draco, taking him out of the way and ensuring that matchup. Barley going to come in as well then as the thrower over the top. Hank going to have to get close to those walls and try to deal some damage, chase him down. But that also kind of feeds into the Barley capabilities. Going to try and keep him back and last call this zone time and time again.
That Barley is going to be good into the Hank. Any sort of thrower that does a ton of damage is good against Hank. Now, there is counterplay. Of course, he can fire through a wall, but thrower's just going to walk away, man. That's exactly how this interaction is going to go down. The thing that sticks out to me is the prioritization for the Cordelius, and now he has more than one job. Could end up being overwhelming because they're going to be on opposite lanes. Ryohei is really the primary target. He needs to deny Ryohei any supercharge, hypercharge, send him in the realm when that happens. And he's also definitely equipping the jump to deal with the choppy when necessary, but you can't be in two places at once, and when you're not the mid-brawler, it's way more difficult to flex.
Yeah, well, then Rage gets the super nice and early on. Ryohei shouldn't be really getting any of his at the moment. Gets dragged into the realm, and Rage chooses not to engage really early. Tomsy having a real tough time here. Rotating over to the right-hand side, and Rage going to come out directly on top of Sharpie, so that's nice for him. And Ryohei pinched in now, as Tomsy is in the backlines and Kuru trying to make the move too.
Major issue, Ryohei's going to fall. Kuru, completely estranged from his roster, will find himself staggered on the respawn, most likely. Filippo has that stun through the wall. No, just additional damage, in fact. It's going to be a nuisance for Supermassive to deal with, but not too much of an issue as Kuru eventually falls. And Supermassive tighten their grip on this hot zone.
Yeah, Ryohei trying to get some work done, but Tomsy can't get his super off to stay alive in that situation. All thought of keeping it for a darker days. Enraged on the right-hand side, still keeping some control, and Filippo through the mid isn't doing too bad either. Ryohei coming in now. Tomsy has a hypercharge, might want to snipe someone down, but just using that extra speed now. Throws one out, and Kuru gets a big damage back. Gets taken out nonetheless, and Ryohei not in a good spot here either, but has hypercharge in the back end of this map.
If nothing else, Ryohei knows that Enrage doesn't have a super just yet. He would love to use it, but not against Ryohei, who's already battered and bruised and not worth the Cordelia super. That's going to be a pretty meaty stun right there to eliminate Ryohei, and now Filippo has his hypercharge. Must just be one shot away from super. No, actually, it looks like he was 2 shots away. Nonetheless, he needed to get on this zone and get that control back. Ryohei's only 1 tap. Tomsy has the range to make it work. 15% left, but Supermassive have to flee this point. They can only dip a little toe onto that zone while still taking damage from Barley. They have some HP at their disposal too. 8% is all they need. Looks insurmountable at this point for Na'Vi, however.
Yeah, the lockdown's there for Kuru, but nobody to finish off. And now, pinned back in spawn. It's doable for Na'Vi if they can maintain this position. A hypercharge available for Charpy as well, so they really need to stop him from getting that super. Tomsy moving up with a bubble. Getting very close, 10% in it now as they start to push forward. Tomsy gets the heal off as well. Can he get this percent done? He can't just get, but Enraged he'll jump on. Filippo will join him, and it's not enough as Na'Vi hold out, get the kills, and get the game back their way.
A 2% differential for Na'Vi to wrest back control of this match. Supermassive seemed to be on a warpath. They seemed like an unstoppable force, but Na'Vi gradually found their way back. And you could see how desperately Papara Supermassive were throwing themselves at that point. They knew that I just need a few more seconds. It's all I really need. 2% is how far they were off in the end. No, throwing yourself at the point, it's not a viable strategy unless you're just a little bit closer than that. Had Na'Vi also found the solution to keep Papara Supermassive away? Well, they've switched up these lane matchups. Now with the Choppy versus Enrage, much better. Enrage, of course, has that jump, and he had to use it to get away instead of to aggress the Choppy.
Yeah, well, Supermassive already off to a flying start, 21%, and it hasn't seemed like that at all. It's been a pretty 50-50 matchup, but Na'Vi just putting their toe onto the zone for the first time now. Enrage will evade that super quite well and evade the shots that followed it as well. He's doing a good job of staying alive here, and Tomsy will get that trade. Might be able to bring Kuru down as well as he gets this bubble. But the Weekend Warrior will shut that one as well. Filippo came in with a super, but didn't manage to get Ryohei, but Enrage will take him off the map.
That was superior ball knowledge from Kuru to pop the gadget just in time. Tomsy did not know that he could have killed him in that situation. The knowledge dip for Na'Vi, but how far can that take you? It's gotten them 1 game already, but they are losing control of this aggressive composition. Enrage with a super that went nowhere, directly between 2 enemies, and that's going to cost him. No, he needs that for the moment that Ryohei gets a super, but Filippo's bought them some time. Hypercharge out to eliminate a Choppy, and Ryohei's next up on the chopping block.
I mean, more than just buying them time, he locks down 2 and takes them down as well. Barley on the right-hand side, last call not available, but it has the hypercharge in hand. Enraged has one of his own, jumps straight over the wall, gets the kill. Might be able to fault up on Kuru as well, but Weekend Warrior says no to that capability too. Tomsy in the middle of the map, hypercharge available if he falls low to heal himself up with those missiles. Doesn't choose to go for the snipe, goes for the kill instead. Now last call hypercharge is there as well, but Supermassive seem in a very good spot to get this win.
They do. Well, they're fighting a 1v3 right now with themselves in the lead. Choppy's forced to concede on the left side. Filippo can be moved away. Enrage is going to pop out of this Shadow Realm. Tomsy, however, has the HP. They cannot get him away. Ryohei, despite having that hypercharge, was stuck in the realm versus Cordelius for so long. Papara Supermassive, from the outset, from that draft phase, they knew precisely what they had to do versus that Draco. It just took them some time to get going, and Na'Vi should be owed some credit for that. They kept Draco away from Cordelius in those clutch moments in many situations until the end.
I mean, that seemed to go as the first should have for Supermassive. They should arguably be a set here as they were about 50% up, I feel, at one point against Na'Vi in that first game. A good position early on from Ryohei. This is kind of the best start they've had yet. They haven't really managed to get anywhere near the zone, and that quickly changed, ready.
It did, just like that. Supermassive are back in the lead, and they have all the positioning in the world. Their walls look fantastic, and Rage, of course, on this lane would much rather be versus Ryohei. It's, you know, for as long as Draco and Hank have been meta, Draco's been known to the Kryptonite for Hank. Thompson would love to rotate away, but it's going to take his teammate on the right side to help out with that issue. Now last call in on the point. Means that no one from Supermassive can stand here. Tomsy and Enrage take an opportunity to actually go aggressive instead. Enrage is at risk of falling right here, but Kuru has to accurately hit these shots. It's difficult against a very fast brawler such as Cordelius. Meanwhile, on the point, Filippo has picked up a kill, but they lose Tomsy on the left side. Supermassive, they have the lead for now, but Na'Vi will now finally resume control.
I mean, it's crazy how much time Enrage just burned at the back there. Oh, he gets 2 locked down as well. Ryohei pops into that Dragon Form and starts breathing fire, but Enrage drags a Charpy into the realm, and Tomsy snipes down. 64% to 34. With this lead, it should be done in with this position. Got supers available for Navi, and this might be a big push out of spawn.
Wouldn't be the first time that Navi came back from pretty much nothing. A seemingly impossible lead. Supermassive accrued 85% so far, but in comes Kuru. He's got that damage active. It's now going to be popped into the Shadow Realm. Enraged with a double kill, absolutely sweeping up Navi behind the zone, and Supermassive get their second set in a row.
I mean, that is absolutely huge from Supermassive. Navi looking defeated now, and honestly, who can blame them after that kind of position they were just in? Looked really good in the first game of the first set, got beaten. Looked decent in the second, got beaten. It's tough for them. They're dropping these sets even though they're getting games on the board. They just can't get the games on the board at the same time.
No, not at all. Navi, they've made this a close match. In fact, even in the matches that they lost, they frequently went, or rather that they won, they frequently went to set 3 versus Upcore, a total underdog in every single match that they played. They still managed to get some games off of Navi. That means that the drafts are even enough. Something in the mechanics, something in the players piloting those individual brawlers is making the difference between games. We look at Navi, this team, these players that have been at Last Chance Qualifier several years in a row, have made World Finals in the past, and we have to contrast that with Papara Supermassive. Really only Tomsy and Filippo have made it this far before, with Tomsy making it to the Last Chance Qualifier in 2023. Filippo and Tomsy being a duo on Pirates last year, not quite making the cut. No, Tomsy knows what it's like to be here. In fact, he was along eventual world champions, Kanan and Lukey in that regard. And Enrage, the most recent addition, has actually been tearing it up. A late addition in the season.
Yeah, this is the thing. They made a pretty risky roster move, I feel, late in the season, as you say. Taking Salty out, who put a lot of work into getting these points. So I think he deserves a mention here at the LCQ as well. Really getting a lot of these Papara Supermassive points, but the team thought better to bring in Enrage to, he's pretty young, he didn't really have the experience of these kind of events, but it's massively paid off. It's been huge for him, and he's played unreal throughout the LCQ.
One more set is all Papara Supermassive need. We've said that enough times, I feel like. We've manifested enough reverse sweeps. And Papara Supermassive, well, they're not an unknown team when it comes to reverse sweeps. They pulled it off versus Team Electros. Or rather, Team Electros almost reverse swept them. Papara Supermassive, the late game warriors, can they get it done in just 3? Hasn't really been the case for most of our teams in this competition. It's been the most grueling Last Chance Qualifier. Our 3rd in history, but it is setting some world records.
Absolutely. Well, into Super Beach we go. If Supermassive sweep, this will be the last. Navi need a lifeline. Want to start one of these reverse sweeps that have been flying today. We've seen a lot of them, so I don't doubt that this one can still go a long way and provide some great gameplay along with it. We're on Super Beach in Brawl Ball. Can be the decider. Bans are in, the Willow, the Mina, and the Cordelia's out of the way for Supermassive. Over the right-hand side, they have the first pick, but the bans are Kit, Willow, and Frank.
First pick for Navi. Don't want to be facing some of the strongest brawlers on this map. Of course, Kit out of the mix. Willow would be a really good first pick, so it's interesting to see them go ahead and abandon that, going for Hank. Not often that you see Hank as a first pick. I think it is quite indicative of what they want to go for and what they want to be repellent against. Want to have some opportunities against anything that gets a little too aggressive. Also, you're pretty good into control brawlers on this brawler. I mean, there's a reason that it's one of the most frequently picked brawlers in the competitive Brawl Stars meta at the moment.
Absolutely, Hank. They've had enough of playing against it. They really have. They're very bored of being hit in the face by bubbles every 5 seconds and missile sniping them across the map and being almost unkillable at certain situations. Bonnie then comes in straight after that for Papara Supermassive as their attempted counterplay to that heavy brawler. In for another with 25 seconds left. They shouldn't really know what they want to go. And they have the range capability now with Bonnie to play through the mid, jump to those lanes and assist. So you're kind of expecting some more aggression to come down.
Exactly that. I think they're looking for an accessory for this Bonnie. Bonnie's going to occupy mid. She's going to be able to jump forward. But when we look at Bonnie, it's almost always paired with something. Ash now making an appearance for Papara Supermassive. Now, that's not something you see every day, but it is well known to be a counter to Hank. Now, is this a comfort pick for Navi? Papara Supermassive have used it to great success already. And so, well, if you're good at a brawler, then you should be pretty familiar with the counters, knowing that you're so good. How am I losing this matchup? Oh, it's definitely the brawler by brawler interaction.
Absolutely. Ash, solid pick to bring in for Supermassive. I like how aggressive it is. I like it on this map.
You
and I think
can't
that they're going to be able to
resist my
scramble it
charm.
well. Charlie. It's a East Asia special for sure,
That's
as
right.
we saw being used by Crazy Raccoon in the previous one as they mounted their comeback. And Navi are looking to do the same as they slide onto a couple of more familiar brawlers for them. And yeah, just ditto exactly what I just said.
Very nice. Yes, and Hank is well known as a shade counter, so they've
Don't
gone ahead and
worry,
picked up
I
that.
almost know it.
Trunk
See,
makes
come
an
on,
appearance.
do it.
I'm here. I'm here for the Trunk. I'll tell you what, no wall break to deal with that shade, but they can hit through walls with this Trunk. He has a ton of HP. Keep in mind also that Trunk's gadget, the one that most people run, of course, not the one that puts ants on the ground. Oh, hey, Ashlyn. What up, OG?
Some familiar faces in the crowd.
Yeah. Love seeing the audience here in Brazil. But back to what I was saying, you have the gadget that's able to heal you up. That's going to be pretty good into a shade. If he hits you in the crit spot, you're healing up, what, 3.5k HP? That's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, Filippo up against this shade, trying to keep him at that max range that he's going to be able to make a connection. Kuru pushing through the mid, and Filippo not having the best of times. Just trying to use these ants to get that extra damage, get that extra speed involved as well in Rage. Playing through the mid, and look at what health he was doing it too.
He is indeed just holding on to the position, also trying to stay out of range from Choppy. He's dancing on the edge because he wants Tomsy to not have to push him in his bubble. Choppy is well aware. On the left side, Ryoki has farmed up his first super. Here it comes. 1, 2. Heals up Filippo in the crit spot. And despite all those attempts, it took a lot of damage to eliminate the Trunk.
Yeah, well, Enraged has a super here, but can't really use it. Ryohei pushing up aggressive now, and Enraged just going to jump back, play it defensive if anything, and go into the arms of his teammate in the Trunk, ready for him to come forward. Hypercharge super was there from Kuru, and a very odd super from Filippo as he bounces back and forwards, but Ryohei will secure this kill onto Enraged, and it'll be a goal. As Achapi attempts to let him get a bit more of that supercharge, but couldn't find that killing blow.
Frustrating matchup for Filippo. He's fighting a 1v2 on the left side now. This time he's trying to create some movement. It's got to be a pass up to Enrage. Tomsy instead does it. Whoa! Heads up play from Enrage. He had the vision for the super, and just like that, the score is equal.
I mean, that was a beautiful shot. I can't help think that Kuru didn't even think he was going to go for it because he was there and kind of juked back and forward. Really good from Filippo though as well. Are they coming in? Ryohei just cleaned up, but he's in the cocoon waiting, and the ball just lands next to his feet. And they'll put Supermassive on match point.
What an unbelievable way to go one game away from victory. Shout out to the 10-side jersey, by the way. Wait, hold up. How can I get one of those? Min's going to the World Finals once again. I wouldn't mind rocking some of the merch. The game at hand, Papara Supermassive, 1 game away from fulfilling a destiny for a Choppy, a 3rd year in a row, denied World Finals in a sweep.
Rage has a super here, gonna jump straight up for it. Achapi doesn't find the connection with his bubble onto either of them, and Ryohei forced to go into the walls to back Tomsy off that ball and keep them in a surviving position for now.
Kuru's got the cocoon, but Tomsy is here to assist. Ryohei wants to take advantage of it. That's a kill on Filippo, now 3v2, but the ball is all the way down the field and needs to be passed up to Ryohei, who ends up falling to the robotic rats just placed down by Tomsy. And he's already also operating on full rage. It enables him to get a kill on the right side and gives him so much speed, might even be able to walk it through. Ryohei, 1, 2, 3 shots, that's not enough, didn't have the ammo! Even in the crit spot, Tomsy walks it through.
Well, Navi backs against the wall. 1 goal needed for Supermassive to head to World Finals. But here comes Ryohei. Cocooned in the back is one of the Supermassive players too. Can Tomsy get the defense with Enraged here as well? And this is going to be a huge turnaround. Tomsy's going to be able to pass this one forwards. Filippo super and Enraged there for the shot. Can he get the goal? And it's there! He finds the right side. And Supermassive grasp the last golden ticket.
At the gates to the World Finals, Navi, Achapi at the helm, denied once more. For the 3rd year in a row, tragedy strikes. The only other 2-time in a row world champion alongside Tensai, who leaves his former teammate at the last chance qualifier. Papara Supermassive, a long-awaited qualification to the postseason now awaits themselves. Tomsy knowing also his former teammates having graduated to a world champion spot
He'll be joining them in Sweden in just a month.
He wants to try and get that done himself. Papara Supermassive take this golden ticket and are living the dream. Two Brits finally getting to the World Finals after a long, long wait. I know me and Art are going to be pleased. Might sound like a little bit of bias, but can't beat a couple of people from your home country making it to the Worlds.
Yes, yes, everyone. The last golden ticket has been delivered to Papara Supermassive right now. And well, these last 3 days were very intense, and you just claimed the last golden ticket. I would like to know what was the hardest part of this competition these last 3 days, and what this here right now means to you.
I'd say probably just like keep going, like knowing like what the end result is, like playing the whole year, like you can't, you know, you really can't waste any time here. Every second counts really, so it's just keeping your head in the game and staying focused.
Perguntei pra ele, nesses últimos 3 dias foi difícil, né? Foi uma competição intensa. E eu quis saber qual foi a parte mais difícil da competição e o que isso aqui significa pra ele nesse momento. E ele falou que a parte mais difícil é continuar, né? Porque todo segundo, toda partida significa alguma coisa. Tudo custa a todo momento por aqui. For us to finish our interview, I would like to know, how do you guys plan to celebrate your golden ticket?
I haven't decided yet. Probably just go out tonight, maybe somewhere. But yeah, I don't know. We're gonna grind even harder for World.
Party in Brazil?
Yeah.
Perguntei pra ele, depois de ganhar, né, o último Golden Ticket, como é que eles planejam celebrar essa vitória deles por aqui. E ele falou, não sei, talvez a gente vai sair por aí, comemorar no Brasil. Mas é isso, vamos continuar agora e entregar o Golden Ticket do Papara Supermassive. Please, come in the center of the stage. Congratulations! You guys have made to the World Finals, and right now you won your golden ticket!
The final golden ticket has been given away. And it's another EMEA team. Papara Supermassive follows Reply Totem to Stockholm, to the World Finals. 3-0s and reverse sweep seems to be all we're getting today, guys.
Yeah, I mean, at least we've had some good games. Not that the gameplay hasn't been good in this 3-0s as well. Navi could have possibly had a couple of sets on the board, and you've got a feel for them. Had some real good moments, but it's just not enough to beat this Papara Supermassive roster who seemed so in control of this series.
I don't think reverse sweep was an option here. It had to be a sweep. That is simply destiny for a Choppy and anyone that he commandeers throughout the season. They trust under his experience. Is he simply going to be left as a relic of Brawl Stars history? Only next year can tell, but for now I can tell you with confidence, Revenant X-Spark, Reply Totem, Crazy Raccoon, and Papara Supermassive have all rightfully earned their spot in the postseason at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
We see the 12 contenders that have been confirmed after the regular season already at the top, and the 4 new teams at the bottom. One last big fat congratulations for those 4 teams. And also congrats, Reddy. You got your predictions right today.
I went 4 for 4. What do you know? I only got one thing wrong. Oh, you also went 4 for 4. Well, you know what?
She's only complimenting you because she wants to be complimented as well. It's a false compliment, Reddy. Don't buy into it. Don't buy into it.
Well, you actually don't you dare.
It's so good
Literally,
to work with
don't you dare. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's just like come.
It's
gonna
go over here.
You climbing one now. I'm still gonna be over the top.
I'm on my tippy toes. You can't see him.
Well, Trev, TG's too as well. Regardless, though, and now all that is left to do is to look at those 16 teams a bit closer that we have for the World Finals now. And I think we have a bit of an announcement to do, as we don't have any groups for the World Finals yet.
Oh.
So we get some juicy groups on the way. It's going to be a similar format to LCQ. We have 16 teams, so we have 4 groups for you. First up is going to be Group A with... Drum roll. Anyone?
I mean, it's playing already. I don't even need to do it.
Let's see.
Well, let's see.
Who knows? Who knows at this point?
The suspense is killing me!
Trev, it's SK Gaming, Space Station Gaming, Novo Esports, and one more from today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid group. It's a very solid group in my eyes. It really is. Space Station, SK Gaming, Novo. Novo have been really solid upcoming team this year. SK Gaming, 2 of those European teams slotting into that. Obviously, with the amount of European teams there are in the competition, you know, not to pick up the region, ready? Go North America, I'll put some big
All right.
on a World Finals.
All right, man.
There's going to be some double-ups.
I'm just thinking about...
NA, EMEA for Group A, and then for Group B already, we have...
Humble, Tribe, and SK Kalalis. And one team from the Last Chance Qualifier. We're going to be gradually building up to when we finally put the Last Chance Qualifier teams into their places. And that is going to be absolutely devastating. Sorry, I'm still fixated on Group A with Space Station. I know Bobby's going to have some choice words for whoever gets slotted into his group. But so far, Group B, we get to see #1 of NA versus #1 of EMEA last year in the same group.
I just already look forward to some El Clasicos, and I see if it's following the same exact order here, we're going to have Group A against Group C later on. So SK and Tribe can only meet later on day 3. Group C is going to be Team Heretics, Reject, and Loud. Oh, the crowd is roaring once more
We've
here.
got some loud people in the crowd as well, so I'll see how they're looking about it. But as we get into Group D here as well, should be sliding through shortly as well. Foot, Esports, Data Division, and STMN for Group D as well. So a solid group as well.
Really, really solid right there. Of course, Stamina coming in as one of the weaker organizations in North America, facing a lot of criticisms, of course. Had to change up their coaching staff as well, with their coach actually going over to SK Kalalis. He was coaching 2 teams at the same time. Shout out Dance for your hard work in the Brawl Stars competitive scene. But Group D, I think whoever gets slotted into that group is going to be pretty happy, actually, because Stamina is such an underdog as known by everyone.
You know how everybody's always like to call one of those groups the group of death, so interesting to know who is it going to be this time. All these teams, though, this weekend played their hearts out over the course of the last 3 days. They had one last shot at reaching the penultimate goal and making World Finals. And for some of them, the final chapter of the 2025 season has been written today. We'll figure out with the draw which groups these teams that made it through will make it into which groups. From all of us behind the desk, thank you for being the community you are, and see you at Worlds.
Right now we have ended the Last Chance Qualifier, and it is the time for us to meet and to release the groups for the World Finals. Here with me, the 4 winners for the Last Chance Qualifiers. They have earned their golden tickets, but they don't know which group they belong yet. And right now I have here with me a ball with 4 balls, which there is the name of the group they will belong to. But first of all, we're gonna ask them some questions after they pick one of the balls. All right, so please players, go ahead, be close of the ball. And I want you all together to pick a ball, okay? But don't open it yet, all right? When I count to 3, okay? 1, 2, 3, go ahead. Okay, please, don't open yet, I'm gonna start here with reply totem. And first of all, I would like to know, you already have the information of the groups, right? You have here with you. They already got a copy of the groups here for the World Finals. And knowing what the group are, what are you hoping to draw and why?
I mean, all the groups are pretty good, but I would say C is the best one to face. Yeah, C is the best one to face.
Why?
Why? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it. I don't know.
Okay, so he chose Group C, but right now we're gonna figure it out which group reply totem belong. Please open your ball.
Oh! Let's go! I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Are you happy?
Yeah, kind of.
You wish for that?
Yeah.
Okay, so reply totem belongs right now to Group C! Congratulations! Let's move on to Papara Supermassive. You now have the information about the groups here with you. Group A, B, and D. Not Group C anymore, all right? And is there any team you don't want to be in the same group with?
Probably Humble. I'm friends with them. I think I could beat them anyways, but I don't want to beat them.
So do you think you're gonna beat Humble if you draw in their group?
Yes.
Okay, let's figure that out right now. Please open the ball.
That's good. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Not Humble because they are in Group B, but Group D. Are you happy with that?
Yeah. I think we're going to win it.
Do you think you're gonna win?
Easily.
Okay, I like this attitude over here. He said they're gonna they're gonna win easily. Okay, let's move here right now with Sergeant. Now 50-50. On what we will draw, any group that worries you.
I don't think there's any group that worries us because I feel like they're all good teams. But I don't care which group it is. I think we'll come first seed.
Okay, but right now you only have Group A or B. Any of those teams that belong to Group A or B worries you a little bit? Maybe it's hard to beat?
I think apart from SK Gaming, everyone else is fine. Humble is also good, but we're fine with both groups.
Okay, I like your answer. So please, open the ball and let's figure it out.
Group A. Group A.
There we go! Group A! Congratulations. Are you happy with that?
We're very happy because I feel like Group B is a lot more stacked, especially with CR in it now.
Okay, good. Good to know. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move here with the Crazy Raccoons. I mean, it's not a secret to anyone, but we gotta do the segment, so please open your ball and show to the camera.
開けてください。
Group B.
There we go. Crazy Raccoon belongs to Group B. And it's all set. All the teams here that have made it to the World Finals, they have came to the Last Chance Qualifier, right now belong to a group. Are you guys all happy? Are you guys all ready? Yeah? Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much. And good luck, guys. Good luck. I will see you in Switzerland. Congratulations. What an incredible 3 days we had. We just been here at the Last Chance Qualifier in São Paulo, Brazil. Thank you to everyone that watched from home and to all the amazing fans that made it here to São Paulo. To everyone, to every team that fought bravely these 3 days, you made this event unforgettable. And a huge congratulations to the 4 teams that earned the golden ticket. Next up, Stockholm, Switzerland. We'll see you at the Brawl Stars World Finals. Galera, muito obrigada a todos vocês que vieram aqui para a BGS 2025 e encerramos nossa competição aqui nesse momento. Parabéns a todos os times que competiram e muito obrigada a todos vocês. Foi um prazer imenso estar aqui. Eu sou Carol Bomichel e finalizou a nossa BGS 2025 com Brawl Stars. Um beijo, tamo junto. Tchau, tchau. See you!
They been sleeping on me, think it's time to wake 'em up. They been sleeping on me, think it's time to wake 'em up. You've been playing it safe, now it's time to shake it up. Playing it safe, now it's time to shake it up. So it's time to make a change. Yeah, it's time to break the chains. Yeah, it's time to bring the pain. Let them know, tell them we are not the same. I'm the one that got the flames. With my team, you know we come to slay. Let them know that we didn't come to play. Nah, we came to win. I'm ready for anything that they can bring. Bring it on, let me do my thing. I'm a giant. sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem sambar, você duvidava. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem sambar, mas eu não quis querer, nem quero mais voltar pra mim. Foi tentando dizer não, que fui vivendo sim. E então cheguei ali, você duvidava. Não sei mais quem é quem, disseram que é mais fácil assim. Quem se assenta em solidão, esquece de entender, se arrisca e perde, enfim, nem digo mais nada. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, você duvidava. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, mas quem ousa dizer que era o fim? Um sim ou não, talvez um perdão. No jogo que você desenhou, nem digo mais nada. Solta essa mão, menino, vem, 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 vem. Bonito. Pra que sorrir se alguém te alenta ou te descarta assim? Foi a força do meu pé que a voz movia até que encomendei pra mim, você duvidava. Por que cair? Por que tombar, pestanejar pra mim? Fui rodando em perdição, cavei baldeação, larguei de desistir. Mas quem ousa dizer que era o fim? Um sim ou não, talvez um perdão. No jogo que você desenhou, nem digo mais nada. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba, você duvidava. Fico sentado na roda de samba, fico parado, a perna já bamba. Vem samba. Sambô?
As luzes piscando, o clima tá pegando fogo. Agiga no corpo, é só jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo. Jogo, jogo, jogo.